But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything else again in the vicinity.
After 3 weeks of back and forth action through online qualifiers, we are back, live and in person in Texas for our Major 1 tournament.
Shotzzy still alive, and it is absolutely non-stop here on the point.
You have got to be kidding me! And it will be the game!
Thank you for the first one.
And the third round. Oh my God, he beat this stuff! Oh, he did it again! Let me get away with this! Toronto Ultra! That's what we want! Woo! 13 seconds on the clock. And it will be the LA Thieves! Spoiler break! Get it done in 3! The ace in his sights and he'll take it! The save is still going! Oh my God, the save! What is this? Prim is beaming with an SMG from range, for God's sake! And that's it! Bang!
No more waiting. It's time to see who wins the first Major in 2022. It's Championship Sunday of the Major 1 tournament. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Hello and welcome back to the OpTic Major 1, coming at you live from the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. And ever since Thursday came around, day by day, we've been just blessed with amazing matches, upset Cinderella stories, and outright dominance. But the storylines are even better than ever because here in Texas, OpTic Texas has been leading the way and getting the crowd a little hype, and we've been having so much fun so far. You don't even got to hear from me. You can hear from me right now. Texas, make some noise!
The day hasn't even started, Belly, and they're already lit.
Straight goosebumps, man. But right here on the desk, we're going to break down all the action, and of course, you should already know the deal by now. My name is Belly, and I am running the ship. Is it Des Soaks? And right next to me, we have our guest analyst Chance. We have Alley Cat, and also the OG Nameless. And yo, Nameless, as an ex-champion and pro player, man, what does Championship Sunday mean to you?
It's everything, man. You don't get too many opportunities to win that championship. Only 4 teams left. These guys here, they put blood, sweat, and tears, and they want it, man. They may be tired, but the electricity in this building, everybody in here getting hyped, it'll get that adrenaline going.
And speaking about all the electricity that's been going along, Alley, you have been popping off so far this event, girl. How are you feeling? And yo, how loud is this stadium gonna get later on?
You're telling me I'm popping off. I think OpTic Texas is popping off. They made the Sunday, man. They're in winners. We're going to see them more today, but I'm feeling incredible. It feels like the weekend went by so fast.
Right, and Chance, man, you're just greedy, man. You're hogging it all. You're on the desk. You're commentating right now. What are your expectations for today?
Yeah, I mean, we've already had so many Game 5s throughout this entire tournament. I expect Game 5s, all 4 series that we have, except for the finals,
Game
which I
9.
guess
Right.
maybe that Game 9.
Now, let's talk about the energy that's been going on in the room because OpTic Texas took the main stage against CDL's best, Atlanta FaZe, and the reverse sweep was everything that we ever wanted.
And just an unreal one as well, right? Because that is like very much the back against the wall situation. Against a team like this, it feels like there's no shot, and they pull it off. And Scump, by the way, I mean, he is having an unreal tournament. I mean, this man turning back the clock, or maybe he's just always been the best.
He might have to be a main AR somewhere after this year, man. He was popping off, and, you know, they answered the questions, right? Like, what AR map were they going to get good at because they needed to expand their map pool to win a championship? Wangavutu Scump looked like the best AR in the world, but we got to talk about the guy that's on the screen right here. Dashy was going off, especially in that Search and Destroy alley.
Absolutely, and I can't get over this image of all 3 of them being so hype, and Dashy just like, oh, they choked, bro, they choked. And Scump and them were just like, oh my God, dude, they fucking did it. And of course, Dashy's mom was in the crowd. You can see it here. She got really emotional. You know, it's so awesome to see parents out here supporting their players on stage.
Right, but it wasn't just fans, it wasn't just supporters, it wasn't just family that was in the audience. Nameless, I have a question, okay? Are you a fan of football?
I am. Big fan.
All right, well, yesterday we had a little celebrity appearance. Can you tell them about that?
We have Marquez Valdez-Scantling in here, man, and it's tough for me because I'm a Bears fan. We've held many L's to the Packers, so everybody's a fan of Call of Duty, and having MVS in here, you can see it was insane energy. Even he can feel it. He plays in some of the biggest stadiums in the world, so it's a testament to this crowd. But shout out to him, man. He loves Call of Duty, and he's amazing at it as well.
And take a look at the bunny hopping a hype from Scump right there. Chance, I gotta ask you, man, with this being my first ever CDL major, okay, I heard the rumors, I heard all the hype about how hype it gets here, but what we heard yesterday was deafening.
Loudest crowd in Call of Duty history, I think, without question. And I think most importantly for me, getting more creative with the chants, right? TST has been doing an incredible job. It's not just standard, let's go OpTic. You got the green ball chants.
Finally.
You got them talking a little bit of smack, calling
Oh, yeah.
teams overrated as well. The crowd has been unbelievable. My favorite one so far.
You got that right. And ladies and gentlemen, coming into this event, there were 12 teams, but today there is just 4 left, like a moth chasing a flame. They're all addicted to success, and they want to reach the end. And Chance, there are 2 European teams and 2 North American teams. Yo, that's wild, man.
That's unbelievable. I don't know if we've ever seen something like that in Call of Duty history to get those 2 EU teams in the mix, but Atlanta is also another focus point, right?
Yes.
They go from getting a reverse sweep to completing the reverse sweep, and talk about hitting that instant bounce back. And I gotta say, that is a missed opportunity from the rest of the league, man.
Yep.
You had a chance to put this team down.
Come on,
well,
man.
you missed it. They made it to Sunday, and these guys are going to be fiending to make amends for their loss yesterday.
This is where these guys turn up, is on Championship Sunday, man. LA Thieves had to take them out. I know some teams are watching it like, please beat them. Well, it didn't happen. And Atlanta FaZe, a team with the deepest map pool, they're going to make a run today.
Right, and everybody was talking about, you just don't take the Thieves to Kuavo 2, you don't take them to Kuavo 2. Well, guess what? Atlanta did, and what happened?
Atlanta smacked them around. We saw that spawn trap in the back of Tower Hill. That was a little painful to watch if you're an LA Thieves fan, but I don't think that they should be too down on themselves. Even though they got reverse swept, they still hung with FaZe. They still started to make the losers run, but FaZe, man, they looked like a different animal last night.
Right, and there was another big run that happened this event. We saw Boston do pretty well, getting a really good top placement for their first ever CDL major, but Toronto has something to say about a chance.
In Toronto, they might be the most interesting team still in the mix, right? Because their top 4 literally haven't won a single hard point. I don't know if I've ever seen the true 2-3-5 squad, but I don't even know if I can expect that to continue, right? But they might start pulling off hard point wins. The teamwork has been unreal. They've just been in a very strange position, but I don't know. We'll see if they can make things pan out because, they're still top 4. They haven't looked their best.
Absolutely, man. And we got to show some love to Toronto Ultra getting through with the 2-3-5. I feel like everybody's super hyped about the LA Thieves. They win 1-4 and then steal one other map throughout the series, most likely the Control. Well, they're doing the same thing just with Search and Destroy, but for some reason, people aren't as impressed by that. And in my opinion, it's a little bit more impressive that you're able to consistently win those Search and Destroys. So Toronto Ultra, they win a hard point. These teams are in trouble.
Which is a total turnaround, right? Because they were struggling on Search and Destroy so much, and now Search and Destroy wins championships, and Toronto has looked unstoppable since they put the sniper in Inside's hands.
Right, but also another surprise that happened this event, Paris Legion. Nameless, coming into this event, making a team change. The expectations for this team weren't really high at all, but they were able to get a big win, and the CDL looks hopeful for not just them, but a lot of other teams here in this league.
Yeah, they got a little bit better, right? There's going to be no free wins in the CDL. Obviously, they still only won 1 match, right? It's nothing to really write home about, but bringing in Tom Gravity, I think that's really the story, is him finally getting his shot, and he's able to get, turn this team around, get them a win, because most people didn't even expect them to win a map coming into this series, and they end up taking out a team like Seattle. So huge win out of them. I still think they're a change away from really competing with some of our better teams in the league, but something has to be said about it. He came in, he added structure, Temp had some better moments, and they looked a lot better.
I actually love the fact that they made this change and kind of, they had some success with it. And coming stage 2, I wonder if there's going to be a few more team changes. But let's go ahead and see how this event has unfolded. Take your eyes to the left of your screen and slowly pan to the right. Take a look at all those names and what remains today. At the top of the bracket, we got OpTic Texas facing off against the London Royal Ravens. But then we have Toronto Ultra facing off against Atlanta FaZe. And Chance, this is it.
And it's such an interesting bracket, too, because honest to God, I have no idea who's going to win it, right? Like, I mean, you're looking at the best of 9 for that finals, and I think the team with the strongest map pool has been FaZe, but they got reverse left by OpTic, so OpTic can be strong. I doubted Ravens before, but hey, they proved me wrong yesterday, so there is honestly no telling, and especially Ultra, if they can just win a single hard point, like, that might be, GG's in the comp.
Now, this event isn't all about bragging rights or just placing first place. I mean, that's nice and all, but these players are going to walk away with a whole lot of money. $200,000 going home to the first place champs. Hey, yo, aLLeY, what would you do with that type of money, girl?
You know what? I don't really think anybody cares about what I would do with that money, but personally, I would go have like I'd make a garden somewhere. I'd buy a cottage in the middle of nowhere, and I wouldn't talk to any of you people again because this is stressful, man.
Now, let's go ahead and preview the games that will go down today, and let's talk about it. Nameless, Atlanta versus Toronto. This is going to be a really tough one, okay? Toronto are looking kind of opposite in regards to their success in game modes, but Atlanta, they have a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, Atlanta has a chip on the shoulder, and they have an extremely deep map pool, as Chance mentioned. And what we saw yesterday was aBeZy and Simp taking over in that game 5. aBeZy was pissed that he played bad in that search and destroy versus OpTic Texas. It was a complete turnaround, man. This is an Atlanta team that can battle from anything. We saw these teams play last year throughout the entire year. Every single series was a banger, but Atlanta had their number. They have the confidence over the Toronto Ultra. Being the better team in Respawn, I'm favoring Atlanta.
So my question is, do you guys think that we actually might see Atlanta make it to the grand finals and possibly a rematch of what we saw yesterday, OpTic versus FaZe?
That may very well be the case, but keep in mind, OpTic still have to get past the Ravens. So we can't get ahead of ourselves, but yes, if I was a betting man, I think FaZe go to the finals. I think they have the deepest map pool, and I still think they're going to be able to pull out that W, but at the same time, maybe a little bit shook, right? Maybe the crowd's getting to them. I don't know if I've ever seen a player like aBeZy drop a donut in a map like that, and the fact that they got 6-0'd on Tuscan, like, it is impossible to predict.
Right, I don't know about you guys personally, but aLLeY, to me, I feel like that home crowd advantage definitely played a big part in that win for OpTic as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're big momentum-based players, especially the King Scump. I mean, he is a literal Lanimal, but when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, I don't think that they will make it to the final. I think the fact that so many teams have pushed them to the limit, and now they're going against Toronto Ultra, the second best team last year, the only people that could hang with them last year, they're going to have to go against in the losers final. I see an upset, man.
You see an upset right now. You think Atlanta FaZe won't make it to the finals over Toronto Ultra? We got some claps in the crowd.
Atlanta FaZe ain't going out like that. 7-1 on the season, the deepest map pool, the best map record. These guys are amazing in all 3 game modes. They got to take the series versus Toronto, unless Toronto miraculously learned how to play hardpoint waking up today. I don't see it going to the side of the Ultra.
Well, all this talk about Atlanta FaZe, we actually caught up with one of their coaches, Crowder. You guys already know the deal when it comes to him. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say.
I'm joined now by the head coach of Atlanta FaZe, Crowder. Dude, yesterday was a big one. Your team lost 5 straight maps, and then you bring the reverse sweep against LA Thieves. How do you manage to put it all together?
Honestly, we just kind of fell into a rut with individual solo chows. Like, we weren't playing that well with our teamwork, and our communication was just a little off, where it was like, it seemed like it was so frantic that we were kind of missing comms and not listening to each other. So we just talked about it when we kind of got it down just in time, you know, kept it close there. But, you know, I was happy with the way we bounced back, and it showed that, you know, we're never out of it until it's over. So I was proud of the boys.
Absolutely. It was a long day. Obviously, the guys are well rested now. First up, you've got Toronto Ultra, team you've got a wonderful rivalry with, I feel like, here in the CDL. They haven't won a hard point yet. Will today be the day? And without giving away too much, what's the game plan going into the match?
Honestly, the game plan against a team like Toronto, yeah, they're struggling in hardpoint, but you can never take them lightly, right? So it's just more or less like making sure that we are playing our game plan and just sticking to what we know what we can do. Team chows, this team is notoriously known for good teamwork, right? So like, we can't do the individual chows against these guys and make sure we're just making sure we're on our plan, right? And I think we can do that.
Wish you the best of luck. Mate, last question. Any bad blood between you and the OpTic camp? It was wild out there in the crowd yesterday.
No, I just think that's just, man, 2 great teams, right? Like, they're so good, we're so good, and when it comes down to it, it's always going to be a close one, and there's going to be a lot of competitiveness there. But they're great guys over there, and hopefully we see them again.
Can't ask for any more, mate. Thank you very much. Good luck in the games.
By the way, Miles' coat right there is just simply phenomenal.
Star-Lord vibes.
Yeah, your duo is wilding out right now, man.
He always has been. There's no stopping him. He's an animal. I mean, you know, 2021 play-by-play caster of the year. He's the best in the business.
English is hard, okay? All right, but ladies and gentlemen, enough talk about, you know, the pre-show and whatnot. Let's get into the match to come. The first matchup of the day, the London Royal Ravens and the OpTic Texas team. And Nameless, this one, I don't even got to say it, man. The crowd is loving it.
They're ready.
How do you feel about this matchup?
You know, I think London's going to put up a really good fight. You know, look at the maps here, and, you know, it's Berlin, Gab, Tuscan, and Bocage. And London honestly did a really good job here, man. All these maps they're fantastic on besides map 2, especially games 1 and 4. Both hardpoints, they're undefeated across both of those. So OpTic has their work cut out for them, man. OpTic has not won a Berlin yet.
All right, now when it comes to the game field keys of victory, other than the insane green wall that's sitting behind his alley, what does OpTic Texas have to do?
Well, Nameless just said it, right? They got to take advantage of Berlin. S&D London is 1-5 on the map this season, and Dashy MVP, he is up 1.39 KD this major, especially in that Tuscan control. I believe he put up like a 1.4, and in green wall and hardpoint setups this season, Texas is second in hold percentage. London is first in break percentage, so you have to be ready for the aggression of London in the front, but they have been struggling to rotate, which again is something OpTic has been on point for so far this off.
But they're gonna have to be on point for this match, man. That's contagious right now because they're going against the London Royal Ravens, and even though OpTic has all the hype behind him and there might be some boos in the crowd, London is one of the most terrifying teams this event.
And they're also like, maybe not an unknown quality at this point, but like they're just hard to evaluate because they're still so fresh. Like so many of these guys, it's our first time seeing them on LAN, and they have performed so incredibly well. But I mean, going against OpTic in front of the home crowd, that is the true test.
You got that right. And Nameless, this team that we all thought was underrated heading into the season, and now they're one of the top dogs. What are their game fuel keys of victory to beat out OpTic?
Well, I'm going to add one key to victory, and it's got to take map 1. It's Berlin Hardpoint. OpTic has not won that, and they take that map, put themselves in a good spot. But also, Zero continue the hot form, 1.2 KD this major. Yesterday, he had a 1.4 just in hardpoint alone, and then improve your man down situations in search and destroy. 15% 3v4 win rate in S&D this season is last in the league. Not able to get over that adversity in the search and destroys. Gonna have to be better today versus an OpTic team that 6-0 FaZe last night. And then also counter OpTic offensive B pushes on Berlin S&D, winning 71% of their B breaks, have only gone a 3x.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get this ball on the road. We got London Royal Ravens, we have OpTic Texas, and we also have a very quiet arena. Now, for all of you that are sitting behind me right now, let's let the people at home know what they're missing out on. If you're this happy for Championship Sunday right now, let's go ahead and make some noise. All right, this is it. London versus Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this major and Championship Sunday underway.
They got players in every single corner of the map right now. Dude, London is Afro.
Oh my God, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Oh yeah, no idea they're inside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from here. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
It is Championship Sunday, Texas! Let's get it!
What an event this has been! What a show, what a spectacle! Thrills, chills, spills, you name it, we've had it all. And now, the final day. We're making history today, friends, and I cannot wait to get things started. For first time in a long time, we have London here on Sunday. But now, we also have our hometown heroes, OpTic. Who will walk away with the win? Let's find out. Without further ado, Texas, let's bring them out to the stage. You know them, you love them. Let's make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up. Why not? Let's get on our feet. Let's get this going the right way. Ladies and gentlemen, OpTic Texas! Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, Scump, Coach Rambo Ray.
Scump is ready to rock and roll, bro. He's got the hand warmers in hand, trying to keep his hands not from getting iced. And you know what? It's time to see if the curse is real. I think OpTic is going to take this series, Belly.
All right, Miles, everybody's on their feet right now, but London are ready to storm the stage.
London ready to storm the stage indeed, Veli. They're in unfamiliar territory. They've never seen anything like this, heard anything like this, and felt anything like this on a Sunday. Let's see what they're made of. Ladies and gentlemen, the London Royal Ravens. Afro, Gismo, Nastie, and Zero.
And an interesting team to be booing, right? Americans might be a little different than the Brits. I think the Brits will feed off that energy.
Miles, let's go ahead and get this show going, baby.
Teams are ready. Crowd, are we ready? You're a tiny little bit sleepy here on this Sunday. Are we ready? Let's get this show on the road. Lando Steady, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, it is about to be a banger of a championship Sunday, our first official one of our Vanguard year. Jay, it's going to be a fantastic series, our winners final. We talked about a number of different storylines in this matchup between OpTic Texas and the London Royal Ravens. One of the biggest things, as we said, it's a rematch from our Major 1 qualifier.
I'm so excited for this series, man. Obviously, OpTic, the way that they were able to handle that series versus Atlanta in the reverse sweep and then to get to 6-0 in Search and Destroy, that was insane from them. And on the opposite side for London, they're undefeated in hardpoint so far at this major. They're just playing so damn good. If you are OpTic, this map number 1 is everything because for Royal Ravens, they're sitting at 4-1. They have a 61% break rate on this map. And the last time that these two teams played, they also beat it by 100. So OpTic need to enter in this series early.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And the one thing that you have to consider when we are in an environment like this is that sometimes stats get thrown out the window. All of those things considered, we will see how our maps and modes are looking. It will be Berlin Hardpoint, Berlin Search Destroy, Gavutu Control, Tuscan Hardpoint, and if it can go the distance, a rematch on Bocage Search and Destroy, the same Game 5 that these teams had when they faced last time around. Here we go, folks. It is time. Match number 1 of Championship Sunday. It's our first of the season. And what, Jay? Ant talked about it on the desk. Vetoes. We really like these for Ravens, especially considering how the Game 1 hardpoints have looked. They are 4-1 on this throughout the season. And when we talk about a young roster, right, for this Ravens team, Zero the vet, but you got Afro, who's basically what? A 2-year player, a sophomore. 2 rookies on this team with a crowd like this. Confidence is important off the rip.
100%. I think the most important player on that roster has to be Zero. He's going up against the green wall, not only on the stage, but in the fans as well. Yeah. He has to make sure that he's leading such a young team to success and also putting up that same performance that he had yesterday, a 1.38 in the series versus Toronto. But here we go. OpTic spawning on the better side into the P1 hardpoint.
As we said, a huge hardpoint already off the start, and it is Dashy drawing first blood, a guy who absolutely is in contention for MVP for this event. Hosts what, like a good 1.3, nearly a 1.4 KD. Impressive stuff to say the least, as Texas walking away with 20 unanswered points, but Nastie starting things off on a 4 spree.
Nastie's on a 4, but so far OpTic are holding every single second. 25 seconds remaining on this hill. You have to start thinking about that rotation. Shotzzy's gonna win a huge one-on-one. All left up to Scump, he takes him down, takes down the second as well. So OpTic starting off this game with a flawless P1 hold.
And Gismo doing everything he can to hold off this rotation as well. It is going to be a nice 2v2. As Nastie will also shut down Scump in the meantime. So Ravens inside of the hill, but take a look at player number 1. Dashy is on the cross. He's prepared for the spawns. Nice long range shots out of Bruce, as he'll apply the pressure toward the back end. Meanwhile, it's OpTic beginning to rush in from the front. They're walking away with the kills, and now the Ravens, last 2 inside. Here comes the break, here comes the opportunity, and Texas will seize the advantage that they set themselves up for.
And now there's 40 seconds remaining on this hill. OpTic are in. But look at number 8 on your mini-map. He's gonna try to flip these spawns. Afro trying to make his way into fire. And OpTic are able to put a couple kills together and continue growing this lead. Scump on fire to start this game. Able to take down 2 players. He was able to spot Afro as well, going for the 3rd. Not able to take him down, but London do flip the spawns. If you're OpTic, number 1 in Dashy has to try to work up on the street side.
Oh, and he gets dropped as well. Great position already for Ravens, especially if they can walk away with the final 10 seconds, not just getting the final points at Library, but as well setting up for one of the best hard points on this very map and mode. But take a look at Shotzzy, maybe sneaking his way through. As we said, a big play, a huge hill, but information is going to be found. Shotzzy going to do his best to try to stay alive. Dodges and survives, and takes down Gismo in the process, trying to buy some time for Texas. As thankfully Nastie is there to shut him down. So Ravens with the early time, but OpTic are here, Jay.
Yeah, the spawns flip, so now OpTic just have to set up this push. Number 2 trying to attack through fire. iLLeY takes down 1. Multiple trades going down towards this back door. Only 2 players left from London. In this hill, Scump does find 2. Last player here is going to be Zero. He gets taken down by Scump. Scump on a 3 spree.
Scump off to a great start. Nastie considering the next hard point. We'll see if he looks to push this. Maybe gain some information, take a few players down in stride. But as he falls, take a look at player 2. iLLeY's going to go for the rotation. Where are Ravens going to spawn? Okay, so they're going to spawn basically toward the back alley. And Shotzzy, he could read this. Does he get the good timing? No, he does not. Back and forth we go, and pretty much an even game as we head into our 4th hard point of the first set of rotations. London hanging in there. As we said at moments, OpTic Texas doing a great job at breaking through the setups, but London, another test, another opportunity. We'll see how they look to handle this. Pressured from either side as Nastie trying to stay alive, also trying to accrue points. And great teamwork there. The automatons firing well at trains.
So far, this has been the Ravens' best hill on this map. When it pops, they get a majority of like 25 to 30 seconds every time they get towards the P4 hardpoint. And this is why. They have a perfect setup. Gismo holding down the back spawns. Now you have a couple players from OpTic spawning out towards fire. And with 25 seconds left, OpTic cannot let them get all this time.
The crowd trying to get behind him. As Dashy now finds double digits in this game. Final 13 left for trains, and another big 1v1. Every second is big right now for Texas, but we will reset and now fly our way back in toward P5. But as we said, Jake, the Ravens, when it comes down to this moment in time, it's good to see them coming out as strong as they have looked. As we said, this is a team that you want to see answer early, considering the young players that they have got over in their camp. Let's go and step aside and see how the comms sound and what is a very, very big game for the OpTic side. Let's go to a listen-in with Texas.
Underneath these up.
Let's try. One is underneath them.
I'm trying to get time.
Afro, we can set this up.
Yo, guys, really big fire tank. Really big. He's going in fire.
I'm long, guys. I'm long control.
Go fire tank. I'm gonna play left.
In post track.
Yo,
watch out.
Are you? I'm saying now.
Yo,
watch out.
I need to write some time. Watch out, and I need to write some time.
What's aLLeY?
Yo, I'm watching, guys.
What's pushing up?
Yo, Gizmo's are long, and then one guy's behind.
Where's that?
Yo, sit down.
Yo, get these guys on phone. Watch out. Literally, bullet their side hold.
Get these guys on phone.
Stay
down.
One was glass.
I can be more for you.
I went.
Last, Dashy. Watch out, one outer.
Touching fire.
Long.
How are you?
He jumped out, outer.
I'm gonna need help, boys. I'm holding aLLeY on me. Just close aLLeY on me, boys.
Last.
Close aLLeY on me. Just holding aLLeY right now.
Last set. Over court, Trey.
Are you?
He went, he's still
Where'd
getting.
he go? Yeah, I spawned fire right now.
You're
I'm
taking
coming
time.
court right now.
Over here. No.
Try
to get to him.
Where's he?
What's dead?
Nice. Keep out of door.
He's off his side.
Yeah, I'm absolute.
I don't see him.
He jumped out. Nice.
Long.
Are you?
I'm only watching under.
Are you? I'm on the.
Yo, yeah, we flipped.
Can you get him?
He's running back. I
Yo, really big guy. Really big.
Yeah, you went
Try to kill the guy. One guy's game. Come on. Guys, gate.
I'm right. I'm under. I don't see you.
Nice, go in.
Yo, long.
Go ahead. Where's he? Yo, one guy's deep street. Yo, stay alive.
Come on.
I'm one shot here.
Yo, I'm in close.
They're still alive there, Brandon.
Yo, long, Gismo.
Are you? I'm many scrap. Yo, sit down.
Last
Are you?
I'm just only close.
I don't see anything at. Yo, outer on you.
Close.
Get
Yo, what's up, Prestinni? In new. He jumped down. He's little P2.
I'm long right now. I don't see anything long.
So overall, good comms out of the OpTic Texas side. More specifically, they've got themselves back in the game. Shotzzy sits on a 5 spree. We got to listen in with OpTic Texas. Let's now check in with the Ravens.
Fire going from P5, I think, on their door. P5.
Help me top, boys. Stop myself. Just hide. Play kills. What's your ball? The B1 dead. From P5. Build that time.
I can't get
It's home. His side stops. Back door. Eddie dead.
Nice, get home. Nice.
Look at Dashy.
Yeah, that's listen, I have your top.
Back door. Dashy weak.
Stack kill. I have your top.
Nice, Jay. What's front tip?
They don't need help.
I believe settle.
Deep street, iLLeY.
Open.
iLLeY's on the truck. Don't listen. I'm hitting through. Play tight.
Yeah, play this time. This is the time.
Don't see that do.
Nice. I believe in you, Ed, bro.
Listen, they're gonna have to come back. He's bottom far. Dashy and behind the back pillar.
Listen, I'm going far. I'm pushing outside far.
He was bottom far. Give me close right.
I'm missing the guy's street, okay?
Yeah,
Go deep street view.
Hold on me, bro.
The fuck?
Whereabouts?
Nice, shit. Yo, listen, I'm shooting fire. I'm shooting fire. You ready? Push up. Oh, that's
I'm going low.
Go
I'm
street.
trying to watch deep street. I can't see him.
Go, listen, come to far.
He's that deep. He's that far deep. Didn't see him. Deep. One shot. Deep. Sit up.
People, push up, challenge you.
Lead dead.
Fire,
dead.
Nice.
Let's go time.
The back door.
Quick, back door. Together.
Naded it.
Left, Shotzzy down. In front of me.
Keep watching front.
Win for boys, give it a run.
I got you.
Calm sounded beautiful from the Ravens side, especially Zero. He so far is just leading the way for his team. 20-13, setting up his young SMG players to hold it down properly. You saw right there with 20 seconds left, he was rotating towards Plat. He eventually dies, but he allows his teammates to get that P2 hardpoint uncontested. And right now, London, they are just rolling. 188 to 121. OpTic need to stop this bleeding.
Yeah, they're going to have to do so. And what? I mean, to start off the year with the Ravens, the conversation was almost on the weak link of Zero. How is he going to perform, right? How is he going to look, especially after the first few games? We knew that the confidence was going to be there in Nastie, Gismo, and Afro, but so far, Zero is leading by example for his young core, doing the best job that he can to get this franchise to the finals. A massive moment for OpTic Texas, a hill that can bring them back in this. The Ravens still lingering. Ravens still around. We'll see what OpTic looks to try to handle this, how they look to handle the pressure. Nice start from Zero. He instantly does rather get traded out. Dashy still holding on toward the top office. Still lingering, still hanging out. 30 valuable points left, but Gismo and Nastie combined for 2. Shotzzy decides to pull out the AR, but he falls as well. A hard point in which OpTic has struggled on previously continues to rear its ugly head. Ravens doing a great job, at least contesting the hill, not allowing for OpTic to really get some seconds on it. Finally, the board does get wiped clean. Final 10 seconds as we prepare for our final hill of the second side.
And look at the play that iLLeY is trying to make. Only being down by 65 points currently. We want to try to flip these spawns so you can at least try to chain it towards that P1 hardpoint. But Nastie, he's putting a couple kills in the feed together. London are able to find 3. iLLeY last player up as the spawns do flip. If you are London, OpTic give up a lot of time on this P5 hardpoint. They can potentially close it out here.
It's all on to Texas. It's all on how OpTic look to play. There's so many variables. Have to worry about the time. They have to worry about so many things. At this moment is 2 line up for iLLeY. Maybe a moment where some light begins to shine on through, but as he gets dropped as well, the time only continues to rack up for the Ravens. OpTic will finally break on in, but as we said, it cannot come in a more desperate time. Scump looks to try to pressure out the spawns as he gets taken down. Keep in mind, player number 6, Nastie, has made his way through the setup. He gets dealt with. The sweat off the brow type of situation if you're OpTic as they prepare for new. The flanks will only look to continue as Gismo. He gets dealt with as well. As we love to say, Jay, perfect hard point from this point on.
They need to make sure that they hold down this P1 for a full 60. And it all starts by just winning your gunfights. You see Zero, 30 and 17. One player, number 6, trying to go for the ultra flank, which is going to be Nastie. Scump does find one. Shotzzy just stalling out time. Just making Nastie waste a lot of time to try to pick up this kill, but so far OpTic, 40 seconds. They've got 20 uncontested. The pressure's coming in from the front. iLLeY and Dashy take down 2, and eventually Nastie and Gismo, they find 2 of their own. They break in.
Gismo finds 2, and just like that, the Ravens have close spawns. They get the squads right there. Only 3 more seconds. Texas have got to break on through. Scump drops as well, and that will be the game. London coming into OpTic Texas territory and walking away with the game 1 hardpoint, as we said, with a young roster like this. Coming out and having a statement type of performance was not just hopeful, it was necessary, and they get it done.
It all came down to that P2 hardpoint. When London, they were controlling the spawns towards back warehouse. They were able to hold that for about 45 seconds. And then eventually OpTic, they were setting up for that P3 hardpoint, but then they were just pushed out way too far towards the middle of the map to where the Ravens, they were able to pick up 2 kills and then eventually flip those spawns 20 seconds into that P3 hardpoint. If you're OpTic, you gotta make sure you're not dying off rotation. You gotta make sure you're playing fundamentally correct. And unfortunately right there for Shotzzy, 15 and 28. didn't really have a hot start in that map, number 1. London take it. Now they're going into a search and destroy where London are not really good at Berlin. They're going to be sitting at 1-5. OpTic are 3-2. But this is the map that OpTic needs to get in this series.
Yeah, without question. I mean, kind of from a bird's eye point of view, or maybe even a Ravens point of view type of situation, we came into this saying it was necessary for the Ravens to win the hardpoint, considering how shaky the search and destroys have been. But based off the stats, right, based off the records, this is a Ravens team that looked like, right, that they are undefeated in hardpoint so far throughout the weekend. A team that is now 5-1 on Berlin specifically. As we said, they needed an answer, and specifically, it's incredible, man. It's 0, 30-18.
And the crazy stuff is that London, Nastie, Gismo, and Afro are always running around together. Zero is the guy that's going for the ultra flank, going for the late pinches, and just allowing his teammates to be super aggressive or flip those spawns whenever he wants. He was controlling that game from start to finish. He was just controlling the spawns. He was hitting the left side towards that P3, and then every time that OpTic were trying to get towards P4, that is where London, that was their best hard point. The fact that they were able to get at least a good 35 to 40 seconds on 2 rotations of that hill, great job from them. They just have to keep up that momentum. Good start for them in this series.
Yeah, and as we said, that momentum is so crucial for a young roster like this. I mean, I think that are on average one of the youngest teams that we have in the entirety of the CDL. For those that maybe aren't as familiar with the Ravens, basically built like the Seattle Surge for the most part, right? A veteran in combination with some young pieces and some young stars at that, as these guys answer early.
And the one thing that's even more scary for me is that the last time that these guys matched up, it was the very first match of the qualifier. They go all the way to a Game 5. The only 3 players that were over a 1.0 KD was everyone on the side of London but Zero. And if Zero is playing the way that he is right now, this is going to be a tough team to try to take down.
And I know we always talk about it, right? You know, the consideration for the best player in Europe is, and I think it's fair to say, man, Zero is making the case. Obviously, with the win yesterday versus Bance, his case definitely gets increased a decent amount. But having W's like this, taking OpTic the way that he has so far in this series, we'll see how it continues to progress, definitely increases his chances of holding on to that title. But now, my friend, walk into this next search and destroy. As we said, it has been really the strength for OpTic. Typically, when we talk about OpTic teams of old, it has not necessarily been the strength in the search destroys. It has been more about the respawns. It's been more about the raw slaying talent. And specifically in search and destroy, the guy who started off, right, that Tuscan search and destroy, the ace versus FaZe, Shotzzy leads the way for this team throughout the year.
Yeah, throughout qualifiers, OpTic, their biggest game mode that they needed to work on was S&D. But just watching them yesterday in that 6-0 versus Atlanta FaZe, their teamwork was insane. Shout out to the coaching staff of Ray and Sender, because he just wanted to make sure that the coordination was there. Everything, team nades was on point. Everyone was setting up for crossfires. They need to have that same exact mentality here, because that teamwork, when you can do that versus Atlanta FaZe, your S&D should basically be unstoppable.
And that's, I think, what a lot of people thought would, or rather they would hope would happen with bringing in a coach like Rambo, obviously having Cinder there as well. And then, right, you bring in some excellent pieces, a player like iLLeY, who, I mean, has been playing Search Destroy tournaments since he was like 11. I think he said he won his first gold when he was barely like 9 or 10 years old. The guy's been playing it for a while. We know the talent of a player like Shotzzy, especially how he can handle those up close and personal SMG fights. This is what we wanted and what we hoped that we would see from this OpTic team, because as we said, Jay, previously, OpTic rosters, they dropped the opening hardpoint, and that is where we start to get scared. But knowing what we do, Search Destroy it, this is what they expect.
Yeah, this is exactly what they expect. And if you guys just saw that graphic, they really like to attack this B-bomb on Berlin. 71% attack rate. They basically do not even go towards that A-bomb. So if you're London, you probably want to stack that side of the map.
We'll see the preparation where it's got them. As we said, the Ravens have been on Berlin many a times and have yet to see a ton of success. Quite a few round 11s, quite a bit of overtime moments for this Ravens roster, sitting with a 1-5 record. On the other side for OpTic, they've seen more success here. Take a look at that. Number 1 in offensive wins as well, and obviously a lot of that has to do with the way they like to work the sites.
And just looking at these stats from Zero, 1.67 on that map, number 1. Gotta try to slow this guy down if you are on the side of OpTic, but here we go. OpTic having iLLeY carry that bomb. Play slow towards B, but all out aggression towards A. Gismo gets the first.
The total opposite of what we like to expect is Afro. A huge kill is going to give the Ravens instantly the man count advantage, not just for 1, but for 2. A great double kill there from the youngster, as now it's iLLeY left in the 1 versus 3. Granted, he does have the bomb. He's going to look to plant that one down. Plenty of space and a lot of room to work with, but that room is about to change.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. iLLeY is a great search and destroy player. All 3 players from London are just stacking. Flames trade effectively, but he's able to take down one. Now in a 1v2 situation, they know the positioning of iLLeY. Just gonna try to back down. Just a couple of tacticals. He's able to at least spot one player crossing towards that bomb. There's only 20 seconds left. iLLeY can potentially clutch this.
They didn't see him. They did not see him go into library. They have no idea that he's here. Afro's gonna be on the fuse. That's gonna be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro on the fuse, but it doesn't matter. iLLeY coming out hot. A 1v3 in round one.
What a play out of iLLeY.
He's getting loud.
To just go for that 1v3 bomb plant. He takes down the first and just plays it beautifully. If you're London, you have to try to watch that cross. You cannot allow that player to reflank you, but that's exactly how you want to start it if you're OpTic in this map number 2.
There you see the tweets. Today we finish what we started. A similar impact to the search and destroy yesterday. We saw Shotzzy with the ace. This time it's iLLeY with the 1v3. Ravens instantly on the attack. You're gonna have to get that out of their minds instantly as the Texas boys decide to vacate the bomb site. That's only gonna give more room for Ravens to work. As Nastie's got the objective on his back and Afro's position is gonna be known. He found 2 very valuable kills in that search destroy. Set his teammates up nicely. Overall did not get the job done, but how about the nade from iLLeY again?
Now into 4v3, OpTic do have the man advantage. Scump does spot a player towards back alley, but iLLeY's on a 4-speed. Dashy takes down Nastie as well. iLLeY should be able to come behind this player, but Shotzzy takes him down to 1v4. Easy read coming in from Dashy. 4 up, 4 down. OpTic, get the round.
Are you kidding me? iLLeY literally ran out the hallway, doesn't even look toward his left. Why? Because Dashy has his back.
Telling you, the crossfires are there, man.
I was gonna say, you said that yesterday. You're like, the crossfire, they're accidentally having these incredible crossfires. This team coordination is absolutely fantastic. And of course, it all starts off with the nade, which is what just seems to be the story in Search Destroy. Whether it's the Thieves or whether it's OpTic, the nades seem to be telling us the story so far at our Major 1 tournament. No trophies, and at least if you're OpTic, no problem for now, as iLLeY starting things off 4-0. And Texas look to make it a nice 3-0 start, now back on attack.
And London will be a super aggressive towards the middle of the map, and Dashy gets another first blood. Yesterday in that game 5 versus Atlanta, he got 5 out of 6 first bloods in the 6-0. He finds a second as well. Immediately gonna be a 4v2 OpTic. They had the man advantage. It's eventually time to work this objective.
Who said the auto can't be great in close range? Dashy showing us all kinds of ways to maneuver. A very valuable weapon in this game, as we know. Gismo nearly gonna gain the haircut. Dashy looking for the ace. Zero, the last man alive, and he'll go for a dip. 3 up and 3 down. 3 impressive rounds from Texas.
And I'm pretty sure OpTic have 2 players who have yet to die. Dashy's on a 5-spree, iLLeY's on a 4, so they can both work towards that glide bomb. But this has been textbook search and destroy coming in from OpTic in these early rounds. If you are London, this is the round. You need to try to stop the bleeding. The crowd is starting to get into it. Green wall needs the energy. But here we go. London back on the attack. This time they're gonna go towards B.
See what they can do. Zero watching the cross, so he'll have information that it's gonna be a 2-2 split. Ravens with that info, they gotta be careful. They know that Dashy's gonna be back here with the sniper, but on the other end, it's iLLeY. Up close already at the docks, and he'll also escape with his life as well. Slithering back, repositioning. Texas once more with the first blood, and Ravens having that bomb dropped. You can see it, just a little bit of a rattling of the mind. Somewhat scrambled for the moment, 50 seconds left. As Afro looks to make a play, but again, Ravens with no real awareness, no real positioning of where the Texas players are at.
3v4 situations for the Ravens are usually not successful. They have a 50% win rate when they are down a man, but iLLeY at least takes down one before he is traded. So in 3v2 situation, 30 seconds left. The bomb is gonna be picked up. Afro tries to attack this towards B, but look at number 4. He's gonna slowly try to work this flank, try to get great timing on Zero.
Oh, and he absolutely could. He absolutely could, Scump. Around the Rosie, thank you very much. All on to Afro now in a 1v2. 13 seconds left, but this one not gonna belong to Scump either. 10 more seconds. And Afro, does he let to go for the plant? He does. He actually does hop on it. He'll have time for the plant. Dashy gonna have to challenge this quick. Afro's prepared. Sitting on 5 in a row is Bruce. What a round this could be for the Ravens. What a round it could be for London. It's Dashy. Of course it's Bruce again. Denying the 1v3 and giving OpTic their 4th round in a row.
Dashy stepping up in this game, number 2, 6-1 on a 6-3. Got a little scary though, when Scump loses that gunfight, forces it to the 1v1. But Dashy, he's got some ice in his veins. Able to clutch it up. Now 1 off that glide bomb. Back on the attack. Once again, this is what OpTic do. They slow, steady towards that B bomb. Eventually they go for that bomb plant. Zero's at least able to spot one player wrapping back. So number 7, which is gonna be Gismo. The attack is gonna come in from OpTic, because either he has to get one or get out with his life.
Zero has to know that's a bait, right? He obviously saw the nade get thrown. There's nobody there. Ravens gonna have to be ready for this. The information given from the vet and Gismo. The young gun picking up from the veteran, getting the information, but Scump and Dashy combined for 2, just like that. Dashy as well earns the glide bomb. Zero rotates with the sniper, as it's gonna have to be him and Nastie with the man disadvantage. Quickly even, now 2v2, but Scump spots Nastie. All on to Zero with the sniper, a 1v2. Can he catch the timing? Can he catch the timing as one player looks to rotate Scump?
He spots
does
him.
in fact spot him.
Double challenge.
That's what they're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to do that. But Zero looks to reposition. OpTic not gonna go for the plant. They look to go for the rush. They want the kill. They're hungry for it. They're chasing them down. Zero has no idea that they've been here the whole time. No plant, no problem. 5-0.
This has been flawless search and destroy. Dashy 8-1. Keep in mind, now they're going into a defense. He has that glide bomb to work with. So if you're London, B is basically chalked. You do not want to give up that first blood to the glide bomb. It has to be an all-out A attack. If I'm OpTic right here, you stack that A bomb, allow Dashy to eventually just sit and fire, try to play for a pick. But you play that A bomb, don't allow them to play B. This should be a flawless 6-0 from OpTic.
We're really gonna see another 6-0, 11 rounds straight out of OpTic Texas. As you called it, it's gonna have to be an A push. Everybody aware of such as the streak remains in the balance. Scump nearly turns on the second 2v2. Now it's all up to Nastie. 1v1. Bruce versus Nastie, considering that Dashy does have that streak. It could really come down to timing if Nastie decides to rotate this.
And honestly, Nastie tries to take this bomb towards B. Dashy, he's watching this cross. He's just trying to go back and forth. If he can get great timing, all you have to do is invest that glide bomb. You should be able to close it out. But Nastie, he's going to try to go through fire and play for this gunfight.
Dashy sees him. Dashy's got him in his sights. Another 6-0. Are you kidding me? They do it yesterday versus Atlanta, and now they do it versus London. 12 rounds in a row. And we've got ourselves a series, baby.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. OpTic coming alive. That's 12 rounds in a row for Search and Destroy for the green wall. Flawless S&D right there. Now they're going into a control. It's going to be on Gavutu, and I'm pretty sure OpTic, so far, their record in control are 6-1. But just look at the stat line from Dashy. 9-1 taking over the game. iLLeY starts it off by getting that 1v3. Such a tone setter right off the rip of the game. London just simply didn't have an answer. It probably would have been that Afro 1v3 if he would have got it. But Dashy just shuts him down, man. That was clean search and destroy from OpTic.
And you think too, like you go back to the 1v3 from iLLeY, right? That clutch, that ability to allow for that record to remain intact, that had to tilt London in a number of different ways. But we've got ourselves a 1-1 game, and I know we've got Gavutu control to talk about, but Jay, real fast, what has impressed you the most? I mean, I know that we can talk about a number of different things for OpTic. Obviously, they're flawless in search and destroy these last 2 games. But what has been the most impressive thing? What's been the biggest difference maker from the qualifiers now to the major?
Just their teamwork, man. You can just tell that they're communicating every single second. Like right there, even though there's one player left, actually somebody's calling out like, this guy potentially could be flanking. And they're immediately set up for that. And right there, even towards that final round there, Scump, he was able to push his way through back alley. He finds that kill into the window, and then you would think that Scump is gonna die because all of London are coming from plat. But Dashy's just ready with that auto. Preems down the sights, he takes down the kill. The teamwork right now from OpTic in Search and Destroy is insane.
It absolutely is. And obviously, as we mentioned, one of the biggest moments throughout this game has got to be the 1v3, Jay.
Insane stuff coming in from iLLeY. Once he found that first kill, if you're London, you just want to hop that bomb immediately. They wasted too much time on just trying to locate iLLeY, and then eventually they don't watch that cross. They allow this guy to get in towards Library and eventually finds that last kill and makes that 1v3 look easy. The guy's been doing it since he was in diapers. Does it again.
Does indeed. Social definitely enjoying the performance there at iLLeY. An incredible clutch, and now he has got OpTic Texas in a wonderful position as they answer big in this Search Destroy. And now we've got ourselves a 1-1 game. Championship Sunday already starting off hot. Folks, when we come back after the break, it is time for Kuavo to control. Stay with us.
Exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. Energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to Sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock. I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the OpTic Texas Major. It is Championship Sunday, and we are starting things off right. We've got ourselves a 1-to-1 series, and if you're just joining us, you missed a lot. We'll try to recap it the best way that we can. London take game one, and, well, Search and Destroy, it was absolutely dominant. OpTic Texas with a 6-0 victory there on Berlin, but now, Jake, it sets us up for this control. Talk to me about the numbers. Talk to me about the importance of this game three.
So right now, the best team in the game that we have at this mode is OpTic, but their only loss in control, as they are 6-1, is to London. Okay. But it was on a totally different map, and they're not going to be playing that today. They're going to be playing Gavutsu. They're 1-0 on that map. Their only win came against Boston. They ended up 3-0 in them. But on the opposite side for London, they are 4-1 on this map. They really enjoy this map. If you are OpTic, it all just comes down to the slaying. Every single player on the side of the Ravens are over a 1.0 KD on this map. If Dashy can put up the same performance that he's been doing all throughout this control, pretty sure he's #1 overall KD with a 1.4. Yeah. That guy needs to be the answer here.
Yeah, and this is the perfect map to do it on, right?
Yeah.
That's a performance on Tuscan. We talk often about how the SMGs can just dominate, how they can roll on Tuscan. This feels like it could be Bruce's map to take over with 9-1 in the Search Destroy. We'll see what he can do on the control and right on cue, Jay, the first blood.
He's just got a beamer. He's got a gunny on him, man. As OpTic are gonna be in the defense. Gismo Nastie able to find a couple kills, but Shotzzy works his way to the backside of ship. He takes down both. But just look at the plays coming in from London. Zero's able to sneak his way all the way through B. And OpTic, they're going to be late to read this. He's going to get the first tick of progression.
And we actually had Merc talk about this not long ago, about how teams, kind of being sneaky whenever it comes down to the indicator at the top of your screen. If you're hopping on A and B at the same time, you often cannot tell that there's a player on that B zone. It takes a lot of awareness to be prepared for it. And look at the progress that they're making. They've already got 1 tick. That's now going to be 2 ticks at arguably the most difficult control point in the entirety of the game. And of course, it is the veteran. It is Trey Morris doing the work for the Ravens end. While he does get wiped away, again, that is the best start that you can have for London, considering they were getting outslayed heavily at the ship. They overall win the fights, as now Nastie will resume position at B.
They're just committing towards the B point. They should be able to close this out. Number 5. Who's sitting top rank, which is going to be Zero. He does lose that gunfight, so now OpTic, time to put the pressure on, eliminate this player from this point. That's going to be 3 dead. Only player farthest pushed up is going to be Afro. OpTic tied up in lives. There's only 55 seconds left. OpTic just have to try to play for some map control.
And you can tell London, right? They want to work so heavily at B. They know the progress that they've made, and they may have to chalk it for now. Focus on the more preferred of the two. aBeZy, a few shots into the rocks. Ravens still staying alive inside the boat for the moment. The Scump gets dealt with toward the outer alley of green. iLLeY able to pick him apart. So with that, the stack is in for the moment. Nice shots coming through from Ender. But nonetheless, the Ravens still with the overall control. But take a look at player 3. Shotzzy is going to try to make the play. This could absolutely spoil all of the progress that the Ravens have made. A few players from the front and Shotzzy from the back. One more player left inside a boat. Zero. Gonna try to be the saving grace, but take a look at Shotzzy. He's got 1, he's got 2, he's got 3 in his sights, and Texas will take them all down. Stack them up and knock them down. Texas take down the entire Ravens roster. And with 15 seconds left, London knows this round is over.
You just want to not give away as many lives as you can if you're the Ravens. OpTic turn this round completely. Just dominated the later half of this first round. Up by 7 lives, 5. Spree coming in from Dashy. That's how you hold on the defensive side.
And those are the plays, if you're London, that you cannot afford to lose. Yeah. As we said, they make all kinds of progress at B. They want to continue to push it. They want to continue to grab the more difficult point of the two. And of course that makes sense, but that is where things can get so punishing on a map like Gavutsu, Jay. When you're on the attacking end, so quickly can everything go from in your favor to the exact opposite. Ravens learned that the hard way. And despite all of the work, it still sits with Texas in the driver's seat with the life advantage. And with the 1-round lead as well, as we're gonna go back to B. Texas walk right through the door, claim it as theirs. And now they find themselves on that B zone. Shotzzy now at 4 in a row.
And we have 2 players on it too, so this is gonna go pretty quick. Scump has a huge 1-on-1, he's able to win it. Oh, player number 7 is gonna be also red. Second tick is about to be completed. OpTic, they're playing this flawlessly. That's gonna be another 2 dead. Afro, he does find one. And Gismo does find a second, but there's still 2 players here from OpTic. You just have to both win your one-on-ones. Crossfire coming in from Scump. Scump and iLLeY holding it down there, able to complete this B point.
That kill's being heard in Frisco, for God's sake. The nice beamer coming through from iLLeY. Shotzzy again on the flank, disrupting on the outside of the boat. Trying to clear the way right now for Texas. A few players off spawn, but Shotzzy, it feels like he cannot miss.
Oh my.
He cannot miss. He cannot miss. Shotzzy in 4 in a row. iLLeY with 5. The newcomers on this OpTic team proving their worth in the biggest of situations. Shotzzy will end it at 5, but 2 ticks already at bottom boat. It just feels like it has to be an OpTic round at this point. Gismo falls as well. And that record that Ravens hold so dearly, how dominant they have been on defense, will come to an end. Dominant.
So dominant coming in from OpTic. London were 11-1 on this map on the defensive side. They started off by just dominating that B point, man. Kill after kill. Shotzzy completely forgot about that first map. Just put himself on a 5 spree to close out that last round. Feels like momentum is starting to change. OpTic in command of this game on another defensive side.
The biggest problem for London is that you find yourself 2-0. Now with having to win an attacking round as well. Could not be much worse if you are the London side, but we'll see if this group can start to dig deep. And one player that we've got to look out for, the one player who can lead the charge, is Afro, the second-year player for this London team, the only player from Cold War, and for reasons like this. Movement absolutely perfect there from Afro, trying to clear things out for Green. And as we said, setting his teammates up at that A point as they'll stop the clock.
And OpTic are currently up by at least 20 kills, just in case it does go to that round number 5. You see OpTic, they're gonna make sure that they're pushing up towards this beach side. They do not want to give up top green control. Scump trying to do everything he can to try to take back green control. He does spot Afro, huge one-on-one engagement to take him out of their base. This is gonna allow players to start setting them up pinches. Look at number 3 on your minimap, Shotzzy, once again going for that flank.
Shotzzy with the game, potentially. I mean, we talked about how big this could be. The Ravens foot, they've got full control. Meanwhile, peekaboo, here I am, Shotzzy for 1. Desperately trying to find the second. He gets dealt with. Good control out of the Ravens as we continue to battle on both sides of the map. And really, it's either side walking away with those fights. 35 seconds left, and for London, they've got to get an objective soon. They've got to make A their home. But with the pressure that Texas currently have, they're not gonna give this one away for free. They are not gonna give this one up easy. As Scump starts things off nicely with the kill onto Nastie. 2 more fall. It's about to be 4 down as player 7 and Gismo has got to make the play. You see him in the center of your map, desperately hunting for information, hunting for kills, as he'll find 2. Meanwhile, Scump 1 away from the glide bomb, if we can even see another round. Only seconds left, and Shotzzy, with the greatest of shots, takes down 1. London trying to get onto the point. Shotzzy aware of their position. He's got the pistol, got something prepared. Not gonna work out as Ravens will hold. They get the stack, and they've got a minute at it.
So now if you're OpTic, you just want to make sure you're playing this defense flawlessly. You need to get someone towards that top ring. You cannot allow them to push through that front side. As you see number 7, which is Gismo, holding that top ring. Zero and Afro able to find a couple kills. iLLeY has to try to stay alive here. You do not want to down on the left side, but 35 seconds left. This is basically going to be the Ravens' last push. They go 4 dead here. This is not going to be it.
They go 4 dead. This looks to be over. Zero enters into the 5 spree streaks. Could be in his future, but iLLeY with the beamer. iLLeY with the beamer! Continues to be clutch as London tied in lives. iLLeY falls. That could be the opening as Gismo's able to find a double. A massive 1v1, but Dashy's able to take it. Backs on up and waits for his teammates off spawn. The final charge, the final moment for London. Can they get to the point? Somebody's gonna have to hop on it. Somebody's gonna have to get here, but as Afro drops, it's not just gonna be a 6-0 in the search and destroy, but it will be a 3-0 in the control.
That is 2 flawless maps coming in from OpTic. clean search and destroy. But to come out and dominate their very first defense, where it looked like London, they started off really well. Like they were on beat point, you got 2 ticks of aggression, but once they shut down that push, they were able to just get up on the map. Shotzzy was causing havoc in the back of their spawn, and then they go into the next round. They were dominant on that offense. They go out and just capture that beat point. Once they capture B, you know how easy it is to get A. You get a clean 4 dead, it should be chalked at that point. OpTic are not messing around. That's 2 back-to-back maps where they're just playing their best Call of Duty.
And the scariest part, right, thinking about the future of this tournament, right, if OpTic do make it into the finals, right, we're gonna see 2 controls. Not just the Tuscan, which they've been great on, but the 2 times that they played Gavutu, it's been 3-0 stomps, right? They beat Breach 3-0 the first time they played it. We were worried about that for them. They come out and dominate, and now versus the Ravens, one of the best teams that we have in control, only their 2nd time playing the map is Texas, and they 3-0 as well. Excellent composure, and you've got to imagine, man, all of that hype, all of the energy that Ravens had after that first map victory, it is gone.
And just looking at the teamwork from OpTic, just before this map even started, Dashy was #1 KD in control. I'm pretty sure he put up like 12 and 12. Didn't really need to do a lot because Shotzzy was just causing so many problems in the back of their spawn. Clutch kill after clutch kill. Scump and Shotzzy were able to close out this last defense. He goes on a 6 spree, takes them both down. And then once iLLeY was able to find that first kill, he finds the last 2 on this point. And with 25 seconds left, they're spawning all the way across the map. OpTic are just not messing around. They want to get to that grand finals.
And as we said, man, I mean, it's unbelievable too because it's not in the hard points.
Yeah.
It's through the search destroys. It is through the controls. The consistency from this OpTic team is absolutely staggering. A great reply. Obviously, as we said, after losing the opening hard point, I don't know if we've ever seen a 6-0 search destroy followed up by a 3-0 control. But you have now, at the very least. If that's not worth the price of admission, then I have absolutely no idea what is. But let's go and take a look back at the incredible play from Shotzzy, man, in that control. We'll take a look back at it here in a few moments. I mean, just a number of different highlight plays. But Jay, that, for me at least, felt like it sealed the deal.
Yeah, Shotzzy, with our Scump play of the game, he just makes his way through top ship. He finds that first kill, and this will make Shotzzy Shotzzy. Look how fast he's just maneuvering around the map. Hey, open the window, hip fire, I'm gonna get that kill. I'm immediately jumping out, gonna find another one, and then give me the 3rd as well. Shotzzy is just an insane beast in Call of Duty, and that is why they were able to just dominate the way that they did on that map #3. But now they're going into a Tuscan hardpoint. This is a good map for both of these teams, but on one side, it's gonna be London, who are 3-0. On the opposite side, it's OpTic, who are 2-0. But for OpTic, one player specifically dominates this map, and it's iLLeY. He has a 1.5 on hardpoint Tuscan.
Oh, 1.5?
Insane.
That's actually wild. A 1.5 on Tuscan hardpoint. How often do we talk about iLLeY being the X factor for this team? He has had an excellent showing so far in this series, specifically in that search destroys. We talked about it, a 1v3, and like round #1, it was already off the start, setting the tone, and from there, OpTic have rode that momentum to this very point. Let's go and take a look at hardpoint top performance so far throughout the season. We've talked about it, right? It really feels like Shotzzy is having that MVP-like season already up to this point, sits at a 1.12. But the ace, right? It feels like in the back pocket for this Ravens roster is Joey Owen. Gismo, Mr. Consistent. He has been so great in our qualifiers. The last guy added to this Ravens team, and they have seen nothing but a return and then some on his performance. We look at a number of different guys right from this Ravens team, but if Gismo can go off the way that we know he can, the way that he did in qualifiers, we very well could have a Game 5, Jay.
Yeah, Gismo, at the qualifiers, I'm pretty sure he put up a 1.4 in this series. And right now, so far in hardpoint, he's sitting at a 1.14, a little bit better than Shotzzy, but Shotzi's gun looks a little bit more warmed up. There's no way he's gonna go double negative on this map. OpTic are in control of this series. They find themselves on a great map for both of these teams. The only thing that they need to fix is their holds on hardpoints, because we know how great London are when they're breaking into certain hardpoints. On a map like Tuscan, it can definitely get out of hand if you cannot get to that P3 hardpoint. P3 is that money hill. If you're OpTic, you need to make sure you're there early on the rotation.
Yeah, it feels like Tuscan is like one of the crazier maps.
It is.
Like, obviously we have Bocage, so it's like, you know, whatever. But we're talking about, I mean, it feels like the craziness of this map. The SMGs can get flying, they can get frying. Meanwhile, it feels like every hardpoint at a certain time, except for P5, can be a money hill. But here we go. So far, both teams undefeated on Tuscan hardpoint. Something's gonna have to give. OpTic Texas OpTic specifically, their banner. Right, we talked about the Huntsman previously, but this OpTic team, the OpTic organization, looking to get to their first finals since CDL Las Vegas in 2018. The first time that Dashy was brought onto this roster. He had a performance and a half, and it feels like similar things so far at the OpTic Texas Major. Can they get it done on home soil? It's time to find out.
Here we go. P1 hardpoint. We know how mixy this one can get. Trades going back and forth, but OpTic have control. And usually when you're spawning on the side that London are on, you usually get this P1 hardpoint. Usually a majority of the time, but OpTic, they're putting so much pressure on the backside. Dashy's holding down the middle of the map. This has been a flawless start to this hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, Dashy just gonna hang out, right? He's got 2 kills. He's done his job already. OpTic Texas, an excellent start toward this opening. Shotzzy sees 2. Eyes get real wide, but not able to find either as Ravens for the first time. Able to get a few seconds, but iLLeY right on cue, trades back and forth. Ravens will look to hold for the moment. As we said, OpTic prepared for next. One of the best hills on this game is coming up, and we'll see how the Ravens elect to try and break this, relying heavily on the vet throughout this series, and specifically in this game. Zero has been putting up, honestly, MVP-like numbers, and we'll see if he can help lead the charge for his young crew. But holding that back tank is iLLeY. Ever so strong, ever so solid in moments like this, eventually gets dropped, and it comes in the hands of the vet.
So now the spawn 2 flip. London are able to break through the backside. Zero does find 2. Scump trying to do everything he can to just stay alive towards top plat, allow his teammates to get back into the play. Shotzi's here, he takes down 2, and once again, OpTic, they're holding this from the front side. 25 seconds remaining. Number 2 right now, the first thing you gotta be thinking about is that rotation, and that's exactly what iLLeY is doing as OpTic are finding kill after kill, getting all this remaining junk time.
I'm just saying, OpTic was holding it despite not having numbers either. OpTic will leave that hard point. Obviously, they wanted more time, but they'll be leaving that quite happy, knowing that they're prepared for next as well. Player number 8 sneaks his way through. No trigger discipline, because why? He's got some extra teammate support. Nastie with the up-close fight. Great work coming in from London as they've got the young guns making their way through roofs. Texas are here, but a few nades could get them weak. It's going to come down to Scump. He and Shotzzy going to try to hold down this roof themselves. That's 2. Zero on the opposite end takes down 2 of his own. Half the lobby drops, and nobody currently sits in the hill. Ravens are going to have a preferred positioning. Wow. But Dashy will hold, and he'll get the time just like that. All of that progress goes out the window.
Such great plays coming in from Dashy and iLLeY. iLLeY was that player that was playing towards top fire. He wraps his way around roofs, blocks that spawn, and it eventually spawns all of the Ravens towards that P1 side, and OpTic are eventually able to get in. 20 seconds remaining on this point. Kill after kill is in favor of OpTic Texas. And look already on the rotation. Number 3, Shotzzy, is going to be there early.
Again, it just feels like Texas every time, right? They're getting a majority of the time, and they're winning the rotations. They have players who are being so sneaky. Right on cue, Shotzzy falls. And this could be the first time where the Ravens could really start to dig their heels into this game. Over at Church, the nice nade to start. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Texas strong through the field, and just like that, 3 enter the feed, make it 4 down. Texas break again. Sitting on a 10-team spree for the moment. The slang continues to favor the boys on home soil. As iLLeY sits on 5, Dashy falls, and iLLeY goes down as well. Ravens doing everything they can to fight for every single second, knowing the dominance that can easily be displayed by the other side, as the trades will only look to continue. Texas with the time, Texas with the fights. They can do no wrong. 112 to 52. We head toward P5, our last hard point of the first set of rotations. The crowd rooting them on. One more map away. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound. A listening with OpTic Texas.
One shot stairs. Yes, absolute point.
Yo, what's wall me? What's wall?
Are you outside over?
I'm going around.
I'm gonna challenge that.
I'm going around. They're gonna know. They saw me cross.
I got Sunner.
Yo, that's 2. Gismo's on time as well.
I'm trying to time.
Let's go.
In the
right corner. What's high low?
Nade time.
I need time as well.
Right corner.
Shit on!
What? They could be stairs.
Yo, right side. I'm nading.
Yes, Afro heavily.
Right side train.
Watch
Yo, iLLeY. You got it? Okay. Yeah.
Can you time now? Okay, naded.
I'm nading their side. Stay down. I need their side.
Need their side?
Still holding low.
Did you have the door?
Yo, Nastie there.
Watch on the right corner. Watch on the right
Remember's
corner.
laying down. Yo,
Watch
yo,
on
there.
Hold really, guys. Move right corner, guys.
Two there. Another guy there. Catch out. Get on.
Good.
What guys are you?
Stand up.
Our side, you guys.
All right, we should go. I can DNA. We could DNA.
Yeah, I think it's on our side. You.
Let's shot.
OpTic is hyped. Scump is letting them know, and so is iLLeY and Shotzzy combining for kills. The Ravens already having their score doubled. All the pressure in the world now falls on their shoulders. Let's step aside and see how the comms now sound with London.
One shot left. Lady, you. It's on the left side.
He's weak. I'm starting out. Left side, got it.
Left side.
After you done.
Last guy heal. Blame Watch you.
Have you got time?
I'll get you mid. I'll get left. Do we get left?
Get left, Joey. Get left. I've got Ash Cost until you got it.
They go left. Alright, get time, Baron. Come get time, Baron.
I've rolled around, Trey.
Two comms. What, they pushed up towards Luke?
No, push out. You went ramp straight away. You went to arch, okay? It's going to be back.
On me, hold on.
Nice. There's two.
I want on me fucking maps here.
Go at maps.
Wait for you.
This nigga.
And the intensity for the Ravens, you can just tell that they are trying to fight back into this game, but OpTic, they're just so far ahead. They're flipping the spawns whenever they want. 181 to 98. They're able to find a couple kills though. OpTic's still gonna have those back spawns, but London able to break through the front. 45 seconds remaining on this point.
This could be a great moment. This could be a great moment for London. We'll watch and see how they look to handle this. They've got the time and they've got the spawns in their hands for next. All of that in mind, this could be, if it's handled perfectly, it could get them back in this game as Afro will end his spree. Nastie, the only player alive at the point, is OpTic with the C's on in. They'll take him down as well. They look good for the final 20 seconds, and that will put them so close to 250. Not losing fights. The double century mark will be eclipsed as we head in toward Fountain, the hill that could bring the Ravens back or that could put Texas in the finals.
And OpTic are ready. They're trying to set up this pinch. Scump attacking the roofs. Does not win the initial gunfight. You still have two players here. Shotzzy just trying to read these players, trying to flank them, but all of OpTic starting to spawn out towards roofs. Shotzzy's able to find one. The pressure's starting to come from the back. If he can pick up this kill towards Vine, that'll be huge. That's going to be 3 dead. Last play in the back is going to be Afro. Make it for OpTic. Get the break.
OpTic get the break again. And Shotzzy one away from the glide bomb as well. Continuing to pile on the success versus London. As they'll look to break in, but it just feels like desperation points at this moment. 20 valuable ones left as the feed will fill with Raven advantages, but Shotzzy cannot seem to lose an engagement. 25 and 15 from the Ant-Man. Tosses out the nade and hits the shots as well. iLLeY's on the flank. It feels like Texas can do no wrong. iLLeY drops, but 225, 134. It's gonna take one more break.
And this is where we say usually London have to play perfect hard point from here on out. Because the way that OpTic are playing right now, 20 and 10 out of Dashy, 26 and 16 out of Shotzzy. As Dashy does find that first kill, you see OpTic, they're just trying to take this time. You do not want to go one by one. You want to set up this team push. You have a player trying to approach through that P1 side. A huge one-on-one. Scump's able to win it. Shotzzy attacks the top as well. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player here is going to be Afro. He goes down. Another clean 4 dead.
And OpTic can win it here. The Ravens will have to do their best to try and delay as Zero makes his way over toward field. Trying to provide some cover fire for his teammates, but his teammates don't happen to be even on the map right now. Zero says, I'll do it myself. As Shotzzy flies in from the skies. Incredible plays out of Shotzzy. At least allows the team kill. The Ravens will hold on and force the final rotation potentially of this game. Over at P5, 9 more points needed for OpTic. iLLeY caught off guard with the nade. Shotzzy will look to pick up from where his longtime teammate just left off. 3 strong through the bottom, 3 strong through the bottom. 1 more player left inside of the point. Can OpTic, can they make it their final push? Can they make it their final push? The teamwork is there. The shots are in. OpTic Texas looked like it could be theirs. And it will be a finals appearance.
come out slow in that map number 1. But the next 3 maps were basically textbook. They 6-0 in the Search and Destroy. They dominate the Control 3-0. And then to start that hard point, Shotzzy was flipping the spawn whenever he wanted. Usually on the opposite side, what makes London so good at hardpoint is that they're able to slate with the best. The only player to go positive on that map was Zero. Gismo really didn't have a good performance there, but such a great showing coming in from OpTic. The gun started to get a little more hot. You can just tell that they were playing with nothing but confidence. The fact that they were able to dominate that Search and Destroy the way that they did, dominate the Control the way that they did, and then to come in here and just make the lead so big, it made Ravens, they had to try to fight back into this game, but 30 and 17 out of Shotzzy, 28 non-traded kills, followed up by Dashy, 25 and 12. Not a single player positive on the side of the Ravens, but OpTic finally make it back to a grand final.
And again, that's versus a Ravens team who coming into that map had yet to lose a hard point here at Major 1. That record ends, and the Ravens will now be sent to the elimination bracket. OpTic Texas at their major will be in the finals. They've got a date and that good old best of 9. And as we said, Jay, this was a situation that we were in at the Major 1 qualifiers. They were facing off against this Ravens team. OpTic was down in the dumps. Back-to-back Game 5, Round 11 losses, an 0-2 record, and questions galore on whether or not this team was even going to work, on if this team was even going to be able to contend. And just weeks later, the turnaround on what they've been able to do, 3 straight in the qualifiers, and so far, flawless at their major. Nothing short of impeccable.
Definitely impeccable from OpTic. To see how fast they made these changes too, because at the end of that qualifier, you know, they ended up going on that 3-win streak, but there's still a couple things that they needed to work on. The fact that their S&D is looking this clean, that means that they're doing non-stop work. Every single interview, Scump says, we're just putting in hella work, and so far it's been showing, man. Congratulations on making it to the grand finals.
Yeah, man, absolutely unbelievable stuff out of the OpTic Texas side. As we said, it's been a while since this OpTic banner has been in that finals position, and now they've got their chance. All that left to be decided is who's going to join them there. But let's go and sit it down to the main stage. It is our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Miles, take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much, Lando. I'm joined by Big Bruce himself. Congratulations, man. That was a wild series. You started off a little slow, but you guys got it, together. You took on one of the toughest slaying squads in the game, and you came out on top. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, we're in finals, which is, shout out to the Green Wall, everyone that's here. Appreciate you guys. But just give credit to London. I mean, they're playing some really good COD right now, and they just caught us off guard, and you got to give credit to them.
Grand finals now await, man. It's been a minute for you guys, especially under the OpTic banner. Any nerves, in front of this kind of crowd?
I mean, obviously, we're trying to pull through for the Green Wall. I mean, it's like that's priority number 1, but no, there's not really pressure. I mean, we're just gonna play our game and try to come out with a dub. I love you too.
Is there any team you want to play in that finals? Obviously, we've got some tough teams still in the comp. Is there anyone looking forward to playing? Obviously, you haven't faced Toronto.
No preference for that. I mean, every team, we're still gonna we're still gonna do our thing. So I mean, I'm not really gonna pick a team just in case bad juju. I'm not gonna do that.
No, I love that, man. And I think your mum is still in the crowd. Is Mama Dashy still out there?
Yeah. Mom and Dad and my brother here. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys for coming out. Shout out Mama Bruce.
It's nothing. It's incredible to see the passion of Bruce. Congratulations again, dude. We will see you again in those grand finals. Desk, take it away.
Oh, man. OpTic, they're finally in the finals. I mean, heading into this event, we really didn't know what to expect. And OpTic, even though they had a slow start in the season, they definitely popped off. But aLLeY, I'm going to need your help for a second. Let's talk about Dashy because he was feeding off of the crowd. And he had a beautiful ace when it came to that Search and Destroy.
He came out incredibly hot right off the bat. It was Shotzzy that was kind of falling behind a bit, and Dashy stepped it up for the both of them. Shotzzy obviously went off in that last map, but we got to talk about Dashy in that S&D. I believe at one point he was on a 6 spree. He got an ace. I mean, guy was feeling himself on that map. 6-0 in Berlin, 2 back-to-back from yesterday as well. Incredible out of OpTic.
Right, and Nameless watching that Search and Destroy, man. Dashy and the boys spanked him.
Dude, and it's the confidence out of Dashy, like the route that he hits. He instantly sprints up these stairs. He knows that London's probably going to be trying to take mid-map. Like, this guy is aware. He's there in the VOD review, and he's prepared. He gets the kill right on Afro in the mid, gets the two-piece on the guy going for the trade, and then he knows where Gismo likes to play, probably in fire as an AR player, picks him off, and the last guy jumps off the map. So I think it qualifies as an ace, right? But it was beautiful to see, man. Honestly, I have no critiques for OpTic in those last 3 maps. That was flawless Call of Duty. From the surge control to that hard point, well executed.
You know, I don't see a weakness from his roster right now. I mean, Shotzzy getting a 30 bomb to close things out. iLLeY's looking good, and it's like everyone is stepping up, and even when the icing on the cake is Scump, and he is just it's Scump. I mean, this team is scary.
He has one of like the top KDs from the weekend. I mean, he's picking up 2 pieces left and right. He's switching over to the AR, and he looks like a god. So
yes.
Scump is in his bag, OpTic is in their bag, and they got that spot in the finals. And I think they might even have to deal with Berlin Hardpoint in the future. So they now have a very distinct advantage coming from the winner's side. So OpTic, this is their chance. They can win it all.
And the best part about all of this nameless is the simple fact that we're not even seeing everything from OpTic yet. I mean, even seeing Scump on Kuavo too with an AR, they have so much more that they can bring out of the bag.
You know what's crazy? That was an aggressive call to let Berlin get through in this series, right? Like, they looked good on Kuavo yesterday. They could have easily let that map get through and played that instead of Berlin. But like, no, you know, London's pouring one on Berlin. We haven't won it yet. Let's give it a shot. And they knew that they were going to be great throughout the rest of the series. So getting that rep there, that's preparation for the final because they're probably going to have to play that map.
And OpTic, they just dismantled London. Okay, London won the first map, aLLeY, but it really felt like a 3-0. And London now, they're going to be on the loser side of the bracket. Things are going to get a lot more scarier for them.
London looked really good in that first hard point, but I feel like it was all the rookies getting in their heads. For me specifically, it was like they were trying to make a lot of hero plays that just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like in that P5, there was 2 players in sight. They had control, but one for some reason, once they got the wipe, heads out a window, tries to go for the hero play to get behind a couple players bottom, leaves his teammate alone, so there's no trades going their way, and OpTic end up breaking up into the hill and getting the W, but that's it, brick by brick. What a better way for OpTic Texas to be in the grand finals of their own major.
And just to touch on your point, by the way, aLLeY, like the rookies like making mistakes, like they had the momentum after that map number 1 in the very first round of that Berlin S&D. They give up a 1 versus 3, and I think that is just like a momentum killer.
100%.
I mean, after that, literally just never look back.
You can't let the OpTic fans have something to root for in a series like that. You need to have the momentum throughout, right? And they gave it to him with those pistol kills, man. That was tough.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. OpTic Texas are going to be waiting in the grand finals of their own major. Trust me, this was not in the script. But on the loser side, we have 3 left. Toronto Ultra versus the Atlanta FaZe, and the winner will face off against the London Royal Ravens. But I still don't think the London Royal Ravens are out of it, man. This is still the scariest team to me in the event next to Atlanta.
I think it's a little bit situational, right? I think if Ultra come out and take down Atlanta FaZe, well, then Ravens already know they have that confidence they can take down Ultra. But at the same time, if it's FaZe that ends up come out and winning, I don't know, man. I'm looking at a couple of those rookies dropping like triple negative on the final maps, a couple of those struggles. I think if FaZe is the team that matches up, FaZe takes them down.
And let's think about it like this. If FaZe make this run, they're going to be off like 3 straight matches, just ready to go. So, yeah, I think if you're London Royal Ravens, you're sitting there like, Ultra, please win this series.
They're definitely going to want a rematch. All right, coming up next, we're going to have Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra. You won't be on the desk for that one, but if you were to make a prediction, what do you have winning that? Okay, I think I can reach them out on this one. Atlanta FaZe looks damn scary, man.
Yes, they do. Atlanta FaZe looks scary. I still think they have great odds of winning the entire thing, especially get up the hot hand. Like, you missed your chance to take him down. They reverse swept LA Thieves, and I think after that, like, it's just going to be so tough to try to stop him again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the first series of the day. But coming up next, we have more bangers to put up on that main stage. Toronto Ultra versus the Atlanta FaZe. We'll see you guys on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 1 here in the beautiful state of Texas at the Esports Stadium in Arlington. My name is Velly and I'm running the ship, and we got Jeremy, Steady, we got aLLeY, we also got Nameless. Yo, Steady, you just came off of a crazy match, man. OpTic Gaming, OpTic Texas, are currently in the grand finals, and how much of an influence is that crowd, man? And have you experienced something like that before?
Oh, the crowd's insane. Yeah, I've definitely experienced it. I've never been on the green wall, but I've always played against them in my pro career. It's nothing playing like that. But the way that OpTic were able to perform in that series, they started off really slow in that map, number 1. But then to come out and basically play flawless search and destroy, followed up by flawless control. Keep in mind that London were 11-1 on defensive side on Gavutu, and OpTic were able to win their offensive round in basically a minute. It was pure dominance as soon as that map 2 started. And when they get to that map 4, that's a map where both of these teams were undefeated, but they were just so far ahead of the game. The plays that Shotzzy was making early on the rotations, picking up 2 pieces, OpTic would just, they had their foot on the gas, and they were just not going to let it go. They make it to the grand finals. Congratulations to them.
Right, and aLLeY, I mean, I think it's safe to say that the green wall is definitely a factor in these wins.
Absolutely. I mean, even just sitting here, I'm like, I gotta put my headphones in. This is really freaking loud. I cannot imagine being on stage up against that.
Yes, now let's go ahead and take a look at the KD leaders coming into the day. And I'm actually interested to see who's on top, because one of the MVPs, and you heard it out right, is going to be Dashy. Of course. At a 1.39. Right behind him, Nameless, is going to be that guy, Simp.
Yeah, Simp, you know, and despite Simp having some really bad maps, he's still all the way up there. Testament to how he's performed throughout this tournament so far. But Dashy being on top, man, he has been lighting it up. It's the best we've seen him play all the way since Black Ops 4 in the beginning of the game where they won that tournament. So, you know, Dashy's feeling good. He's got his family here. He's got the crowd behind him, and he's been critiqued so heavily the last couple of years. He wants to win.
I would also like to bring up Zero being in this conversation, even though they did just lose. I think this is some of the best that we've seen from him.
Yes, Zero's definitely been popping off. I love that, man, yo. But let's go ahead and get into the game. Toronto Ultra, starting with them, Nameless. This is going to be a tricky one, man. They're going to be facing off against the Atlanta FaZe, and for a team that has been doing basically really good in search and destroy, and that's their bread and butter, they're going against some of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, and they're going to have to win that game 2, search and destroy. Maps 1 and 3, they're going to FaZe. Bocage and Tuscan, there's just, I don't see a world where Toronto are able to take those off of them. And then it gets to that Gavutu, where we've seen Atlanta FaZe not be great at times, like versus OpTic Texas. So that is their opportunity to win 2, 4, and 5 in this series. But it's going to be a tall mountain to climb, man. Atlanta FaZe is angry, and they look good in that reverse sweep.
4?
Yeah, that
Damn, yet to win a hard point all weekend.
Yep. They're going to have to do it. They're going to have to do it.
I don't know if they're going to be able to, man. The way that Atlanta FaZe came out yesterday,
might be blasted
the reverse
right now.
sweep.
Hold on.
It's on top.
aLLeY, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, though, what does Toronto have to do?
Well, obviously still a hard point. They're 0-6 in this major, but you know what? They have come this far. 2, 3, and 5 have been their game modes. But hear me out here, okay? Bocage is going to be the first map in this series, and this is a strength to both of these teams. Toronto Ultra is 3-1 on Bocage hardpoint. So if they're going to do it on any map and at any point in the series, it's going to be in that first hardpoint and win the rotation battle. Hold percentage ranks this season. Atlanta is first, Toronto is fourth. So that's a close matchup. You know what? Atlanta has been struggling this entire event. They can 100% capitalize on that. Get in Atlanta FaZe's head. Convert your control offenses. Toronto is second in offensive win percentage. Atlanta is first in defensive win percentage. I believe we're heading into a Tuscan again. Another map that both teams, when it comes to control, are good on. I believe Atlanta FaZe is undefeated, and on Tuscan for Toronto Ultra, they are 3-2. So definitely heavily favored in strengths when it comes to this series.
Right, so you said they're going to Bocage hardpoint, and you know, Jeremy, I'm going to be completely honest, man. I'm thinking Cellium, I'm thinking aBeZy, I'm thinking Simp. That's going to be terrifying.
Without a doubt, man. They're 4-0, undefeated on that map number 1. You have Cellium and Arcitys running that double AR setup, and then Simp, he just basically is the route man for his team. Like on a map like Bocage, it's usually not like that. You're going to run around and just try to get as much kills as you possibly can, but the fact that this guy's still putting up those numbers and flipping those spawns for his team, it's going to be scary for Ultra.
Right, and even though we're talking about Toronto Ultra, you know, kind of struggling in certain game modes and all, let's be completely honest, Sally, Atlanta FaZe haven't been perfect as well.
Exactly. They had to reverse sweep aLLeY Thieves yesterday, and I 100% believe aLLeY was in a position to shut them down yesterday. And the fact that they struggled so much, they even struggled against a team like Boston Breach in the beginning. I don't think this is Atlanta FaZe that we thought that they were heading into this, and now they're in losers bracket. They're down horrendous overall, and aBeZy and Simp, they aren't hitting form.
Well, if they want to return back to greatness, Nameless, what are the game field keys of victory?
Listen, lock down the Bocage, hardpoint 4-0 for them. Toronto's 3-1. Stylistically, I just think Atlanta takes that. And then execute your post-plant setups. Toronto is third in neutral retake percentage. They're not giving up those easy first bloods. And the 4v4s they're able to retake. And that's what makes them so special in Search and Destroy, especially inside Sniper. And then also Simp and Cellium to continue S&D form. This season, Simp is a 1.57, #1 overall in the league. And #2 right behind him is Cellium with a 1.53. They've been lighting it up, and aBeZy found his form again last night in that game 5.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time, and this is it. If both of these teams want to make it to the grand finals, they're going to have to win their next 2 games, starting with this one right here. But for the second series of the day, here at Major 1, we have Atlanta FaZe facing off against Toronto Ultra. Let's go ahead and get this game underway.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it up like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
Let's get this show on the road. Over Cellium, who fights 2 right off the rear, makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. aBeZy waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the mini-map FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Texas, 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 how are we? All right, I know we got OpTic in the final. Now it's a question of who is going to meet them there. And we've got a journey, we've got 2 more matches, and this is a big one. It's a rematch of the World Championship last year. Ultra, FaZe, to decide who moves on to play Ravens. Let's get it going. Time to meet our teams. Let's kick it off with the bad boys of Call of Duty, Atlanta FaZe. Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp.
They gotta come out hot today. Atlanta FaZe, man, they have been put in the blender in this losers bracket, and they made it to Sunday. Now they gotta come out on top against a team that pushed them to the limit all last year. The second best team, Toronto Ultra, heading into this season against the #1.
All right. Ultra, are they gonna win a hard point? I got no idea. They got to the top 4, 0-6 in hard point. But we know how it was all last year. They battle, they take series deep, and somehow they keep on winning. But they gotta get rolling early here. Let's take a look at this squad. Toronto Ultra.
With highlight performances coming from these players, Search and Destroy it. If they can fix this hard point, Nameless, I think they could go all the way.
Belly, they've tasted defeat to Atlanta FaZe so many times, and this time they want to get the win.
Yeah, this is a rematch of the grand finals and a lot more events last year, Maven. I think that they definitely want to pull out this victory.
It's a rematch of the CDL Championship. It is a battle we saw all last year for a top 2. Who is going to be the best? It was so good. So many incredible memories from last year. Perhaps one more sensational moment here. It is time for Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe, up to our casters, Brycey, Ton. It's all you, boys. Thank you very much, Maven. Yes, we are live and we are ready for the Ultra to face off against FaZe. This is a game that we've seen many times in the CDL. Usually it's one stage further in the finals. But coming into this one, the Tiny Terrors have been beaten down and Ultra can't find a hard point. It's redemption, potentially, for both of these teams.
It's the gauntlet for FaZe. If they want their revenge today, that's what it's going to be about for them. But for Ultra, we've spoke about it before. They've spoken about it on the desk. The hard points have been so difficult. But the wonder is if they start winning hard points, how good will this team look? That's the answer, or the question, I should say. We're going to find an answer out to that in this game. But start with map number 1 here, Pricey. I'm not sure if the hard point turnaround is going to start right now.
This is the biggest problem that the Ultra currently have. We're going to Bacage. It's actually a map that we've seen Ultra play very, very well on. The issue being is not only is their record at this event pretty bad for hardpoint, but they are facing Atlanta FaZe. It's never an easy win, let alone when you can't get a hardpoint.
I was in the Ultra room speaking to the guys when they were scrimming, speaking to the coaching staff, and they said they feel as if an issue that's been coming through is rotational side of things hasn't been working out so great. Don't necessarily need to worry about that so much on Bacage, to be honest with you, so I think that's why they've let it slip on through. Let's see how it works out, though. It is a bold call, but they will be going into this one with no pressure on themselves. They know FaZe are very, very good at this map as we load into Bacage. They must get that S&D in map number 2. Map number 1, they won't worry about it too much, but FaZe, as I said, the pressure is on them to open up this series with a win.
All right, well, let's see if it is possible. Is there fire in a tank left for Ultra, or they go this entire tournament without winning a hard point? For Atlanta FaZe, by the way, their journey means to get a championship out of the Texas Major, they would have to beat every other team of the top 5. They've already taken down the Thieves. Obviously now there's Ultra. London are looking in the next game, and then OpTic all the way in the final. It is a very big stretch for them, but that journey starts with one step at a time, and this is the next one.
Well, I would imagine that the crowd's probably going to be behind Ultra here. FaZe very much the villains. And let's see if that crowd can help Ultra out here in this hard point. It has been so difficult for them to get things rolling, but on Bacage, you never, ever know. It's mostly about these engagements. We know a team like FaZe are so good at finding these gunfights. Kicking it off, though, is the Ultra. The majority of the kills fall their way. They'll get the first few points on the board.
Well, it's always mixy at P1, but it's not about P1, it is about that rotation. Keep an eye now on Kleenex, who's just been taken down by, I believe it was Arcitys. They're just playing a little bit slow here. Bit of positioning, don't give away too much time on P1.
Kill coming in from Kami. If you can find this next one, and a third. Good plays. Can you find a fourth as well? Not going to quite find it, but the rotation comes through there for Ultra. It's the kind of start that they needed. They can soak up some good time heading over towards P2. They get it locked in, 4 men down. Best start possible for Ultra here. This is what you want. You don't want Atlanta FaZe to go flying out the gates and just finding kill after kill after kill. Kleenex is going to be so important, and he's continuing his streak. Kills coming through for Kleenex, and Ultra solid on the rotation, solid in the kill feed, looking good so far.
Atlanta FaZe starting slow. Look at the slaying coming in at the moment. The Ultra are dominating the kill feed. Not an awful lot of points on the board here. They need to get somebody into that P2 first, but they are roaming around as Kami has come firing out of the gate. And yet still, it feels a little bit slow.
It has felt a little bit slow. FaZe just struggling to break the lines that Ultra have set up because Kleenex is at the front of it. Fantastic stuff from Kleenex. 7 and 2, 6 spree for him. The next one gets him a glide bomb.
Waiting for this last one. The rotation is starting up though, of course. Bants is trying to go for it. Around tower, they passed each other like ships in the night as Kleenex continues his reign of terror.
There's the glide bomb. It's going to help them out heading into a couple of these extra hills. But to be honest with you, it's been all Ultra in the kill feed. It's not what you would have expected. There's 8 in a row for Kleenex. This rotation, though, looking like it is going to be won by Atlanta FaZe. They find themselves here, but Bants is in the back. He's managed to find a route through. Not clean for FaZe.
This has been so dominant by Ultra at the moment, but bearing in mind, it's only 30 points difference. And on the cage, that is very, very little. You can see already in the rotation, it will be them in there. But again, where's the gunfights? Where are Atlanta FaZe right now? The Ultra are opening up all over the map.
That's the question, is all of FaZe are dead. Really good slaying performance from Ultra so far, and it's not really becoming of them to find these numbers, and that's been a problem when it has come down to these hard points, and it's why they haven't found a win all weekend long. But if an Arcitys keeps heating up like this, it is going to be an issue. The kills starting to come through for FaZe, and those spawns still in for Ultra. Fighting from the back, can they find a route through? Bants will find 2, but gets taken down. Can't find their way in. FaZe getting their first good amount of time here on P3.
They're looking to lock down the rest of this scrap time, and it's Ultra who will be failing to get anywhere out of their spawn at the moment. Rotations looking likely for Atlanta FaZe. They do have the current control for it. The Ultra desperately trying to regain map control. All that slaying, all that work so far. It's 18 points.
Yeah, somewhat undone by FaZe there over towards P3. Good work from them. They keep them in that back spawn, and that's what does the damage, but these rotational kills starting to come through momentarily. Is that going to be 4 dead? No. aBeZy still alive. He goes down, and Ultra find their breakthrough. Can they force out these spawns towards the back? FaZe still inside, but CleanX locking down the barn. Going to go in for the fight. Not going to happen. Simp locks it down. Back and forth between these two teams so far.
Yeah, it's still Atlanta FaZe, though. They have the spawn. They're getting the points back into this one, and it looks like they're going to take the lead. They are starting to heat up just a little bit, but you've got to ask yourself, all the slaying that Ultra have done has pretty much come to nothing.
Yeah, well, that's just the cage, though, isn't it? It's when you get onto the cage, it is very difficult to lock down a substantial amount of time as FaZe take the lead for the first time since those first couple of points rained on through over towards P1. These last 2 hills have been very, very good for them. But P5, we were looking at the rotations where they pick up their most amount of points. That's where Ultra have their most success. They need to win these gunfights over towards the backside if they want that success, though. And as said, FaZe starting to heat up a little bit. Big gunfights about to come on through, though. Arcitys needs to stay alive towards the back. CleanX will find one, Vance with the other. Break comes on through. Ultra with the spawns they would want, but Cellium's in a good spot.
Arcitys has been a really big player here for them in this first half. Boy, and as Simp starts to heat up, it will be inside, eventually shutting down. But we say this over and over again, it looks like FaZe getting more time in this hard point. Both teams now starting to battle and look for this, but with 35 seconds left to go, the teams are positioning for another set of trades, and it's Arcitys and Cellium who get those first kills on the board.
Nobody in the hill right now, very difficult to get much purchase on it. CleanX and Cammy working well through the middle, though, and momentarily Cellium is the last alive, so the point's going to start coming in here for the Ultra. Looking like we're going to be heading into that second rotation with a slight lead for the European boys on the Canadian side. Vance having a good game here at 16 and 13, keeping those engagements up. If we're looking at the slaying side of things, aBeZy struggling, as he did at the beginning of the game yesterday when it came down to Priestahh, but we know how he heated up in the second rotation.
Oh, it's never about how you start, it's always about how you finish. And this game has an awful long time left to go. Inside though, trying to hold down the river here. Already can see aBeZy takes him down again. It will be Arcitys to challenge this time, and he's been so influential, but doesn't matter. Inside gets that next gun. It's all Mixie at P1. Ultra desperately trying to flip this now.
Yeah, big gunfights coming on through. Yeah, CleanX, if he could have found that onto aBeZy, it would have worked out quite nicely, but Inside does well to survive towards the back. It keeps that spawn coming in for Ultra. That keeps them within touch to get a hold of the spawns here for P2 when we rotate round around 30 seconds. It's all about this fight over towards this side. aBeZy needs to survive, does so, keeps a hold of the spawn for his team. But all these points at this moment in time going over to Ultra, and all the gunfights going over to Ultra. Inside on a 5, make that a 6 in a row for Inside. He's 1 away from a glide, and remember they already have one. Keep an eye on this P2 rotation, they might start coming in.
Well, Ultra is trying to heat up again. They're winning this slaying game with the points. It's all about points in this game, Odin. Technically, FaZe are in the lead. Let's find out how they're dealing with this pressure, though, with Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
Yo, Inside. Back corner, got 3. One more in the back. One more in the back.
Yo, he's back up.
One in the back. One in the back.
Half off in.
Holding your bottom bone. One down.
Holding your bottom bone. So I'm getting marked.
I'm with you, barn. One top barn. They're gonna kill me.
Secret, back door. Secret, can't make it.
I'm putting your 10, okay?
I'm top, are you top?
Yeah. Cactus one, I think. Watching gate. And let's hold in the front, guys. Okay. I need help on time. Fine, he's challenging.
I'm rotating.
Outer,
I'm rotating, guys. I'm rotating inside.
Oh, he's outer, guys. I need help.
Nice, good chip.
Good fucking P2. Yeah, I'm staying down. Yeah, start pushing, go. Okay. Yo, keep small talking, alright? We can fucking...
Yeah, I'm all the way back jungle.
What's up? I need help. I'm on streets, I need help, guys. One river. River, man, time. 2 or 3. Yo, A-bomb. Flip, shock. Yo, I'm gonna leap it.
Back door, dead, I'm on charge.
I left.
Watch out, I can't.
Front door, now challenge.
Good pitch.
No, he's behind me in the back right.
I see tools.
CleanX some time. He's on street.
He's
Slow down tools.
Yo, this guy hit him.
He ran back in.
Yo, I think this guy low left.
Yeah, hold on.
Watch out. He gets up. Street. One top.
No, street things, one shot. On the street. Up inside, we. Yes.
Back on the
Photo. Back left corner, really weak. One get back there, we flip. Back door, CleanX dead. I have your tools.
I see guys.
One more back window, jumping.
Jumping in back window. Drop the nade. Trick done. I see it up. I watch you guys.
Got my nade over.
Clinic's in the back of me. Clinic's in the back.
Tower, he's tower somewhere.
Alright.
I have your tools.
I have tools. I'm playing Neo, okay? You went back.
Back window. I got him.
Whoa, fast and clear. The Atlanta FaZe are cleaning up on this map. It's now Ultra under the gun. Let's find out how they are dealing with going behind in a Toronto Ultra. Listen in.
We're flip. Go.
Yeah, Cell's gonna be barred. Cell's gonna be, sorry, Tin. They already. Tin, yeah. Cell, Tin. Ali, P2 door, Ali. Go on. He's pushing truck door. Still 10.
Yeah, still 10. This one tin.
P1 door. Waiting truck door.
Front inside 10, by the way.
Back on Heady. One's P2 behind the tree. Tim. Back on Heady, weak. Cellium. Spawn table. One on time.
Close to me.
Nice. Spawn table. Truck door. Alec, truck door, really weak.
Waiting for you guys.
Waiting, Jamie. Yep.
I'm 1P1 right now.
You gotta go for line.
Yeah, one already. Alec.
Yeah, hot shot, hot, absolute hot. Go on. Tunnel, Simp, absolute, bro. He's A plat. He's pushing on truck door, hold. Cellium.
Wait, Kevin. Hit him twice. Nice.
Play left.
Wow, Toronto Ultra calm and collected as usual, but that is not translating to gameplay. Right now, the Atlanta FaZe have taken a commanding lead.
Yeah, it's just been about those rotations, especially over towards P2 and 3. They were absolutely dominant FaZe. And it was just about Arcitys finding the spawns towards the back, and they've just consistently continued to do that. Ultra were doing well in the slaying department, but when Simp's starting to heat up, the rotations are coming in from FaZe consistently. It's been very difficult for Ultra to get much of a purchase on anything throughout this game. Rotations, we said at the beginning, was something they were struggling with, and clearly it has continued into game number 1 here on Sunday at the Texas Major. Can Ultra bring this one back? No, it's a 100-point difference, Bryce.
The dream is always alive, but it is going to be Atlanta FaZe just continuing to pile on the hurts here in this one. They started to catch fire. They've brought that slaying level right up to match the Ultra. And at the moment, they are 16 points away from taking this first hard point. Toronto Ultra could be 0 and 7.5 points this weekend in just a few seconds.
Yeah, looking that way, isn't it? 16 points away from FaZe. Can Ultra lock something down? For them, they have to be concentrating on these rotations, but they can't allow FaZe to get any control in that mid-map. Slaying ability-wise, it's been relatively even, but Cellium and Arcitys have really stepped things up for the team. They're the guys that are going to be getting your rotations. They've consistently been there to do so. Ultra inside the hill now, trying to soak up a little bit of time. Can they find their way back into it? Arcitys and Co, they're setting up already for P2. They want to hold these spawns down. They know they can end it there. Still 30 seconds left to go on P1.
Atlanta FaZe is going to put the pressure on here on P1. It is going to force the Ultra to react to it, and that's the worst part of it. There's nothing the Ultra can do. They want the spawns, but they can't let middle go. They know the potential is there to lose the game right here and now. Simp gets 3. And this is all tears for Ultra as they continue to be bodied into the floor. Hardpoint is not their game mode this weekend as down they go and Simp lights them up.
Simp starting to heat up towards the end of the game, but FaZe always in control. When we went to that second rotation, it was flawless from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. They string it up, they string Ultra up, and map number 1. A very, very comfortable win. A one that they would have expected, but a good way to come out the gates on Sunday.
It's kind of insane, right, when you think about how that game went. Ultra was slaying very, very hard in the beginning. In fact, even look at the statistics, they're still doing pretty well. It looks pretty even. The issue being is that even towards P2, right, like they were still slaying. The Ultra never really flipped them out. They never really got time on the hill. They never really got anything going, you know? It was pretty even about halfway just because Ultra was dominating the kill feed. As soon as that stopped, FaZe ran away with it.
Yeah, I'm just having a look there, working it all out. Just a positive 8 on the slaying side of things for FaZe accumulates to 106 point difference in the end. And it just is, it's about those rotations. We say that, you know, Bukaj is not necessarily as much about rotations as some of the other maps on this game, but it's still very relevant, it has to be said, and FaZe dominated that area of the game, specifically in that second set of hills. Very, very good game out of them, and as said, Simp started to heat up towards the end. It's a dangerous prospect for the Ultra. Who would have known coming out onto Bukaj? They would have known it was going to be very, very difficult. I don't think they'll be too displeased about that one. They started it well, they got their guns flying, but it was just out-rotated time and time again. They won't be feeling too bad about it though.
No, certainly. Well, I have to give credit to Arcitys here. I know we usually talk about the tiny terrors and their insane gun skill around the map, but if you were watching the minimap and watching the important kills on it, Arcitys was the player who stopped Ultra cold. Time and time again, when they needed a rotation, there he was. When they tried to get hill time, there he was. Arcitys holding it down until FaZe found their feet and started winning the gunfights.
Yeah, it was that rotation over towards P3 that they really locked it in. You seen Arcitys all the way at the back. He was as deep as possible on because he was nearly into the next map, the next town down the road, but nonetheless, he locks in the spawn for his team and locks in map number 1 for Atlanta FaZe. We head over towards Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. Well, Ultra have had some luck this weekend so far, so can they level it up? We know that 2, 3, and 5 have been their maps, but they're going up against a team who's gone on maps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 every single time. So can they turn it around here and even the odds on Desert Siege? They're going to need to be at the very best here, Bryce.
They really are. Obviously, last time around, we saw Inside, I think, doing some magical work with the sniper on this map. Gonna need him to do it again. Being a 2-3-5 team means you absolutely need the 2, 3, and 5 to stand a chance because, let's face it, myself, the experts, the fans, everybody on socials, I don't think they're winning map 4, so it's going to be a long ride regardless.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult. They really do need to come in with the S&D and control win if they want a good game here. If they want to advance on, but 2 guys on the S&D for the side of each team, FaZe and obviously Ultra, is Simp and Insight. They're the ones who've been leading the charge. And who's going to be the one to step it up here for these teams in this map number 2? This is over the whole season, though, and I would say that Insight has been notably better than 1.24 on average in Search and Destroy this weekend, but Simp on a consistent level, a 1.57 is quite incredible.
Yeah, it really is, and this is the difficulty. We've said this before, right? When you come into this level of competition, when you get to the major, you cannot have weaknesses like Ultra currently do because, let's face it, against a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Immediate disadvantage.
Yeah, like you're already a map down, you're then expecting to try win your 2-3-5s. It's a long mountain to climb, and I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to get past FaZe at the moment.
I mean, FaZe have been the same in terms of long series, but how many long series have Ultra had nearly every single time going all the way to map number 5? Desert Siege has been good for them. The sniping from Insight has been good for them. Can that be the catalyst to get them back into this game? As said, they would have known that hardpoint would have been very, very difficult, but this is where their game starts for them. Hardpoint issues can be fixed, but not necessarily overnight. But S&D, it's kind of been their bread and butter all weekend long. Can they get the series going? Can they get themselves on the board and make a game of it?
Well, maybe.
Yeah, look, honestly, it doesn't bode well. Every single other stat does still point towards the fact that FaZe are an incredible Search and Destroy team. But Ultra, as said, you need this one.
Let's find out. There's Winsight with the old sniper rifle again, opening the door, and that time it's been caught, and that's just a shoulder, maybe an elbow. Nothing really been given away here. Bearing in mind, for all the work that Insight has done this weekend with the sniper rifle, that VOD is available for all teams. They will make sure and keep an eye on it and maybe try to play around it.
Yeah, that was one thing that Insight's been doing quite a lot. They've allowed the doors to be open. Arcitys ready for the guy opening the door. Nothing that Insight could be found, but we've got a 3v3 on our hands here as CleanX did find a kill to counter back, and aBeZy did fall. Arcitys now wrapping it back around. Ultra yet to make their mind up on which way they're going, but it seems as if they're leaning towards Zig. Arcitys sees the glint and says, no thank you.
Yeah, that's been called out there, and Insight's trying to find him.
Oh,
and Cammy's going to go down. Arcitys again doing so well. That will be back in though. CleanX gets it back to a 2 versus 2. Simp says no thank you. Traded back. And Insight, he's been everything for Ultra. Can he do it one more time? I don't think they're going to peek him.
Yeah, FaZe really not giving Insight any sort of chance in round number 1 to find very much. Cellium will probably spot him there as he does transition over. You can see that Simp starts to make his move, and the problem is when you've got a sniper come up against an MP40, you're never in a really good spot here as Simp, but Insight, could he get it done here? He goes jiggling as best as he can, find Simp.
Oh.
I don't know if he's got time. I don't know if he's got time, and Cellium will back on down.
No! Oh, I didn't think he had time. I didn't think he had time. He had to go for it. He didn't think Cellium would come, and Cellium wisely backed off there, but well played by FaZe. Loved that movement from Simp. He knew he didn't need to take the gunfight immediately. He's like, all right, I'll throw a couple of shoulders, give me a shimmy, give me a shake, and I'm out of here.
Yeah, allows his teammate to get back in touch with him if they do need to find that kill. and also puts that time just down enough that Ultra can't do anything with it. Good attempt there from Insight, though, has to be said. Now, FaZe's turn to go on the attack. These engagements at the start of the round are always so important. Arcitys gets aggressive and says, Insight, thank you very much. You want to line it up, you can't do it there. KleanX will take a couple of bullets as this bomb will surely go down, and does so. aBeZy trades back as Bance finds one. It's a 3v2.
Well, Nasty's heard of the tales of the Insight sniper and says, I really don't care. Straight on the roof, lines it up, guns him down. FaZe up 2-0 in a pretty fast round.
And if they can shut down Insight, it's going to be so difficult for Ultra to find a map here. Really good shots from Arcitys straight out of the gate. Gets himself up on the ledge, and all of a sudden, Insight, if you miss your bullet, you are dead. In that scenario, Arcitys ain't going to miss himself. So, heading into round number 3, Ultra need to reevaluate here. What is the plan? They found themselves down in some of their previous games as well. The aggression not necessarily working out for some of these teams. They need to slow it down as best as they possibly can.
Well, again, Ultra here, trying to figure out where the holes in Atlanta FaZe's defense really is. At the moment, FaZe feeling pretty good about themselves. Arcitys takes a little bit of a beating, but not enough to take him down. Bance over the window. I think he actually hits him just a little bit inside, being gunned by Arcitys. This man's been such an issue for them. Eventually, Bance manages to get that trade as well. It's advantage to Ultra now.
Yeah, Bance with lots of control here for his team as well. Getting bottom palace, it's very hard for FaZe to go back in there because he could be anywhere. But round the back is aBeZy, and this just makes that bomb site that little bit smaller. Has to try and get out, just causes himself a distraction, but Ultra need to get rid of him, and they do so. Cammy finds the gunfight. There's more going on inside a palace. It's a 3v2. Next kill is important. If FaZe can find it, they force an even round.
Trying to be careful here, Simp. A little hop, a skip, a jump.
Look where Cellium is. Nowhere near this one. As that bomb goes down in a 3v2. Retake for FaZe to try.
At the moment, Ultra are holding all the cards. But a big gunfight out of Cellium or Simp could turn the tables.
Watch the patience here from FaZe. They will wait for Simp to try and find his route around. He turns around at the wrong time as Cammy finds the kill, and now Cellium. Not really useful whatsoever in this situation. A 1v3 here would be something else, and Ultra. No, they are going to give him an inch. KleanX is going to get taken down. Cammy puts the shots in, and Ultra on the board. If Simp finds the kill on the flank there, it's very, very doable for FaZe. Well, Cammy, super important kills. Those final 2 will get the round for Ultra, who half that deficit.
And everybody holding their breath at home can have a slight sigh of relief. Ultra finally getting something in this game. But still behind in the series. Still behind on this map. And Atlanta FaZe stands in their way. They now are on the attack. Well, let's see how they go for this one again. Already Arcitys, influential, unbelievable. Ready to try and make a move again. Here's Insight throwing sniper rounds down range.
Cellium just having a peek, and he didn't really have the angle, but so does Arcitys, and they're just waiting for him. Every single time, they are nullifying the biggest threat that Ultra have. And they're finding rounds every single time that Insight goes down. KleanX trying his best to find one back. He's going to challenge it, but surely he'll get traded. Does so. 3v2.
Insight is not having a good day. FaZe have watched the VOD and said, all right, you get that sniper out.
aBeZy's the man here. Watching the map. Cammy gets caught. It's a 1v3 for Bance. Can find one immediately on the Arcitys. He knows exactly where aBeZy is. If he goes for the challenge, can't find it. aBeZy with another kill and another round over to FaZe. And as said, every time, it's the ace in the hole that Toronto Ultra have is Insight. And every time FaZe are shutting them down.
I said yesterday on the desk, I said Insight has been incredible for Ultra. Incredible. The problem is you cannot rely on that time and time again. Don't get me wrong, love to see him start to turn it on here as well, but it looks like FaZe have got some game plan for him specifically on this map. And if you're an Ultra fan, that is bad news indeed. But let's see what they can do. How can they adapt? At the moment they go on the attack, already bullets going down. They almost lost another first blood.
Oh. Simp's head just about gets out the way, but he says, well, if you want to get the sniper arc, so can now. But here comes the aggression coming in from Ultra. Bance will find one of the shots from the pistol from Simp. 2v2. KleanX and Cammy, what can they get done? Cellium's ready and waiting over towards B, and now Cammy left alone. 3-2 is a very different scoreline to 4-1. And he's giving his position away. Oh, yeah, good shot.
Cellium. Trying desperately to fight Cellium. Going to have to rethink this one, though. The biggest problem for them, obviously. FaZe know where the bomb is. Does have a little bit of time to play, but he's going to need a miracle.
Gonna go for the challenge on the Cellium. The grenade was good. So with the shots from Cell, Simp's gonna have to get out of that one. The bomb's gonna be picked up. They know exactly where he is. But Kami, what's the play? Gets aggressive. Cellium sees him. Simp's surely gonna be coming from behind, but Cell does not need him. Another round to FaZe. The revenge tour has started successfully. It's not done yet, but they are looking very, very strong. They're making things look very, very easy here against Ultra.
Every single time FaZe are remaining strong, Ultra are failing. They just cannot get anything going. Even with First Bloods on their side, they soon end up going against them over and over again. This team has been great in S&D this weekend, and they are going to have to make a comeback right now. Surely not against Arcitys.
Yeah, once again, Insight is isolated, but the rest of the Toronto team need to do something to help him out as best as they possibly can. He's playing very, very passive, and Bance, not so much. Gets aggressive, finds the kill. 3v4. Insight now, this is the time where you need to find the picks, but the rest of the team fall, my goodness. In Insight, he's barely found a kill so far, but there is one. Did he see him towards the back? Cellium just jumping around, finding the angles, finding the information. Pop your head up again. Think they'll feel confident to do so. Insight struggle to find much.
Peekaboo, but nothing's going to become of it because they're going to make him move. They know he's got a snipe up. They know he has to go to the B-bomb. And FaZe are setting up for it. He's trying to get the quick scope there. It's not going to be good enough. The pistol comes out, but that misses as well. And Atlanta FaZe are showing why they were the #1 team coming into this. It's still a long way for them to go to try and regain that title.
Playing like this, though, some of these games might not last very long at all. The way that FaZe have been playing so far in this series, really, really putting Ultra to the sword.
Ultra's entire thing around B revolves around Insight, right? At the moment, not only are they no longer afraid of Insight, but because they're not afraid of him, they are planting that B-bomb. It is putting Ultra out of position because they have no fear of that sniper. They've gunned him several times already. And it is basically completely destroying the defense for Ultra. They're going to have to figure something out.
First game plan isn't working out. Insight once again can't quite find the head of Cellium around the outside. Arcitys gets aggressive. Kleenex, thank you very much. There's Bance as well. A couple of bullets away. Kami from behind as well. Can he find the gunfight? Yes, he can. Insight is down once again, as is Bance. It's a 1 versus 3 for Kami to try and extend this search and destroy. The shots are in. The game is surely done and dusted, but Kami can find one. Can he get a second onto aBeZy as well? No, he cannot. And FaZe, 2 to the good. They kick off their Sunday with 2 very, very comfortable maps up against Ultra. And this is looking good for the Atlanta squad to continue their tournament.
Atlanta FaZe final form has been activated. And again, this is just a stepping stone for them. They are not looking at this game. They're not looking at the next game. They want back in the grand finals. They want revenge. And I've got to say, unbelievable. I mean, aBeZy did great for them as well, but I think, like I said before, right, Arcitys, I think he had a good hard point. Comes in the search and destroy, guns Insight off the rip. That told you everything we needed to know about that search and destroy. And it has to be a regain from Ultra. The team that's been a 2-3-5 team has already lost 2.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Look, I know we talked about Insight so much, but it's because of how influential he has been for this Toronto Ultra side. It's just been so dominant from him in search and destroys in particular that it's allowed the rest of the team to play their game as well. But as soon as that is out of the window, as soon as FaZe nullify that threat, it becomes a very, very easy game. It's like they were playing 4v3 for the majority of the rounds because Insight could not find a thing, and FaZe make them count. 6-1, 250-1, 4-4 in map #1 as well. But that was a map that we feel as if Ultra had to win. Heading into Tuscan Control, is it one that we expect them to win either? I'm not quite sure. This one looks like a 3-0 to FaZe written all over it, but stranger things have happened. Can Ultra bring it back? We know they're a good team, but they just haven't been able to get it going in certain game modes this weekend.
They certainly haven't. Well, we'll have to find out what happens in the second half of this game, or maybe the last third. We'll see you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this game. It is Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra, but if I'm being more accurate, it's Atlanta FaZe running through them.
Yes, that's pretty much exactly what has happened. FaZe on the redemption is what they are trying to do right now. They started off with 100 Thieves last night, and they have continued up here with Ultra. There is still a step to go, potentially, obviously, in London. If they can close out this game, everything is kind of pointed in that direction, let's be honest. But heading into the game against London, they will want that date with OpTic in the final. That's ultimately what they've had to aim for. As soon as they lose that game, they've got to win 3 more before they get another shot against OpTic. And that's what they're going to be motivated by. After that game yesterday, they were so close to closing it out. The reverse sweep comes in. I'd imagine Twitter blew up. The venue blew up. It wouldn't have been a good time for them, but now it's about that redemption. Can they find their way back and try and get revenge?
Yeah, of course, not selling Ultra short at this point. There is always the potential for a reverse sweep. It could happen. Atlanta FaZe have had it happen to them one time already this week. I don't know, though. At the moment, Ultra seem to need to go back into the lab, figure some things out. They haven't been looking like the Ultra of last season, or even the Ultra in the qualifiers.
No, they really haven't looked fantastic so far here today. And hardpoint is a huge issue. If you can't win that map, you're relying so heavily on your search and control. And when you go up against a team like FaZe, it's so difficult to get that done. As said, when it's come down to Toronto, they're a 2, 3, and 5 team. I've said it before, FaZe are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 team. And right now, we're heading into 3. Ultra down 2. You kind of know the story typically, and we're heading into a Tuscan as well. That just does not bode well for Ultra at all. All signs point to a 3-0. But can Ultra turn this one around? Their offensive win percentage will give them some hope. But their defensive, maybe not so much.
Well, keep an eye on Cellium, a 1.5. An absolutely ridiculous stat for the monster from FaZe. I don't know how on earth they're going to deal with this one. This could be fast, or it could be slow, but it's still feeling like FaZe the entire way. Let's find out, though, as we jump onto this. Already, FaZe getting straight to A point. Pretty standard opening for them. Wonder if Ultra have anything left.
Let's see if they can find something. Well, they're going to find 3 down immediately. Can they force them away? Decent start for Ultra, and I think for them it's super important for them to have a good round number 1 to get themselves back into this game. Just get a bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence. It seems to be lacking right now on that stage, and that's going to be difficult against this FaZe side. Simp, though, escapes through mid-map, back into church, where the demons reside. They find themselves into A now. The gunfights go their way, and only Kleenex can answer back. This should be A, ticking on down for FaZe.
Simp trying to just see if anybody rotates out of church, coming towards him here, of course, Ultra. Don't want to give away too many lives at this point or let anything open. They know A is going. And they're going to try for a retake here in just a few seconds. But they're looking for that first kill, looking for a way in already. Ed going through. Bance may be the first player in here as well. He's going to go for it. And Bance, though, teaming up to get 2. It's the pressure coming onto Atlanta FaZe. Bance staying alive. He is not letting this one go quietly, but Cellium says thank you very much. For the rest of Ultra, they come swinging in, something they are known for. That teamwork, gunning all over the map, and Kleenex already starting off on a nice 3 streak.
Yeah, much better from Ultra finding these kills, but consistently, when these kills come through, Simp survives, finds his way through church, and when you know you haven't cleared all those players, revolving in your mind, you're always thinking about where it could possibly be. Where he is currently in your spawn, allowing the rest of FaZe to now push on through. Vance needs to find some kills here as best as he can. There's the second, not quite sure how that bullet landed. Nonetheless, though, Ultra will be happy for a little bit of purchase in mid-map, but Arcitys still inside of B. Here is Simply still surviving, but Ultra clear them out.
Ultra holding on. And the question will now be asked, do we try and just rip this away from them and get A? aBeZy getting that first kill into the mid-map. They're looking to lock down A for that little bit of extra time. Kleenex eventually takes him down. Ultra won't commit too much to this. They know they want to keep those lives on their side, and that B is very, very important.
Yeah, Ultra definitely on the defensive side of things. Don't want to commit too much to it either. They'd rather win them cleanly so you can potentially get that final defensive round, but that's 3 dead now as FaZe advance forward. They're inside of B. They're taking this up very, very quickly as well. They've come in with a stack, and if you're Ultra, you have to go, but you've got to see right to get through. Inside finds 2. aBeZy, though, counteracts that one. He has Vance inside the hill, needs to clear them out. aBeZy is still there and finds 3 as well inside. He's all alone. He's still surviving. He might just pick it up all on his own. And my goodness me, aBeZy.
Well, topic of conversation this weekend is, does stacking work? And well, sometimes it does, but that's the problem.
I mean, aBeZy stacked on his own there towards the end, finds 4 to close out the round. It is absolute disaster zone for Ultra. You do not want to be losing that first round. You're 2-0 down. Those are rounds you need to win. And FaZe flick the switch, and aBeZy says no. And there's the attack around that FaZe needed.
Ultra going to be feeling this pressure. They were pretty confident right up until that last push. Now they go for it already. aBeZy opening up with that first blood here as well. Bance will eventually take him down. Ultra now have a mountain in decline. They've got to figure out how do we get past that ladder phase and get this attack.
Concentrating their resources over towards here right now. Get that little bit of extra time on the board. They're looking to try and defend this as best as they possibly can. Simp towards the back. Is he going to be the bait? Is he going to have any help here, or does he even need it? There's one! Second not going to come. Cammy will shut it down. Progress still continuing here for Ultra.
They're just going to play this really, really smart. Try and get as many lives in the bank as possible. They know they're going to get A. And FaZe are going to try and punish them every single time they push. You can already see the Ultra trying to get through. Insight gets a kill towards the back. A still not fully confirmed. And there is a fight going on. CleanX is actually going to take down Cellium. That will be the A locked in for them now.
It's all about Church in mid-control now. Can they find it? Simp is inside. Need Nexus isn't to get out now on this Church at the moment. 7-6 from him. This guy is an absolute monster. He is eventually going to fall. Cammy is there. Simp. No help from the rest of these teams. Ultra are inside of B, but everywhere else is FaZe. As soon as you find those kills, there's so many easy routes to find yourself coming around from behind, up against Ultra, who are trying to attack B, and it's only currently Cammy left.
Cammy trying to do an awful lot of work there to slow down a ladder phase, but it's not happening. Ultra are going to have to regain. It's time for them to get their players cohesive and together. They'll be waiting for this first push. Bance, though, opening up a little bit. It will be Ultra now going to try and make a move. Here they go for the point. Getting in. Bance goes straight in. Inside getting one as well. There is a flank coming through Church as well at the same time. They're trying to put the pressure on, but Cellium and Simp holding it down. CleanX just one. He's going to be gunned down as well. The only player left alive will be Bance. It was a valiant push, but Bance is left alone against a sea of FaZe. And eventually he's taken out as well. Full reset for the Ultra. It was ambitious, but no good.
Yeah, minute 15 to go. You've got 2 more goes added, but Arcitys in cut. Trying to make that route that little bit longer. They find 2 on the Cammy, and consistently you're seeing Simp just try and flank around behind. Cellium's done so well to slow them down, though. Utility comes through, the pistol, the auto. Getting it done with anything he possibly can. Currently getting chased by Bance. There's the help. Fantastic work from Cell. Toronto maybe only have 1 more go at this if they aren't careful. They need to get rid of Simp where he's residing right now inside the maps, and it's just so difficult to get rid of a player like this. Bance is next on the chopping block potentially as Cellium comes up to help him out. Ultra really struggling to break through the line here.
And Ultra need to find a kill first. They need a little bit of numerical advantage to make this one happen. They're already going through P5. They're looking for it, but Simp was in a great position. Players right next to him, but he's going all the way around. Bance is sitting him. Says thank you very much. Arcitys gets a second player, and Ultra are faltering here already. You can already see that. I think it's inside. Try to jump on to stop that time for a second, but it's no good. FaZe are just killing them every single position on this map.
It's on CleanX to try and find some kills and stop this time. Has to do it all on his own. There you go. That's not a bad start. Inside the point, though, does he know he's being pushed from Archers? No, he does not. Insight. He's the only one who can get there. Arcitys guns, and I don't think anyone else from Ultra is within touching distance, and FaZe will find another. This has been flawless from FaZe so far here today. They look chilled. They look calm. Ultra have offered really little to nothing so far in ways of any sort of resistance against this FaZe squad in this series.
It is one-sided. This does not feel like this far in a tournament. This feels like a round 1 game. At the moment, FaZe are just asserting their dominance all over the map. Surely they can't win another attack against Ultra. This could be their very last round of their entire tournament.
Simp inside the Church once more. Can't find the kill on the inside. Ultra able to trade kills away, but the progress is here for FaZe, and there's aBeZy with 2 more to his name. Taking up very, very quickly. This may be done in 3 with the way that FaZe are just bringing the heat right now. And this is such a worry for everybody left in this tournament. London will be looking at this game and thinking, right, how do we counteract this one? At this point, you know, we can theorize that Ultra can maybe bring this one back, but there goes A. It's a defensive hold that has to come through for Ultra. They will likely then have to win 2 rounds of attack to stay in the series.
It is an incredible mountain to climb. But before we can even talk about a potential 2 more rounds, they have to hold on against this one. CleanX gets one. aBeZy gets that trade, though. There's a lot of pressure coming in from Ultra. They know they don't want to give away any map control at all. Do not give them even a slight, because Cellium is sitting at the back. That could be a huge boon if Cammy can find the streaks here, but it is still a mountain to climb at the moment.
Yep,
FaZe trying to make a push.
5 spray for Cammy. Could this be something, a small amount of light for the rest of the team to try and get themselves back into this one? This kill on the Simp could be huge if he can find him, but Simp says no, there's the shutdown. No streak's going to come on through. Ultra looking to defend as best as they possibly can. Cell still to the back, but that's forcing the spawns for Ultra into an awkward spot. Simple find 2 up towards Patio, and will he just continue? 3 in a row. Here comes number 4 on the inside as well. And FaZe just ain't missing, and Simp at the forefront of this one. Incredible game out of him, and FaZe have looked somewhat flawless, but still work to do in round number 3.
Cellium's been back here for about 10 hours. Eventually going to have a gunfight with Inside, and Inside ends up winning it. Cellium has been missing on the map for a little while for FaZe. It's not really mattered too much for them. Still a lot of time left on this.
He's just chilling. The rest of his team are getting it done on their own. Bants now trying to lock this one down. FaZe have got 55 seconds. The lives are level. Now probably 2 more pushes into this one. Can Ultra slow it down? FaZe will also know they don't want to give over too many kills towards this Ultra side, but at the minute with the way that Arcitys is gunning, it's not going to be a worry. Here comes aBeZy round the corner. Vance will find 1, can't find the second. That's 3 in a row from Arcitys. Here comes the push. Here comes number 3. Number 4 not quite there. FaZe still inside the point, still in and around it. 30 seconds to go.
Cellium continuing to do work though. This is opening the door for FaZe. They can get more bodies in. They're trying to get this push through, even though Ultra also have members here. Cellium and Bants going at it. Bants gets a 2-piece to slow it down. Somehow Inside go at it. But it will be again a breathe of relief, just a slight respite. The Ultra are holding on, and I don't think Atlanta FaZe are going to try and make this push. They do not want to give it away. They already have a massive life advantage regardless.
Yeah, they may have a little look at it though. You can see Arcitys finds his way in. Here comes aBeZy from behind as well, and the clean X. Surely the shots are going to come through, and yes, they are. That time should tick down. Ultra will get themselves on the board with a defensive win, but they need to find probably 2 attacking rounds here to make a game of it. And really, they didn't offer anything in their initial attack. Can they find something here? You can see the looks on the players' faces right now. It doesn't bode a lot of confidence, whereas FaZe have been crispy clean all the way through. Ultra, though, they're in a spot. They need 2 attacking rounds in a row, more than likely. What are the comms like? They usually calm. Let's go for a listening with Toronto Ultra.
Want to see him? Go. Top green.
Top green. Top green. Nice. I'm in this one. I'm trying to get in.
One's plat. Simp plat. Okay, he's going. Looks like he's pushing P5 or towards.
What was A side? I think that was A side.
I'm deep spawn, by the way.
Yeah,
look one. He could be pinching.
Yeah, he could.
You got me already.
Spawn back tank, bro. Back tank. Already backsteps, Ben.
One's top green, cell. Top green.
Go to elbow.
I'm going to me.
Be annoying. Yep. Look for Simp still.
And Church Simp.
Okay.
Go on the back. On front Church, I'm not sure.
I'm going to say about to push down. Pushing through here.
Yeah, go. We can keep doing that.
Yeah,
okay, don't cap it too quick here. Okay.
Simp's absolute top green. Simp is absolute top green.
In the back, cell, my bad. So listen, cell back tank, one's probably in church, Alec.
I'm going to try and help Jamie.
Our side, you absolute, bro.
Where?
You might push that. Nice. Looking for aBeZy.
Straight through church. Right, Alex in top green now. He went to mid.
Mid?
Good shot. One more plat, one's top green.
Jump down ladder.
Top green, Simp.
The top green, I'm
behind him, Church, Alec.
Yeah.
Weak.
Yeah, nice.
Mercy cam.
Plat, cell, really weak plat. Drop low, I'm pretty sure. Low L, he was really weak.
That's two. Already plat.
I'm on top Church now.
2 plat, one's back elbow.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Gonna be in the truck.
I'm coming plat as well. We can get nades.
Yep, do the nades.
I'm doing it. And nades on it.
Going over.
I don't have nades.
Plat weak. Ready?
I'm trying nade over.
Well, Toronto Ultra trying to pick apart the Atlanta FaZe. Let's see how their strategizing is affecting, though. Let's go for an Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
How many plat?
I'm a top check.
Okay,
He's still there.
They're going front, I think.
I'm nading from front.
I have her back.
Yep, Ben radio. Nading one finish, that's good one shot. Ben radio again, he just got. I'm only plat.
I did one shot.
Bjork.
I'm done. He's radio.
Yeah, he's on point. Back, go.
Nice. Pushing. One more.
Nice. I got.
On top plat on me. On point. One shot, clean this, one shot. On point. Absolute on point. Close, one shot.
Nice. One more shot flat. One more shot.
I'm gonna feel.
One church came in.
One shot.
Nade up there.
Arch point, give me. I'm point cam. He's
aLLeY came in. Top left. Give me weak.
aLLeY, one shot.
Pitch me. He's on a truck.
Top church.
Good job. On
A truck dead. One shot.
It's a B.
Yeah.
Got that, guys.
Somehow this push is still going on for the Ultra, eventually gets shut down as we come out of the listen-in, but that went on for a long time, but Atlanta FaZe kept their toes in. And now there is not an awful lot of pushes left for Toronto.
No, there isn't. They need to find something here. They've made a little bit of progress though, but inside from behind, can he find this kill? Listen, Kleenex finds 2 with the nade though. Inside the point, and here comes the stack. Arcitys will find 1 on the Kleenex. Can he find anything else? Bance gets caught sleeping. Cammy not quite, but there's the trade. It's gonna be 1 single push. Toronto Ultra need it. Tournament lives on the line. 25 seconds to go. They need to set up. They need to be perfect.
This is now everything. Everything, the entire tournament for Toronto. One last time. And they're ready. They're looking for the opening. The tiniest stage. Look at that though. 3 players running around, already got 1, but they will be traded away. Onto the point, no respawns remaining. Will be aBeZy around the back though. Cellium gets 1 as well. It's just going to be up top. It's Arcitys and it's Kleenex left alive. And FaZe up, you can do it too. What a ridiculous game. The boss music starts to intensify in the arena. Atlanta FaZe, Championship Sunday. Name a better combination.
My goodness, that was absolutely flawless from FaZe. The rest of the teams here on this Sunday, not necessarily quaking in their boots just yet, but that's one to look at and think, oh wow, that looks like a scary prospect to face. FaZe know they need to come back in a big way with the way that the game went yesterday. But that was a statement to kick off Sunday for the Atlanta FaZe. That grand final will be in their sights and Ultra fall by the wayside. The London Royal Ravens are what awaits next for Atlanta FaZe, and with the way that that one went, they'll be licking their lips ready for that series.
They certainly will. Ultra do not go out with a bang, they go out with a whimper. 0-3 in that one. 0-7 in hard points this weekend, and that is disappointing for any Ultra fans.
You can't do that. You can't do that at a major tournament, unfortunately. You have to be able to find even a couple of maps here and then. It would have been a lot more of a comfortable tournament for them. But if they can't find hard points, the 2 fits of how we play, you need to be able to find some here and there. Yes, okay, S&D control for the most part was great, but you come up against a team like FaZe, you cannot be bad in any game mode because they will punish you in such a way. It's as comfortable as the series has looked all weekend long on that main stage. 250 to 144, 6-1 on the Search and Destroy, 3-1 on the Tuscan Control. Dominant from FaZe to kick off Sunday.
It is. A lot of people are wondering how they're now going to stack up against London, because London are standing in their way for that rematch with OpTic Gaming. Pretty ridiculous at the moment for them, and I'm looking forward to see how they get on the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, London are going to really have to prepare for that one, because that is a stinger. When they would have much rather faced up against Ultra, of course, already beaten them previously, but FaZe will be feeling confident, whoever they're going to go up against, playing like that, and it just feels like a grand final that is kind of preparing itself. We kind of know which way we think it's going to go. The Ravens there, though, they're still here to try and stop it, but Ultra not able to even do a thing.
No, they really aren't, and you've got to ask yourself when it comes down to it, will they be back in this grand final? Like, London have looked really good all the time, apart from against OpTic. There's been some, well, in fairness, OpTic are making everybody look bad. I think that's the problem we're having at the moment, right?
It is the problem we're having. And look, I think, you know, had Thieves made it through and closed it up against FaZe last night, we would have probably had a more competitive game there. Thieves, of course, against Ultra, losing so far this weekend up against them, haven't been able to get it done. But yeah, for FaZe, this is the gauntlet for them. They still have to run through it. They've managed to find 2. There's 1 more to go before they get a hold of OpTic once more and have their game against them in that grand finals. But as I said, they do have to get past London. London are a hard team to get past. Yes, okay, it was unfortunate for them up against OpTic, but they'll be feeling confident. They'll be going into this game thinking, right, we've done really well to get top 3. Let's go 1 more.
Yeah, so well, let's find out what's happening on the stage. It's time for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. I believe it's Maven down there with Cellium.
Cell, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about you?
I'm doing all right. It's a great day. It's Championship Sunday, and there are probably some people in the crowd that have been hoping over the last 24 hours you guys were going to get knocked out, but you're still here. And yesterday was insane, right? Like, you got reverse swept. You pull off the reverse sweep. how were you feeling last night as you're getting ready for bed?
I mean, last night I was just glad that the team like was staying composed and just. I mean, I'm just glad we all just like we just came back, you know, because it's still not over.
No, you guys are still fighting now. I mean, after the 10 maps yesterday, at least you come in now and get a 3-0. But I'm curious for you, just on a personal level. Joe always says he loves you as a player, but if he was still competing, he would hate you. You're a frustrating person to play against. Do you kind of feed off of that?
Yeah, I mean, like the way I play, I know that like for sure annoys a lot of people, but it's just my play style. I try to play for the win no matter what, you know. So that's just how I play.
No free kills?
Yeah, no freebies.
I like it. I like it. But this, you've always been a monster. You know, we've been waiting for you to come up and display this stuff. But this particular title, statistically, you've been out of this world. Is there anything about this game that's kind of clicking?
I just think this game's like kind of made for me, kind of, because like there's a lot of like spots that are like unusual and
nerdy spots.
Yeah, a lot of nerdy spots. So yeah, I think the game's just made for me.
Yeah, well, it's looking that way based on your statistics so far. But 1 down, maybe 2 to go. You got another big match coming up. What's your single biggest focus looking forward to Ravens?
I mean, our team's focus right now is our communication. I think our communications right now has been on point. And if we keep it up, I don't think any team will come close to us. So I think if we just keep focused on that, I think it'll be over.
All right, Cell, I appreciate it. You're a monster. Good luck the rest of the way. Desk, break it down, baby.
All right, Atlanta FaZe are going to be moving on to face off against the London Royal Ravens. But Steady, this is kind of scary, all right? I mean, after the first map with the 250 to 144 win, Toronto Ultra just won 2 rounds in Search and Destroy and Control combined.
That's insane, because the way that first map started, you saw Toronto, they were going back and forth. This was a tie game, and Cellium was putting up like 4 and 12 at a point. And out of nowhere, they just hit that switch,
30 ball.
And they guarantee that P4 hard point. Like P4 on Bocage is 100% Atlanta FaZe every single time. Cellium started off 4 and 12. He ended the game 35 and 24.
That's
Can you imagine that? That's insane, man.
That's insane. So Nameless, I think that Atlanta FaZe shrugged off that loss that they got earlier on against OpTic. They got into their groove against LA Thieves, and now they're just beaming with this 3-0 win.
Man, they're steaming now. Like, these guys look absolutely incredible. That was a flawless series. There was literally no mistakes throughout it. And, you know, Jeremy talked about the first map. It was insane. They were losing in the very beginning of that game, and then they hit the switch, right? Like, P4 was amazing, but also on that second rotation, they had control of P2, dominated the entire time, even when the streak comes in, and then they rotate and they get to the back, and it's just Simp by himself, pops a 2-piece to get control of the P3. I mean, these guys, they are on another level, man. Watching that S&D, they isolated Insight, killed him 2 different rounds for the first blood. The sniper was just automatically gone right there. Insight loses his confidence. aBeZy's able to run around, and what happens? He dominates the map. Perfect.
You're right, and after a big loss on Search and Destroy, which, aLLeY, we were hoping Toronto would kind of win, right? Heading into Control, they really didn't stand a chance there at all.
This is a conversation I kind of want to open up to the desk right now, because Control is obviously going to play a lot different after this major, because of the tick update is going to move up. Instead of the kills being the factor of defense, Atlanta FaZe, the very first round of Control, they get this offensive win. Okay, Toronto Ultra this entire round was in the driver's seat. They were outslaying heavily. They had a lot of map control. There wasn't a whole lot of time after Atlanta FaZe finally got that cap onto the A site. And when they went for B, they literally killed 3 people, 3 to 4 stacked the point, and Toronto Ultra didn't even have time to get to the point. And now the conversation here is that people don't play for that stack because of the nade situation off of spawn. I saw no nades on the side of Toronto Ultra. Atlanta FaZe instantly capitalized on it and got it before anybody was within range of a gunfight. And I want to say, I think if I was in this situation, I would 100% want to play for an offense round early to go up in the series rather than play for the defensive kill rounds and tiebreaker.
Oh, 100%, especially in that first round, aLLeY. I totally agree. Like, if you have an opportunity, you got to go for it, right? And FaZe did a great job. Stack that point and get it, right? Ultra off the spawn, they threw 2 nades. I believe they got 1, and it came down to a kill they had to get on aBeZy, and aBeZy did some aBeZy things. He popped a crazy 2-piece, and he ends up closing it out, but he wouldn't have done that by himself if they didn't stack and get it all the way to the end, so I agree with that.
And this is something all the teams have struggled with across the board. Everybody's playing for that tiebreaker, but the teams that are really good at control and consistently win on those offenses, OpTic is another great example on Tuscan. They would win those offensive round earlies, and that's why they were so undefeated on Tuscan control. I think this is something a lot of teams can learn from, but again, it will definitely change with the tick update as well, and we'll see more teams stack the point. But for this major specifically, it's cutting these teams a lot of success.
Yeah, big time. So Nameless, man, Toronto Ultra. Okay, you know a lot more than Call of Duty than I do, right? So when it comes to Toronto Ultra, this has been a really weird event. We've seen changes in site sniping, them being really good on search and destroy, not as good on respawn as they used to be. Moving forward, I mean, what are your honest thoughts about this roster?
Well, I mean, I think they know exactly what they need to work on, right? Just like everybody in this building. I mean, they're getting broken way too easily, right? And we could talk about that first map as well. They could have extended their lead by so much more. They just given up P1 time as well. Like, they were playing so hard for the spawn, taking a long route. There's only a couple of hills, like P5 really in particular, that you absolutely have to play the spawns on Bocage. So, you know, it's just mistakes. I think strategically, they're in their heads a little bit when it comes to hardpoint, and they can't hold these hills down.
Yeah, and the fact that they even got a top 4 placing without winning a single hard point, it's definitely impressive, man. Because like Nameless said yesterday, to go out there and be a team that's, you know, fairly good at hard point, that's what you wake up every day. You're going to be scrimming hard point, scrimming your controls. But to come out here and get a top 4 placing by guaranteeing your search and destroys, like, that's typical for Toronto. It's exactly what we were expecting them based off of what they did last year. They just got to fix their hard point.
And their S&Ds were terrible heading to this event. Like, it was horrible. And they ended up turning it around just by one single role change. So I think that's definitely a testament to how good Toronto Ultra is.
Yes, now let's talk about how good aBeZy is, because that guy went crazy. And he's actually part of the Scump play, the game where he popped off and went absolutely crazy. aLLeY, there was no stopping him.
There was no stopping him after map 1. I will have to say that. But this definitely was where it was. He got 3 kills right there. He gets the last bit of time on the B side. Again, nobody from Toronto Ultra is close enough, but he does win the first initial gunfight that might have played spoiler. But I do have to talk about that. aBeZy, I believe, had a .64 in the first hard point.
Can't hide it.
But we head into the Desert Siege. He drops a 3.67, a 3.0 KD turnover to win the series.
But that speaks in magnitude about how good this team is, right? Every individual player. I mean, aBeZy can go negative, go 0-6 in a hard point, and then turn around and do exactly that.
Yeah, that was insane, because when aBeZy's starting off so slow in that map number 1, Atlanta FaZe is still up by 100 points. That's because Arcitys, he's a guy that we're barely talking about on this team. This guy, he's the guy that's puts himself in great positions to pick up those easy kills, and he's the main leader of this team. The fact that he's putting up those consistent 30 bombs on a map like Bocage, that's what's leading him to a lot of success.
Now to see RC's put up that type of work with the AR, Nameless, they're going against the London Royal Ravens next, where players like Zero are on that roster. I think Arcitys is really going to show out, man.
I think so. And, you know, like Jay said, we don't talk about Arcitys as much because this team is so star-studded. But even in that search and destroy, he was the guy that was neutralizing Insight. And he was doing it with an auto. So, like, they all take turns popping off. They're all so influential on the map. And going into this series versus London, you're going to need him and Cellium, because the all-stars on this team, Gismo and Zero, they've been playing well.
Let's go ahead and have a preview. Let's look at both of these teams as a whole. And yes, I'm talking about FaZe and the London Royal Ravens. This is going to be the final matchup before we jump into the grand finals. And aLLeY, looking at these stats right now, this is like...
Overall, it looks like they match up pretty well, right? First through third across the board, except for that 4th S&D round win percentage. London has seriously been struggling there, but Zero has been carrying this team through the past 2 series that they have had to play. And I'm looking at the young guns now to step it up and help him out. I just saw a couple too many ego challenges from them in their last series. I need them to calm down, play their game, and maybe have a chance against the FaZe.
And the Royal Ravens would be way better statistically in Search and Destroy if they stopped playing Berlin. I know they keep getting to the very end, and they keep playing it. Like, they've lost a couple 6-5, 6-4s, but like, dude, you're 1-5 at this point. Like, just get it out of the series.
All right, Steady. I'm a big fan when it comes to just upsets, you know, the underdogs and whatnot. And as London Royal Ravens take the stage right now, this is different, okay? They're now playing against OpTic with the big crowd standing behind them, right? They're going against Atlanta FaZe, one of the best in the CDL. You're talking about one team with a lot of star-studded names, right? Another team full of young guys. Yeah, you got the vets there like Zero and whatnot, but you also got Afro. I really think that London really have a great shot at this.
Oh, I don't. I think Atlanta FaZe, just the way that they came out in that first series, 3-0 dominance, like, it was clean. And you can just tell that momentum that they received yesterday versus the Thieves, the best hardpoint team in the game. They completed a reverse sweep at basically 11:30 at night. The guys were ready to go. So now, just starting off this series today, up already at 3-0. They're going to get up against London, who just came off of a difficult loss to OpTic. They were getting outslayed tremendously, and that's usually where London see a lot of success in its respawns, is that they're able to get kills. Now you're going up against probably the best team in the game in Atlanta FaZe, and they're looking red hot.
I mean, to be fair, OpTic kind of did the same thing to send FaZe down to the losers bracket as well. So the one thing that we definitely learned amongst the season throughout the qualifiers, aLLeY, is that no matter how big the names are, and whoever you put against them, you can't sleep on London.
Absolutely. And you know what? I think this event especially is attested to that the competition this year is unmatched like any other. Even Atlanta FaZe has been made to look human. Paris Legion won their first matchup, the only one we can really write off New York Subliners. I don't want me to throw you on the bus right now, but I mean, the competition, you never truly know who's going to take it.
Right, and when it comes to London Nameless, I mean, in this matchup as a whole, what are your thoughts?
I got one thought right now. It just came to me. The crowd was not on the side of London in that first series. I can almost guarantee you this crowd is going to be behind London in this series.
100%.
They do not want Atlanta FaZe in that final. It's going to get interesting, man.
That actually plays a factor in my opinion. But
it 100% does.
It does. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well to see what has happened so far. We came into this event with 12 teams, and you can't even call it on Thursday. But right now, only 3 more remain. Toronto Ultra went home without even winning a map and just winning, what, 2 rounds each on the last 2 game types. But now we're going to have the Battle of the Red. Royal Ravens, FaZe, and the winner, they're going to go against the King and his boys, OpTic Texas. That's going to be a big one. And Steady, I feel like when it gets to that grand finals, no matter who meets OpTic there, the crowd is just going to be louder than ever.
Oh, 100%. OpTic's already there, so you already know the green wall is just waiting for that grand finals. They just better hope Atlanta FaZe don't make it, man, because best of 9, it's not going to be any advantages, and I don't know, just Atlanta FaZe, their map pool is so crazy.
There's an advantage, Billy. You know there's an advantage. There's a green wall fan advantage sitting behind us.
It's like an extra player, man. All right, so you're not going to be on the desk when it comes to that series. Of course, you say Atlanta FaZe is outright going to beat London.
Yeah.
Is it going to be close, or do you think it's just going to be a wipe?
No, I think it's a 3-0.
3-0?
The way that they answered that first map, they started off slow in that map, number 1. And keep in mind, it was like 90 to 90. And at a point, once they went into the double listenings, they came out, it was like 180 to still 90.
Once they got warmed up, right?
Exactly. Like, the guns started getting hot for Atlanta FaZe. It's only a matter of time before they make it back to that grand finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, enough from us. It's time to get this thing going. And on the other side of the break, we're going to see who's going to meet OpTic Texas in the finals. Will it be FaZe or will it be the Ravens? I don't know, but we'll find out on the other side of this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas, where we're just having a damn good time right now. 2 series out the way and 2 more left to go. One of them being the grand finals right here at Championship Sunday. And take a look at the beautiful merch, the great food, the amazing venue, and also the beautiful fans. We're having an amazing time. But here on the desk, my name is Velly, breaking things down with another guest analyst. My man Ton, you just got off of a game where your boys from Europe got smoked, man.
Yeah, I'm on a speedrun Sunday at this point.
You had so much hope for him.
You know, I really actually did. We know we've seen Ultra up against FaZe last season. Things go back and forth, but if you can't win a hard point, then you can't win any of the other game modes, you lose 3-0, and that's exactly how it happened.
Wow.
Well, that's very obvious. Analytical mind is insane right now. But yeah, that was a disappointing series, I think, for a lot of people. They were probably expecting a little bit more than that, but wow, FaZe.
Right.
They look a bit scary.
They do.
Goodness.
Yeah, Nameless, you've been there before, man. I mean, the fact that FaZe was able to get that big win and then another win against Los Angeles Thieves, they're riding that momentum, and that is super important on Sunday.
Oh, yeah. You know, I was a part of some pretty crazy losers bracket runs before, and this FaZe team, where they're starting off from last night, you know, in a reverse sweep fashion, coming into today and just getting through these matches in 3-0, these guys are full of steam right now. They're coming off of that last match right now where they were all frying, headed into this London match where London's coming off of a loss.
Yeah.
Map 1 is so important.
You got that right. Now let's talk about London just for a bit. All right, another European team going against FaZe. This is like, you're going to catch PTSD.
Honestly, it's not been a good day for Europe. I mean, they're having to come in.
top 4.
No, like, in all honesty, you know, they've both done really well to get to this stage. Specifically, you know, you say on Ultra's point of view, the fact that they didn't win a hard point and still got top 4 is something for them to especially work on. They know what their problem is. They can work on it. But for London, you know, they've surpassed expectations at every single point so far this season. Can they go one step further, though? As you said, it's that problem of losing that game, it's starting off the day, and then going up against FaZe. It's not ideal.
No, not ideal at all. But London, I think they got what it takes, man. Looking at the players on your screen right now, they have been phenomenal, even Gismo. But I'm loving what I'm seeing from Afro, and I think that if London wants to win, Afro's going to have to match up with the best of the best to ever do it. And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, aLLeY, what do the Ravens have to do?
Take immediately what went wrong with that Tuscan hardpoint against OpTic and apply it to this series. I believe we are going into Tuscan game 1, so that is incredibly important. I think there was just a lot of ego challenge going on. I think a lot of trying to make a life-saving play instead of just doing what they do best, stacking together and playing their trades in hill, and they need the stars to step up. KD is this major. Gismo is 0.85. Afro is 0.92. We talk about it. Zero has actually been dropping 1.5s and 1.4s in respawn to keep this team in game. And he said it earlier in the season, right? At the end of the year, he's always on a top 4 team. Well, this is the beginning of the year, and they're already top 4 at the first major. And improve your man down situations in S&D. 15% of 3v4 S&D win rate this season is last in this league. So when they're down 3v4, man, they gotta get it back up.
No, they definitely got to get it back up. And let's talk about Atlanta FaZe right now, because Atlanta FaZe, I mean, when we get to the game field keys of victory, it's just going to be keep being you, because this team right now, they aren't trying to drop a map at all. They want that rematch in the grand finals.
They've looked so good on their little revenge tour that started last night up against Thieves, and then coming into the day, Nameless, they've looked so good.
Yeah, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, though, Nameless, what do FaZe got to do?
Berlin S&E equals free W. London 1-6 this season. Unfortunately, though, that map is not in this series. We have Desert Siege and Bocage, but still, I mean, London have been good on Desert Siege and Bocage, so FaZe are going to have to be good there. And they're looking great in Search and Destroy since that loss that they had. But moving on, hold strong on hill setups. Atlanta's first in hold percentage, London first in break percentage. So we know what London likes to do. They like to get that scrap time, and then on the rotation, they set up, they pinch you out, they get that first blood, they use those squad spawns to their advantage. So you got to hold strong. And then take control. 5-1 on Tuscan control. They have that in this series. We just saw what aBeZy was able to do on that first offense. The guy was popping 4 pieces, the teamwork was in, and they're able to steamroll versus Toronto. So coming into this match, do it once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to get this thing started. And remember, the winner of this will go to the grand finals to face off against OpTic Texas. But right now, let's get it underway. This is FaZe versus the Royal Ravens. Let's go ahead and have a good time.
of the legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Let's get this show on the road. Over Cellium, who fights two right off the rear, makes it three. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Busy waiting to pounce. Where's the next? Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe. Hey! 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 Sound pretty ready, let's get it. How are we doing, team? Everyone still got the energy? We still feeling it? We still ready to go? Good enough, we'll take it. Lukewarm at best, but things are about to get real hot. Last night, the night was dark and full of tiny terrors. And for many, that nightmare has continued into today. Let's just skip the formalities. Let's do this. Let's bring them out. Your villains. Welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe. We got Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp.
A team that is on a 6-map win streak. With one more match, they can get possible revenge against OpTic Texas. The boys look ready. I'm ready for this one, Miles.
They do look ready. Normally backstage, we sit, we stand, we have a little moment to talk to each other. They were strictly business. The business is what they're gonna need. It's the team they're going up against, a fantastic slaying squad. They come off a hot loss though, as OpTic had their way with them in the winner's bracket, but here in the lower bracket final, playing for a spot in the grand final, here in the major. Let's welcome to the stage, the London Royal Ravens. Afro, Gismo, Nastie, and Zero.
Well, you know what? Zero looks ready to rock and roll. Vibes all around. And on paper, these teams actually match up incredibly well. Both incredibly good at hardpoint with some really deep map pools. But Royal Ravens, they got to walk it out with this first Tuscan hardpoint.
Here we go. This is it. The penultimate match of the night before we get into the grand finals. It is sure to be an absolute banger. Texas, are we ready? Texas, are we ready? You sound pretty ready to me. Mack, Maven, take it away.
Thank you, beautiful. I'm ready to go. It's time to get nasty. How do you do this?
Ka-ka! Ka-ka! That was pretty good, right?
Just like a bird.
I'm like a raven.
It's time to get locked and loaded. Losers brackets, final time, a winner, a date with OpTic in the grand final. And yeah, FaZe, I mean, you're on a tear right now. You win 6 straight. On the other side, Ravens, you're trying to bounce back. But I mean, FaZe showed yesterday they had the ability to do it. You're sure Ravens do as well. But for me, it's like Ravens are going to try and make this series messy. FaZe are going to try and play as controlled as possible. Who kind of gets the edge in what they're trying to do?
I mean, they are going to try to play control, but they don't mind that messy style, right?
It's true.
You know, like let's dance if that's the way that they want to play. I think that they've studied London very well, right? When we've watched some scrims, there was
studied you.
Well, that's interesting. But, you know, when those teams are playing against one another in practice, I think London, they've kind of had a lot of things figured out, especially with those long routes with their submachine gun players, Afro, the things he's able to do. So I think Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be ready for that.
All right, well, let's take a look at the maps and modes and how this played out. And aLLeY kind of mentioned, they both have very deep map pools, right? Like, and across game modes, you're solid. Was there something where you're like, you got an advantage there?
I don't think so. No, both teams are, you look at this map set, it goes pretty deep. I think that Bocage S&D could be where things get interesting. Desert Siege is another one where I think it's just going to be fun because Atlanta FaZe, they play a little bit differently. A lot of teams, they rely on that snipe. We just saw it versus Ultra, and they just kind of have Cell and RC's chow. They just don't really care.
We're going to chow the sniper.
Yeah, snipe at me.
After I saw
I'm going to give you flinch, and then you're going to die because the auto's a beam.
Cell was challenging on the boat with a pistol. Like, he's going to chow whatever.
Okay, that was a different circumstance. Most people probably didn't even know that you could do that. But
Yeah, right.
The map right here is for Touch and Hardpoint, 3-2 for Atlanta FaZe, 3-1 for the Ravens.
Here we go. Time to get it rolling. The big thing they talked about, you know, you're so good at holding if you're Atlanta. You're so good at breaking if you are Ravens. A couple key breaks here for Ravens. You know, when you and I first kind of found out we were going to be casting, one of the scrims we watched to get prep was this one. I mean, the only Ravens map they won, it was a scrim, but it was Berlin, right? Hardpoint, that's not going to be in this. So FaZe dominated it, but you know, it's an online scrim. Obviously very different.
Yeah, very different, but I mean, just two completely different kind of stories here. Atlanta FaZe hot right now. Atlanta Royal Ravens trying to bounce back. They won that map 1 in the winners final, but then 3 straight map drops. And right off the start, Arcitys, aBeZy, they're going to get traded out as the nades come in. We know about those nades.
Yeah, yesterday. Oh, dear God. Well, so does FaZe. I mean, they're quite familiar with it, and that search and destroy so many deaths to it. I think aBeZy joked like he felt like he had 7 deaths just to grenades. So they battle for any kind of control here, flying forward. Got the auto and MP40 to work with now as Arcitys looking for number 4 in a row is ring around the rosy, pocket full of aLLeY as he's able to find it, but not able to take the next fight.
But already up to 5-2, and you know, we saw the most engagements in that last match that they played was him, and as the main AR, that is insane. And I just think it's one of those things where most of the time these guys cruise through matches, and you know what? He's the one that is making sure they're playing correctly. He's not really focused on himself. Typically after they lose, he takes it upon himself to try to make the plays as Atlanta Royal Ravens going for the big pinch here, but Simp, he's going to re-pinch it, able to find 2. There's just 1 player left. That's going to be 0.
A pinch on the pinch, a little double pinch.
Yeah, double pinch.
I'm familiar with those. Is FaZe take the lead? And now try to get this time rolling. aBeZy already 30 seconds in the objective. Just try to survive all the stuns and nades that are coming in. Now he wants to push it out. And you know, with these hard points, without the trophies, how crucial it is. Like, get control, and you've got to push out cuts to try and stop them from getting nades over the top.
And this is actually great for FaZe, right? You have radio control with, what, 15 seconds left? Okay, I was going to say great, and then they get 4 kills. And typically in this game with squad spawns, the only time spawns flip is when all 4 get taken down at the same time. They have no idea. Look at this.
Yeah.
Arcitys and aBeZy are all looking towards the right side of the map. That is just not, they're not there. They're set up here at P3.
Yeah, now they're going to find out, but that's a quick one on a 0. At least able to pick him off a big spot in the back, and now Gismo has been tagged up, trying to soar in his Arcitys, but Gismo, Nastie, and Afro able to hold. Yeah, I think they thought they had them spawning out like back church, right? Like top right.
It's like literally the only time where you see a spawn flip come in is when you have the 4 dead, and I mean, it has to be within 2.5 seconds. But they weren't ready for it. Now 0, Nastie, 3 go down for Atlanta FaZe. Simp, that is just a tough gunfight to take. And you know, it was looking like all Atlanta FaZe in control. They were up 30 points, but with that spawn flip, London, they're right back in this one.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like you almost wish one was alive a little longer.
Yeah, you do.
You played it too clean, right? And you kind of get punished for it, but they try to answer back and get the final 20 or so seconds around the hard point. Keep an eye on that number 2 on the minimap. That's going to be Arcitys, who's already wrapped his way around backside church. And working bottom will be aBeZy, as they're kind of setting up like a quad split right now. And well, yeah, you've got that many entrances into church. You got to hold everything.
Yeah, Arcitys just taking his time up to 12-6 on another 3 spree. He is just locked in right now. Gismo trying to do what he can, and you know, just not having the best weekend. From what we saw at the qualifiers, how good he can be. Need him to step it up. Him and Afro as Gismo 4-9 to start this one. Simp though, he loves to go on the pinch. He's pushing out the middle of the map. He's able to find another one. 5 spree for Simp.
You got to find that pace. You got to be locked in and carry this momentum as far as you can. But it doesn't get much better than that, right?
Not in this game. No, it does not. I mean, you still see the arrows kind of looking around, making sure no flip happens. But right off of spawn, Simp finds another multi-kill as he is snapping right now. Now a 50-point lead coming in for FaZe.
Yeah, he's feeling himself, and at the right time to get into a groove. 0 gets a couple shots in, and aBeZy goes vertical, and he puts him 6 feet under. Now to Nastie we go. As B5 getting ready. It's really just Cell here, all by his lonesome. As the rest will start to come off spawn, that's Afro that started to push it out. And just try to keep them from having a 4-man effort, and the nades doing their best to delay them as well. As aBeZy comes on the spawn, this is going to be the big hit in, but Nastie once again, what a play. At least able to get 2 before he drops, but Simp there able to answer. You go 2 for 2, you're still retaining this hard point, but you got a presence here still from FaZe.
Oh, what a read from aBeZy. He's in a 2 versus 1. He's trying to buy time for the reinforcements. And well, he's able to find both those kills on a 0 and Afro. Now it's getting messy here at P5. Gismo trying to fly on in, but he gets cut down by Cell. The rest of the scrap time looking to go the way of FaZe.
It's just always kind of messy here, right?
Very much so.
Yeah, yeah. I got 3 dead, and 1 grenade comes in, and next thing you know, you're cleared out of it. But FaZe manages to break and at least kind of split the time on that hard point. Now they'll be sitting around a 40-point advantage. As we get ready to get into our second set of rotations, RC's at 17-11, just holding this with an auto, getting ready for the push. On the other side will be Cellium, kind of worried about that long fight, but as you lose one player towards mid, heads start to shift.
And this is when we talked about the keys, right? Number one break team, number one hold team. Who is going to come out on top? But you did have Afro go on that long route, now inside of you. He's got the help of Zero, and well, Cell just all by his lonesome. A good break there. I mean, P1, especially after a full rotation of hills, usually that team that gets there first, they get a big chunk of time. Not easy to break, but now it's Atlanta FaZe's turn. aBeZy with an aid, Cellium, as he continues, and well, they break right back.
Is that just something where like you lose one player, Selden can't kind of pick up the
right?
long,
Yeah,
like
you
that
just
first
kinda
domino comes in?
Yeah, you have to shift, you have to pick up something, and with all the different lanes on this game, I mean, once something's open, typically that's when the break starts.
It feels like as fast as Ravens can play, like the pace they have, like they slow it down for a second to find that opening kill, and then once they have a 4v3, like it is just go.
Well, the
Sharks smell
they're
blood.
normally slowing down is because someone's taking that route, right? Someone's taking the long route and trying to find that 1v1.
Back over to P2 as Arcitys continues to have the hot hand, now up to 20. And finding the objective time. Nastie's ankles just getting butchered, but it's a teammate. It's actually aBeZy that's going to take him out. He had a comical one yesterday as well. Simp just trying to make sure they still keep the odds here. Bit of finesse and fancy footwork, but Afro up to the challenge, still take his head off.
And this is just where this hill gets messy. You have one side spawning, you know, Church Alley, one side spawning front Church. It's still happening as Afro is able to come on up. But now you're going to kind of get into this situation again. We're Atlanta FaZe. They're going to rotate over towards P3.
Well, this time I think you know where they are.
Well, right now, unless they get 4 dead, that's going to be 3. Spawns do come in. It's Simp. He's on 5 in a row now, 23 and 11. They're just taking turns. Arcitys hasn't slowed down across the map. That's where Arcitys is.
Okay, well, this time they at least are able to get set up deep. Now, simple drops, so no streaks to be coming through. The cutoff man and aBeZy not able to slow it down too much, but we'll get a safe spawn there with his team. As they try to wrap back, here comes the big hit through the front. Arcitys just waiting on the help because he's a low man there, but on the pinch around, it's going to be aBeZy. He just comes off spawn, then tries to cut in from behind and turn heads, but you've made it sloppy here again if you're Ravens. You've gotten FaZe out of the point. aBeZy, though, with the double, might give them some semblance of time. You're now over the 200-point mark, and at risk of running away with this, you've started to dominate. Arcitys still just hitting right now with the auto.
Yeah, it's like they're making it messy, but then you have Cell all the way back in that spot, in that position. And, well, I mean, if there's one player you don't want to fight, it's probably him. They're going to flip the spawn, Jess. You're going to get the scrap time, and Lennon will take that. But Arcitys, as he pushed the middle of the map, he knew he was just going to rotate over towards Church. Just one step ahead right now is Atlanta FaZe.
Well, it felt that way until Nastie and Afro start to chain together kills. So you've still got Arcitys set all the way deep. You got to think they're going to isolate him, and they do just that. Yeah, look where FaZe are bottom mid, and they're getting pinched right now. That's going to be Zero. That's starting to work up behind him. How much a thorn in the side in FaZe can he be? Because we've got almost 20 seconds into this hard point, and Zero just keeps it going. He's a 15 and 19, but he needs to have a big sequence here if they're going to claw this back. You see the killing spree pop up there for Afro as well before he drops.
Yeah, killing spree, but is it just a little bit too late? You know, 60, 70 points on a map like Tuscan can just be difficult when you have that P5 coming up. Even this one can get messy, but London doing a good job so far, but their close spawns are in for Atlanta FaZe. Zero, the last member alive, and you're going to take this scrap time if you can.
Yeah, get whatever you can. Just get you closer to that 250. Put the pressure on Royal Ravens. And his Cell is the last man here. And with the spawn out for Ravens, you're going to have to focus on the rotation. Picking this up, you see it's going to be Simp's POV.
That's the whole team.
And yeah, that's one of those sequences where you don't even get to take that one. You just get shots down between multiple players, but now just 24 points away from the map 1 dub. As they look to continue, this will be 7 straight maps. If they can do it, the centering looks good from aBeZy, but just not quite able to take the fight. But his deadly duo and Simp next up the bat.
Yeah, just waiting for his teammates. Coming off spawn, here come those days. He flies on through. A Nastie holding that staircase, and they're just chipping away 1 or 2 seconds if they can. Arcitys working through that middle well side. 30 seconds left. They're going to maybe take one more slow push at this. They do not want to give up that rotation.
You know you gotta.
Everything is just blowing up.
Okay, yeah, they just burst on through.
And now you have to
Nades
go.
popping
London
everywhere.
has to go. They have to push this one more time.
You gotta think about the rotation. Yeah, and you have to try to get to ult so you don't lose the game. So many decisions to make, and regardless of where you go, you're running into somebody posted up from Atlanta FaZe. They can't quite get in for the contest. And FaZe's map win streak, which started last night, continues here. They're not skipping a beat.
It's a little different though too, right? Because it just feels like their fundamentals are on, right? And maybe when you talked to Cell, it was all about the communication. Maybe the comms were flooded, right? You get an amped up match versus OpTic. The reverse sweep starts to happen. The pressure is there. The small talk just disappears the longer that series goes on.
And I think that was obvious just from some of the individual chows you saw. Just not working with a teammate. And usually that's comms, right?
100%. There you can see the stats right there. RC's not slowing down. 33 kills. Simp with a 30 bomb of his own. And on one of London's best maps, they take it handily.
Proud, we appreciate you. You've been amazing all weekend long. It's day 4. We're getting deep into this bad boy. We've got the losers bracket final here. Winner to take on OpTic for what may be one of the best grand finals of all time. But we look through some of the highlights from that map. And for the most part, I mean, it wasn't like a blowout, but it was a comfortable FaZe game from like the second hard point on.
Yeah, I think like maybe if that P3 is cleaner from FaZe, it probably
it's a blowout.
It's a blowout, right? Yeah. I mean, you never know what could have happened, but
you mean the one where they were all like P1 looking the other way?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 80 points though on a Tuscan, that's a pretty big win on this map with all the contest hills that you do have. But I mean, it's just everybody getting involved. You had Simp, you had aBeZy making plays, Arcitys just with his hot start as he is just stepping up on Sunday.
This is where you want Arcitys. I mean, I think it was a bigger story maybe when you were newer players in Cell and Simp and aBeZy when they were younger and less experienced. I think his maybe veteran leadership might be overplayed a little bit now, but yeah, I think when the pressure's on though, still, you know you can rely on him. Like he's Mr. Reliable.
100%. It's just one of those things when he can get going, it feels like all the right things happen for Atlanta FaZe because his kills are so impactful on the map.
And I think he's been good about it, but you know, anytime we talk about someone that could be a vocal leader, it's always, I don't care who you are, it's human nature. It's easier to do good things when you're playing well individually. It just is, I feel like. It's just to be positive, like, to get behind the guys.
Again, I just think he's the one making sure they don't make mistakes. Yeah. And you know, you're looking at the mini map, you're looking at what your players are doing. Where can I go? Where do I have to be on the map? So we're set up for next. And a lot of the times you're not focusing on the simple things in COD, the fundamentals, which is, well, shooting.
Well, it's always, you need to have some players that are a little, I don't want to say like red dot chasing, but some that are not as minimap focused, as communication focused, that are just going into focus and fry. Like you are just going to find kill after kill. You're playing with out of bandit with a pace that is tough to match. Yes, you'll have that, but yeah, no, the Alex of the world, just so crucial for this team. But now on the other end of it, it's like Zero is that important to this team, and sort of some of the things we're talking about, Alec. When you talk about the youth on the Royal Ravens, you win map 1 against OpTic, and then you know the wheels kind of come off, right? It gets crazy. The venue gets all fired up. You weren't able to silence them for long. And no, you're not going up against that same thing here, but still Zero's got to lead. He's got to.
Yeah, 100%. There you can see the S&D top performers for both of these squads. Simp on one side, we've seen what he can do. On the other side, it's been Nastie, and Nastie, the first couple of times we watched him, he was having a heck of a series. He's really had a great event for this team. You know, there was so many eyes on Gismo and Afro where Nastie's really stepped up, and you can see the bottom one, that first blood win percentage. He's winning it 3 out of 4 times. That just gives you such an advantage in this.
British Scump is disgusting.
It's nasty.
Desert Siege now. What's interesting to you about this map?
What's interesting to me about this?
Well,
there's
for this matchup.
Oh, for this matchup, yeah. I mean, again,
yeah, I really like the sand and like.
I like the sand. I like the middle building, the top window, the balcony, the outside window, and the bottom doors.
Yes.
I missed the back window.
Pal's just like, where are they gonna come from?
What was that?
Yeah, no, I was doing some weird stuff with my arms. I'm very, very flexible, Joe. I was told at a young age that I could have been a gymnast.
I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah?
No, there's not many 6'5" gymnasts.
No, not too many. But it's snipe out now for Zero, and yeah, they're going to be challenging this snipe. Here's going to be getting peppered by bullets.
Yeah, you better hit your first bullet because he just doesn't care. Like, he's going to chow this all day. He will continue to fight that. Find the glitch. Boom, there we go. Yep. You got a sniper. I really don't. I don't care.
I have a sniper too. My name is Cellium, and as he said on the main stage, this map was made for me. I've got my nerd spots. Now, 2 versus 1 though is Gismo able to get out with 72 HP. Bomb down, you see just outside the B site, and Gismo set up for his next battle, and maybe what could be an enormous clutch to get this crowd going for the Ravens side. But just kind of taking his time, maybe make FaZe a little bit antsy. See if you can catch one. Okay, does not happen. Does not happen. Still posted up, and it is just beams.
I think we all might need to ask him what his monitor settings are, because I don't know how he sees the things he does on this camera.
Yeah, no, here sometimes it's tough, right? Like, it can't be.
We literally have X-ray, and I'm just like,
look at him, dude. He is focused. I want his hair so bad.
You want his hair?
Yeah, I'd look awesome, dude. Someone did a picture one time. I look badass.
Did someone do that again? Can we
No,
Photoshop
no, I'm kidding.
his hair?
It was horrible. It looked like a monster from like some Friday the 13th movie or something. No, it wasn't good. To round 2. They come across and nearly maybe a second, but can't quite get the shots in. And Nastie, you're going to have to move.
Cell, I mean, he hits the nade, he goes for the chow right away as he tries to back down up. I mean, the aggression comes in from London. And Cell is just not afraid to take gunfights. The sniper gets picked in the back, get it up pistol.
Dude. All right. He just looks like, even when he's reloading there, he's shouldered about 42 times. Like, this guy's a menace. And I mentioned to him in an interview, but you've said this many times to me. I don't think on broadcast much, just to me. Like, you really like Cell as a player because he just, I don't know, the passion he plays with, like no free kills, like how hard of a kill he is. But you've said, like, if you were to play against him, you would hate his soul.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is literally, I mean, yeah, like, why would you want to play against that? Like, nobody would.
Yep.
I'll be doing the same thing in the pro player chat, whatever doing. Whatever he's using, get it out. Right? That guy is just different.
Give me GA Cell. After the much-needed first blood, and just put it away. I'm telling you, put it away.
Did you see Zero's face? He's like, I don't know, bro. I really have no idea.
It's just all headshots with the auto, and he's gone. They're going to keep challenging it over and over again. You got to hit that first shot if you even have a chance. But now you have numbers. If you're Royal Ravens, Zero, the only one knocked out of it. The position itself, giving up, trying to deal with multiple players, but pushing through on the other side of it will be aBeZy. They get this now down to a 2 versus 2. Afro for the opening, there to combine with Nastie. Player left is Cell. He's been able to get out. I thought Afro was going to get eyes on him top, but he's able to wrap out of this.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking for him, right? He's still trying to challenge him. I like that from the London Royal Ravens, just immediately isolating aBeZy, who pushes through towards that flank. But 20 seconds left. He's on 5 in a row. He's just going to play for these streaks, just try to stay alive, work towards that glide bomb.
Yeah, if you're wondering why he was kind of backing out of this with so little time on it, it's a heads-up play. Just see if you can get that glide. With 5 left, they're going to leave him. No hunt is in, and boom. You get a much-needed round if you're Royal Ravens, but if you are Cell, you've got a chance to get this glide. And now I'm curious, though, if you're Zero and you saw his face.
Let's start with him.
You got to put it away, right?
Let's see what he...
You've just been laced twice.
See what he does?
Like, just obliterated. It's like you got sniped yourself. You know when you just die so fast, it's straight headshots. You're just like, I just got sniped. Oh, no.
No, he literally had the facial reaction of like, I don't know what I can do.
Yeah.
Like, there's literally nothing I can do.
Yeah. And we'll see if he puts it away or keeps it out. But
stays away from him on that side of the map?
Could be the case. Okay, it doesn't matter who it is just headshots. aBeZy now. With the opener, the nade's headed over towards Zero. That one's going to hit. And he gets hit down to like 33 health, something in that ballpark. And you get another one if you're Cell. Now just one off the glide. Tags all over the place, but Nastie for now will be the last one up. And if you got a 3v1 here, it's like, can you set Cell up? Or sorry, 4v1. Can you set Cell up to get this one? He's going to be off the map, so not going to matter. 3-1 now to FaZe. Clinical. And the first bloods are just, I don't want to say too easy, because I mean, it's long range shots, but they're getting them very clean, right? It's not like some messy first blood that's traded quickly and the chaos ensues. You haven't seen a lot of fights in Palace, right? Like they're not getting into Palace and having that madness. Like they're
just letting
range, picking them off.
work the outside of the map.
Yeah.
Those outskirts. If there's going to be a sniper, I'm going to try to take that first blood.
Say Zero still has a snipe, but yeah, maybe to a different side of the
Well, yeah, that's what I say. Okay, so what's the play call? Let's just stay away from him. Let's go towards the A bomb. I mean, normally one player doesn't have that impact unless they do have the sniper, but it's going to be turned into a 3v3 as Arcitys able to find Gismo on the flank. But 40 seconds left. You have Simp trying to find that info outside of Palace.
Now Cell's worked his way over, but you're still hoping to get that glide, I believe. Still just one off, but to the 3v3 we go. Arcitys opens it up, gives the advantage. 20 seconds now left on the clock. Pushing through is going to be that number 8. It's going to be Afro. Trying to get in behind, not going to happen. That's one to Cell. That's going to be the glide.
You got to kill, though. They have to hop to defuse. They have to hop to defuse.
Got to get on it.
He's able to find it.
Now
There we go.
Simp with the cover. The teamwork too strong for FaZe. Up 4-1. A glide in Cell's back pocket. Is FaZe just handling the Royal Ravens right now?
I mean, that's really it. They're just taking care of business as they started. But I think that map number 1 was just so important for London just because, you know, you come off that loss, just try to get some momentum going, and we saw what FaZe just did to their EU brothers.
And that's, I mean, there you're talking about a good search team, right? But FaZe just... That's what's been scary the past couple of years. It's good in every mode, right? It's sometimes the best search team in the game. Maybe not at that point right now with the way OpTic have been playing, but we might get some more of that with a potential 4 searches in a best-of-9 final if that's what it ends up being. Cell, though, 7-0. Just putting up absurd numbers.
He's going to make a phone call.
Hello, sir. I'd require my bomb now. Can you blow someone to smithereens? Yes, we've got Nastie, who is now in pieces. Across the map, 8-0, bomb planted, looking for the 5th round. Arcitys in, Simp dialing it in. Cellium, no free ones. He's going to stay up and back down. The 0 now left by his lonesome, able to get 1, but instantly the shot's in for the trade. Still clinical.
And that's just the first blood with the glide. We're going to work towards the bomb. Arcitys is going to plant immediately because, well, that bomb's coming in. It's all the information, is giving them the callouts. And then even after that, Afro is trying to make it into a 3 versus 3 to find Arcitys on the bomb, but he gets gunned as Arcitys wins that 1v1. Round falls apart for London.
Now we'll see if they can mount some sort of wild comeback here, or if FaZe are just too strong, and if Cellium is invincible. But this is like kind of what I want. This is kind of what I wanted. If you're Royal Ravens, you can get these fights.
Hit the door.
Afro, back and forth we go. aBeZy with 2. Knife. Afro with 2. Knife almost to the face, but Gismo able to get away. And now we test the 2 power and prowess of Cellium as he's 8-0. Wins this, maybe 10-0, and that's map. As he will try to clutch up in the 1 versus 2. Bomb getting planted today. As Cell will go to work up against 0 and Gismo. Now he's taking the deep route all the way around. Can he get a freebie?
He should be.
He's gone the whole way around, taking his time.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, maybe less freebie, maybe a little tickle to the back of the ankles. And he is going to drop Cell. Finally falls, and maybe it's a little antsy there. Like, didn't need a little more trigger discipline to make sure you set up the first that's free.
Well, you can immediately see as soon as he shot, he was just, trying to find where that second player was, right? Where are they playing back-to-back, making sure he was ready for that next gunfight. But, yeah, just kind of stopped shooting. The shots were a little bit messy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell what it actually looks like with X-ray sometimes, like how it actually looks for him, how much you can actually see of the player. But 1 by 1, you try to bring it back if you're Royal Ravens. Got to muster up something here. It's not an easy fight, but you got to make it a fight first. As everything just kind of comes to a halt, and you've got the 2 working inside, and Afro and Gismo. They want this to be more of a mid-map fight and less about the outskirts where they've been getting dominated, and they get Palace control. Afro able to peek out, find a pick, and that's a massive first blood. That's what you haven't had much of.
Yeah, the problem is on defense, it's hard to force kind of that middle presence, right? Because what do? All right, this is 2 players inside of Palace. We're going to go to B. We're going to plant the bomb. We're going to allow Cell to work those trenches. Well, Simp, he's going to get away with his life. Now it's his turn to try to make a play. He's going to back on down. Here comes the retake. Simp able to find one. He always finds those openings. It feels like Afro going to shut it down, but we're into a 2v2. Now a 1v2 for aBeZy.
20 to go. Afro's on halfway there. There's the first. He hops off it. He's getting tagged up. Little hop, little chow, but what around there out of Afro. 3 in a row in the defuse. We keep it going. Ravens fighting back, and Afro started it. Afro finished it.
Yeah, Arcitys, I mean, you know, he gets first blood. He's trying to work the inner side of A towards those inner tracks. But he ends up getting caught by the players up top. Still, a hell of an attempt from Atlanta FaZe, hitting that bomb down in that 3 versus 4.
He's serious.
It's a serious situation.
It is. Well, yeah, of course it is. But like at that angle, he's like, he's a bad boy.
Yeah, I mean, Afro and Cap have like the 2 of the best player cams in the CDL, dude.
We'll see what Afro can do behind those 3 in a row. Because now you try to dictate the pace and bring it to him.
Let's run it
on this offense, but Simp is here, ready and lurking. Where's he going to be posted up? It's 0. It was a struggle early, but this time, it's the auto in hand that finds the first blood. They're starting to trickle in now for Ravens.
Just staying away from Cell. We're just going to stay away from him.
I mean, look at the map.
It's been working that way.
You put a line on there, a 50-yard line. It's literally just Cell.
Just getting away from him. Gismo, he does find the timing inside of Palace. Simp, though, able to connect with the nade. 2 versus 3 on this retake for Atlanta FaZe, just trying to put this map away. RC's going to get aggressive again inside of Palace, gets caught.
Oh! Cell able to get 1, but still so much to do with so little time to work with.
Got a lot to do. Afro has the cross as well.
I just don't see how you do it with this amount of time, with like where they're set up. It's not like they're going to line up unless he has something absolutely nuts, but he's going to have a crazy read here. On the flank coming in, not going to matter. They get the kill. Now 3 in a row. Ravens rolling. Yeah. You know, Jack Courage, he was a high school mascot. He was a bird or something. That's what I picture. For the Queen chant, I love it. I'm fired up. Yes. They're doing it bit by bit, and you know, FaZe no stranger to letting stuff slip away. It happened yesterday, and I know it's different to get reverse swept than it is to, you know, kind of similar thing happen in a search and destroy, but the pressure starts to build as it gets closer and closer. You're up 5-1, suddenly they're within a round. Well, and the Ravens get it to a round 11.
This is a key round because on offense, London, they can go towards the middle palace. This is going to be another quick play. Nastie, I don't know if he saw it. He did see it. They're going to try and nade him. They're looking over Arcitys. He does get the bomb down. Now, can Arcitys play his life somehow? Some way. He's alive, but look at that. Cellium gets taken down. Arcitys, it's down to Simp and aBeZy in a 2v3.
Gets to the heady, and Afro wins another one. Simp now by himself. They're on it. He sees Nastie, I think, out to the left. Maybe spot him, but he knows he's got to go. He's there. He's holding Afro. He does it now 4 in a row. Round 11 time and a wake-up call. Really for both sides.
Yeah, and the fans, because, I mean, FaZe was literally giving them a lullaby.
Yeah, choking them out. All the momentum. Now behind Ravens. And this colossal round 11. I mean, this round alone is probably going to decide whether this is a series or not.
I'm thinking they're going A. Or mid, right? Let's just get away from number 1.
But look at this. There's 3 inside of Palace. We haven't seen this before out of FaZe, but they like go in. They don't see anything. Hello, are you going to put it inside of him? Oh, hey, he pegs it with it. aBeZy takes a frag to the shins and a shot to drop him, but Afro, he's now on 6 in a row. The man can do no wrong. That was so nerve-wracking when he was
it's like playing dodgeball, dude. Yeah. Typically we have Semtexes, you just put it away, you use your weapon, but yeah, nothing you can do there.
Arcitys, he's ripped down to 57, but still up 40 on the clock. As he tries to reposition, you've still got to work this bomb plant. And that number 4 in Simp that is looming, it's really what kind of fight is he going to find?
What kind of timing? They're able to get the wall bank through. Arcitys going to drop. Things may be falling apart. Simp can't finish the kill, and now he's got to reposition. 20 seconds to go. Bomb, though, still has not been planted. That's going to be bombed down with 20 seconds to go. Through, though, on the flank is going to be Gismo. It's all going to be on Cell. They're pushing through. They're finding the kills. It's 5 in a row and a search win for the Royal Ravens. Caca! Oh, baby!
I love it. Props for the creativity, honestly.
I'm with it. I am with it. And that,
anything to get him going.
That route, but I think you were right. Like, FaZe were just like choking him out, singing a lullaby, whatever. They were putting him to sleep. You know, we know.
They might have put themselves to sleep, too.
The crowd has not been with FaZe, obviously. You know, they've been getting booed every time they're on stage. It is a Ravens crowd. They needed something to cheer about. So that is why that round was everything, because I think you lose that search, it's a 3-0. I really think it is. But now, maybe we got ourselves a series, because that is going to rejuvenate the crowd, rejuvenate this Royal Ravens team. They got something to work with, and whoo! You do it on the back of 5 in a row, that gives you some, I think it's big too because you have so many young players, right? Like 100%. The belief system to do that.
I was going to say, dude, they're going to have to find like Bugs Bunny or something if they go down 0-2 to find Michael's secret stuff, you know what I mean? Like the blue water bottle, you put the, dude.
Come on and jam.
Hey, I don't know if we can do that, dude. We can get in trouble.
Oh, DMC, we're going to go to break. See you.
I keep these jobs.
We're still, I think we're still here. Quick commercial break before we get in trouble.
Thanks.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Let's go, Texas!
This place alive now.
Yeah! Got a little shot. An injection into the crowd after that comeback from Royal Ravens. 5 in a row for the Queen. The Ravens.
Nice.
I don't know much about Ravens.
I don't either, honestly.
I'm not a what's a birdologist?
A what?
A birdologist? What's a bird expert?
Yeah, birdologist, that's right. Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds right. You put ologist on the end of whatever you want.
Been talking to Sim way too much.
Yes, we're going to take a look at control stats as we get ready for the map 3, all tied up 1-1, and see where these teams are headed. Cell versus Zero.
Yeah, I mean, both going to have the AR in their hands. Zero. Talked about him being the veteran, what he can do. Cell on the other side. Honestly, they figured it out. Desert Siege, just
go to the other side of the map, call out Cell, and just go the other way right now?
away from him, yeah. I like it.
I mean, you kind of sold the shift, and granted, when you're trying to play around Palace, you can find more angles and stuff from there, obviously, but they played to their strengths, I think, and tried to eliminate what FaZe was doing. I mean, that's
I don't know if they played to their strengths, but they played to get away from
okay. Maybe played away, yeah.
They were down 5-1, and someone just looked at someone and was like, screw it, we're going mid. Like, they just open the door.
Well, that's why I thought they'd find success to begin with. I mean, that makes the most sense to me with how they like to play, and they do it. Afro, way to step it up, man. What a finish to that search and destroy he had as he elevated the play of his squad to get them to this control. FaZe, Ravens, tied up 1-1, control time, nades out, who's getting blown to pieces? It might be Arcitys, it is Arcitys, ba-bang!
Well, Afro with a big one, he's gonna follow it up. Get them off at that point, but what does FaZe love to do? Simp finds those routes, they like to work towards B. Immediately Cellium pushing through towards P5. And the key here is when you push through P5 like Cell just did, you have two options. Either go to B, you can work top radio, and you can help your team through, towards church.
Or bring two people over?
Yeah, exactly. And, they're going to have to nade him. He's going to pause the clock. Now he's relying on his teammates to make plays on the other side of the map. They are not making plays. Oh, what the?
He's like a gazelle or some sort of very fast creature. Gismo, though, has got the position. There's the shots into the back. 45 seconds to go. You've got no progress if you are FaZe. It's been lights out so far from Ravens. You got a 4-life advantage as well. Just try to continue to choke them out. Don't give them any forward position, but Simp trying to find openers now. That's going to be 2 now on to B, but look at the push through on the top side. You kind of win one 2v2, you lose the other. Number 5 in Zero, working the entire way around the deep route.
Yeah, well, they got to yo. aBeZy does get taken down. He does have help, though. His teammates are here. They're going to be done with his B point soon. Need Zero to try to make a play. The contest is in, though. The contest is there. Simp, no! Oh! From Simp!
Oh my God, and what that snap might have done for this round as he keeps ripping and roaring. 8 in a row before Simp drops. You get the tough point, and suddenly the minute and 15 of an excellent hold you have from Ravens might all just slip away.
If you're watching or you're a pro player, sometimes it feels like Atlanta FaZe, they rely on, sometimes individual plays.
Flipping the switch?
Yeah, individual plays from players like Simp or Cell. But it works because they're that good. You can't always rely on it. But man, when it comes through, it comes through at a great time. 9-12 though still. advantage for London.
And he wants to use it early. He's going to use the streak to try to get them forward. Okay, well, it didn't even have to hit because the native 0 that actually does it. He'll take out Nastie. Looking for the cross, able to get another, gets away with his life as well. Doesn't have to reach out as his teammate there to pick up the second. 50 seconds on the clock, only 5 lives left. And if you're Ravens, you might get away with one because you had it locked down. You had the round 1 and then, well, Simp danced like a ballerina all over your skulls.
Well, I mean, just that play right there, though, from the 0, just so important to stop them from getting on A.
They're not out of the woods yet, though.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they spawn up and say, hey, we have 50 seconds left. Let's slow this down. We're going to take some long routes through the lower part of the map.
What did Miles say? The night is dark and full of tiny tears. Well, here they come. aBeZy with the opener. 1 life advantage Royal Ravens and 20 seconds on the clock. Cellium able to win his fight deep. Gismo really going to be the last player here in position to try and make a play. They've got onto it. They've stopped the clock. Trying to snap back. Not going to happen. aBeZy able to lock down 2. Now near the second point of progress. The life advantage flipped on its head. Advantage to FaZe, and what a round it would be if they can win it as they line it up and close it out in a ludicrous offensive win.
You were just hoping you had an 8 hit, right? Make it a 3 versus 3. Can make that retake happen, but it's an individual play from Simp over towards B.
Dude, it was done.
He was just dancing
done.
around the statue.
It was done. Yeah, I said ballerina on his tiptoes. Just, you ever seen Black Swan? Like, I don't know. With Natalie Portman?
I didn't see it.
That movie was freaky as hell. Don't see it. Okay.
But I know what a ballerina is, yes.
Okay, well, I guess people can't see that I was actually trying to be a ballerina. Probably good for the broadcast. That wasn't a thing because I might have twisted my ankle. Ooh. Dude, Gismo. The head clean off and continues to lock down top Røkkr with some great shots. That's it, where maybe you lose a little aim assist. Just the shaker kicks in, but you get the kill.
Well, one key kill, though, was Nastie, right? He falls off towards Ruin's side. Ends up taking himself off the map. A probably would have been done if he was still alive. Now Atlanta FaZe, I mean, I don't know if they're going to go for this. They're not going to go for it, but they're going to try to trap them in here and get all of these kills, and they're done with that point. Well, and that's big, right? So now they have the life advantage. You have RCs all the way down low towards the rooftop side.
I think they've showed they're confident that it doesn't matter how long you have to capture B, we feel we can hold it.
Yeah, for right now, the ticks don't matter.
Yeah, and typically, a lot of times they've been successful from that position, but now Cell. He's got 4 straight and 9 and 5. Look at that number 2, though, in RC's. He is all the way deep.
Well, that's all the info.
Yeah,
right?
1 player in your spawn, 1 player in their spawn. Like
that's all the info that they need. You have Cellium who can help towards church side. aBeZy, he is just going to get, well, that's going to be a tough one. The fact he's alive and gets 1, say he was getting triple teamed. I did not think he was going to find the kill. But now you have a 2-2 split for the London Royal Ravens. What do they want to do? You have RCs and Simp so far up the map. They're not even really defending B. They're just kind of roaming around, Cell up to 5.
Yeah, it's like they're defending mid-map, like to make sure they kind of dictate where the push is going to come from onto B, and then they collapse. And what a collapse it was. They bring it back, now still holding deep. Or this time holding deep, it'll be Arcitys in the spawn side. They still got to fight around P5. They Cell. That streak has continued through this entire time, now up to 6.
Back's on up, now you have another split push coming in. 0, Gismo on one side. Towards P5, the trade's gonna go the way. Now you have the glide bomb. Just Gismo gonna be by himself, but he gets taken down as well.
It's the lives, man. Like.
And you know, I don't want to put it on one individual. It's very much a team game, but from what we've seen from Gismo, 7 and 16 in this map 3, he was so crucial for this squad to get him into this position. You need him here in a match like this.
Oh, well, the fact is, like, against this type of team, you just, you can't really have maps like that. You're going to lose. They're too good. They're too efficient. And now, nearly a round closer from taking this map 3.
Afro opens that up, though, so there is still a chance they can jump on the B. Simp, though, I think he's going to try to work towards fire. He wants to flank you through radio if he can, but they just stop, and there we go.
Is that just the lives are already outrageous? Let's not let it go anymore. But I guess I feel like you're already down 11. You're already going to go down 2.
I'm going.
Take a shot?
Yeah, I'd go, but they're more disciplined than me.
Yeah. mean, the circumstances are a little bit different, I get it, but it's just sort of like hell. Hail Mary. Like. One more round now for FaZe. They've done a good job for the most part, just trying to, well, taking the crowd out of it again. They're really fired up after the map too. They've slowed it down, and Cell is 13-6 with the streaks here to work with, but a nice little double chow.
Yeah, but look at this FaZe push. They 3 go through P5. And I mean, Gismo is watching the cross. He only sees 1 cross. And you have 2 players on. That's already 1 tick down. They are able to wrap back. Arcitys though, he's finding kills.
I'd love to be able to get a second, but they do pick them apart. And now off spawn, you get right back to A. The one guy here is really going to be Gismo, who's trying to turn it around. 7-18 now, and the pain will continue. aBeZy is going to have his number. The tiny tears. Line them up, soak it up. This is likely going to be A, and you still got Arcitys over here just winning one-on-ones, just trying to be a pain. Just make sure you alleviate much pressure from A. With 2 spawning top sides, like they might sin more at this, try to get him off it. He hasn't quite been able to finish it yet. Maybe try to draw out the time.
I think they were thinking about going, or at least trapping them. You do have Gismo there in a great spot, but Cell able to get some shots in, finds the rest of that kill, just the shoulders from Cell to be able to finesse around this position. And this is what we talk about when we say he is a difficult kill, because he just buys time for his teammates. Now when spawn is Simp. It's gonna be 3 dead. aBeZy kind of knows that if he just stays alive here, he's gotta wait for his teammates off the spawn.
Zero gets pushed up and delays the push for a moment. They get the kills around the objective as well. But you've got 90 seconds to work with. Maybe you try to bleed him out here a little bit, get the lives advantage, but your FaZe, I guess, not a ton of pressure to close it out here, considering you've got a defense upcoming.
Yeah, but you know they want to. They want to make a statement. They're going to try and go for this. They know the setup. Okay, they have the glide bomb. There's the investment. The callouts are in. aBeZy and Simp. They're going to find 2. That's a 3 dead, and now you can stack this. You don't get a lot of opportunities to do so. Zero with 1 big kill, though. We'll slow this down a bit off of spawn. The nades have to be on point. Quickly through Church's Afro, but aBeZy is there. Now a pinch from up top is Nastie. And I think that 1 kill from Zero will stop it. If there's 1 more player there, okay. There is 1 more there. But Afro.
It's so close.
Gonna cut it down. Yeah, if that 4 player is alive, that's a cap.
Well, you were right. I wasn't sure if they were going to try to make the statement, but as soon as he called the streak, I'm like, yeah, that looks to be the play call. And it funneled 2 into Simp, got them out of their spots. I mean, it was perfect. It's just, yeah, that 1 kill, it just slows that meter down, right? But you still have 45 seconds to work with.
Yeah, you have a life advantage as well. Afro, though, with the pick.
Yeah, nice little peek in the window there.
You can see that just kind of slows things down, right? They want to line up nades, and then they're going to get aggressive off of it as Afro 4 in a row. Beautiful. And when this man gets streaking, he can be hard to stop, but at the other side, there is aBeZy.
It's like if you're going to bring this down to the lives, you're likely going to have to at least pause this clock at some point. Now, how do you plan this attack? It looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split. You've got a couple TJHaly, and a couple trying to burst through the front. It's aBeZy with the gunny. The Chal is through. The trade is in. Cellium just still kind of sitting back and holding. Maybe waiting on his teammates to make the play, but it's not going to happen on the other side of it. Arcitys will be the last person there. He'll be dropped. You don't have the time to get there. And Ravens, I know it's different than the search, but
hey,
survive.
5 rounds in a row, maybe 3 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. You get around. You start to believe. But now it's like, I mean, you have to win on offense. And just due to how lopsided what the round 2 was, you're in a big hole from a live standpoint.
Yeah, there's rumors going around. If this happens in back-to-back maps, they may all be knighted when they go home.
Night 0. Or Night Trey. That's got a good ring, too.
Well, no, it's like Sir.
Oh, Sir. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It doesn't start with Night. What am I saying, dude? I'm watching Merlin right now, too. I should know that. I should be a Night expert. A Nightologist, some would say. I'm an idiot. All right, round 4. Okay, they're all just flying, soaring, and Simp meets his maker in the form of nearly the entire Ravens lineup, but it's got to be back-to-back offenses, and Nastie. He's pushing out while the rest of his teammates look to get on the point, just trying to be the Reaper in and around Church, and he is just dancing with his life. You see that number 6 just finessing as best he can, but FaZe will finally get him out of it. How clean and efficiently can you get this a point? I mean, not much time has gone off the clock.
Well, and you can see it right
Feeling
with
all right
Arcitys kind of lurking. They're going to head towards B. One player's going to get on that. It looks like Cell and Simp, you know, they're just going to let that go, but they have to deal with that. That's a one-on-one on that zone. Nastie is here, and they're going to win this. They can have two players on B. A lot of momentum for London. Cell, though, takes him down middle of the map. Oh, I would have loved it. At least maybe you get 2 on it. Maybe you get 2 ticks.
Yeah, if Cell doesn't kill 2 there, Cell drops. I mean, that might be a very different conversation. But Zero just trying to do what he can. Nastie lighting up the kill feed.
Still alive.
They're still here on the point. They keep on doing it. The comeback kids trying to get this done, but there's those nades off the spawn, everything just exploding. You've gotten 2 parts of progress. Now, though, this is where it's going to reset for them. But look, due to the nature of how that played out, you still have 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, a lot of time.
Right, like, it doesn't feel like there should be 2 minutes, but there's 2 minutes left.
Well, they were just on the point.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But it's really the lives. I mean, you had the life advantage if you are FaZe. You just can't really, you know, give them a 3-4 dead where they can jump on the point. You have to slow things down. There we go, 3 dead. There we go, they are just jumping. They're jumping on the point. You have 2 on it. It's up to Simp. We know what he can do, but him and aBeZy shut it down.
I think some nades hit to soften them up, and they just slice through them like a pizza pie.
Yeah, like the clap started. It was like 1, 2, and just started. Like,
yeah, no, that just happened. They just eliminated
so
them.
fast.
It was like just a hit squad. Like a SWAT team just came in and ripped them off the point. The bells are a-tolling. And Ravens desperately trying to get this to a 5th and final round, but peekaboo, it is your Reaper as aBeZy finds the angle and sends this back again. He gets a 3rd as well, just sucking the life out of this Ravens team as they're trying so desperately to get this to another round.
And well, sometimes you just push forward in Vanguard, you catch that, right? The teammates trying to come on through.
This is it.
Here we go, here comes this push. Trying to do what they can. Cellium, so difficult to take down.
Here we go, here we go.
Dropped an 8 on. Able to find 1.
Guy thought he was Batman.
He's got to get on the point, though. They have to stop this. The trades! Cell and Arcitys!
Yeah, you got it.
It was close.
You got a 2v3 there, and you're just able to get it done.
1 more push.
What a dance it was, but yeah, you got 4 lives. I mean, this is absolutely it. Can they get that first one? Can they get the first one clean? Cell hit down to like half HP, but now they're gonna fly.
They're gonna jump on
Nero, here we go. Trying to get on it, 8.9 to go. There's gonna be 2 players
Someone's
left.
Someone's gotta
contest. Gismo. Someone's gotta get in there, wait! Oh! He doesn't get in time! He doesn't contest in time! Ravens! In what was a 4v9 on the push, they finish it! Aha!
Well, and sometimes, I mean, with the amount of months that these guys have played this game, they're just not used to that, right? You just jump on the point and the time is on your side offensively. And I think in a 9 versus 4, if I'm Atlanta FaZe, I think you play that a little bit more aggressive because you have the life advantage, right? You can trade on out. But let's see what happens. Are we into a round 5? The start, though, goes the way of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you get 1 behind Nastie, but everything else from FaZe, so it's an early 3-life advantage. The B push does not work. They're going to get this right back over to A, but you still have Cellium and aBeZy looking for angles. That's a nice pickup there from Zero. Now Simp's turn to contest. They shut that down as well. You got to get back-to-back offenses here. And maybe this is a moment for Gismo to be a hero. You know, maybe not the best map to start, but can he finish strong with the rest of the squad? As A just about to complete, and you'll be sitting at 2 minutes.
Okay, they're going to get into this setup now. Lives tied up, 2 minutes. Round 5.
All right, all right. You just got to pick your spots. Find these openings. There's one. Afro leaks in from behind. Now all the heads turning. Those red arrows spinning in circles, trying to find the opening. and he just hops over the
wow,
wall. Gets
aBeZy
away.
got a kill
aBeZy
there.
just like, I am out. The fact that he gets one. As they're all hunting him, just insane. The chow is in. Unfortunately, it's Simp on the other end of it. And Zero will be pinched and flushed out as well. Now you got a minute 14. You're about even in lives, but you got to regroup.
Yep, they're slowing it down here. You do have Arcitys who's kind of lurked on up, but Afro reads that. A lot more players to deal with, but Gismo, that's what he was waiting for. He's able to lurk in the top church. That is a stun, an 80, just trying to get away from it. Well, we've seen this defensive setup how many times? The attacking team gets in a position. They're going to try to find an opening with a grenade. Here they come.
Looks like two players kind of worried about the push or maybe the long route, but they're just going to go for the uppercut right up the gut. His Cell's hip fire good enough. Trying to lock onto a second one, but it's Afro now with 3 in the feed. Afro, oh God, just nearly wiping out the entire squad, but it's 11-11 in lives, 35 to go. And Simp just in church, just being so annoying.
25 seconds. Those two players are going to have to work across the map, deal with aBeZy. So you're really relying on Zero and Afro here to make a play. The two players who are pushed on forward. 15 seconds left. Nastie able to find the first. That's going to open things up. Here comes the push for London.
So little time to work with. One pick going to be through on the cross. Nastie, Gismo flooding on forward. They're finding kill after kill. Gizmo's going massive. There's all the kills. The only one up is going to be Arcitys. And on to the point they go. Two-man advantage. Will the nades ring true? Now for FaZe, aBeZy is able to hit. What else do you have in the back pocket? As he's getting it done with the MP40 as well. That's 3 now here for aBeZy, and they clean them out. No time for another push, and FaZe survive. A near miracle comeback again for Royal Ravens.
It was
almost, man. You love nothing more than a good comeback story, and they are so close to ripping off the back-to-back offenses, but I know it's the full unit, but whoever combines the nade with aBeZy to get the first, and then he gets in and just wreaks havoc on that front line of Royal Ravens. And Gismo, after the slow start, he really starts to bring it back. He had a big double, I thought, at the end there, but just not quite enough. Woo! And aBeZy's put out nearly 1,000 damage per round. Just look at him compared to the rest of the lobby. He was all over the place.
Yeah, him and Simp both with 36. A similar scoreline. Cell 29 and 18. We highlighted his, control play coming into this one. Has another big game for Atlanta FaZe, but it's a little scary. I mean, listen, I think if you're in the back talking to London, on comms with the coach, they just got to play with his confidence earlier in these maps because they're making adjustments. And it's they're figuring out, all right, we can play with these guys, we can slay with these guys, but it's just these slow starts that are plaguing them.
I guess, how are you feeling if you're FaZe right now, considering?
Probably not too happy.
Yeah, I guess what would you want if you're getting ready to go up against OpTic again? You get the first clean 3-0, maybe hoping it's a little clean. Hoping it's clean here too, and you just keep moving on. And now, I don't know, maybe after the map 1, you're thinking blowout, or you're up 5-1 in search, you're thinking blowout. You're up 2-0 in control, you're thinking blowout. It's just,
they gotta focus on up.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's like they're just getting reality check when they feel like they've gotten away with one. You think, you learn that lesson maybe from the OpTic experience.
Yeah, but aBeZy just time and time again over towards this plat side in P5, just multi-kill after multi-kill. He is snapping. And when it wasn't him, it was his duo and Simp. Both dropping 36. There was a chance. There was a chance right here. Afro's just trying to make a play. You see in the feed. aBeZy opens things up with 2.
Oh, it's just so tough. You got to get to that plat, which you're going to have to deal with Arcitys and Cellium putting in shots. And once you get there, you got to deal with Simp and aBeZy, just holding spots and just making plays to make sure you can't get in. And, props to Ravens that you make that close. I guess props to FaZe that you hold on despite the fact that you felt momentum slipping away. Back-to-back maps, they could feel that the pressure amount 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Of course they can. I think this is an interesting one now too. Kuavo hardpoint. I still go back to kind of that OpTic series with both teams wanted to play it. I think, we know what happened in that one. And then last night,
Scump happened.
Atlanta FaZe, able to take down Los Angeles Thieves. I think in a map they obviously needed. So you're going to see here, did Atlanta FaZe, fix the mistakes they talked about? versus OpTic. Is this going to be a map we're going to see if they do go to the
I think
final?
the
It will be.
last time we casted Ravens here was probably the Guerrillas series, and we know Guerrillas were a solid hardpoint team coming into the weekend. Maybe not this weekend, but at least for Ravens, what stood out was what has been, their success to this point. There was a couple key breaks. I think about probably like Radar Tower. I think they got a couple just like clutch breakthroughs where I think Gismo lines up 2 or 3, gets the openers, and they get into the point. It's not that they need to make it messy. I feel like messy sometimes is like this negative word that's saying like, oh, you're not a good hardpoint team, but you make it messy. It's just like you play with a pace that allows. What we mean by that is just you take people out of their comfort zone, out of their setups.
Yeah, I think they played this against Ultra as well. It was like a 250 to 240, a very close hardpoint.
Well, not much to take away from Ultra's hardpoint right now, is there, Joe?
No. I think it's something they have to work on. My expert analysis.
You're an analytical mastermind. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's all Aches. Aches has been tweeting, and I love the guy. He's like, the fact they got top 4, you have to think you celebrate that contributing with a hardpoint. I was like, yeah, absolutely. That's nuts. If only they got to a grand final. Then he got so many searches. Who knows what they could have done? But it's not about Ultra. It's about FaZe and Ravens, and who's got a final date with OpTic at a best of 9 grand final here at OpTic Major 1. It's Afro with the skates through to get us started. This map number 4.
Well, what do we normally see in this P1? Couple of subs just off the break, then sort of a switch to those 3 autos. aBeZy, this is where he wants to be. The nades coming in, able to dodge him. A nice start here for Atlanta FaZe. But now it's going to be on the #1 break team to get a break on in.
And they're all just kind of flooded for the front. It looks like they kind of line up a bit as Gismo gets the kill on the Simp, but takes down his teammate as well as he's trying to hold that angle. But they're able to get through for a moment. You get the final kill in the 1-on-1, you rack up the time. Everyone else is going to focus on the rotation battle. Really, the first guy there is going to be Simp from FaZe, and then you've got all of the Royal Ravens as Simp kind of... Guys, there's some top ship.
Yeah, three are there. They all rotated, but 42 seconds off of P1, you take that all day. Now you look for London to try to respond. But this is the reason why they just invested more and more, right? Because the rotation over, it's not very far. This is not an easy hold for anyone.
I mean, 1 through 3, it's like you got a quick jog. When we get to 4 and 5, you're hiking across the map. And that's where I think the big moments are going to come that more than likely might decide this one. And look at the flank coming in. That #1 Cellium is just trying to get behind and just be annoying. Gets a pick,
well,
gets out.
Oh, I thought he was going to keep on going. He's going to deal with Cellium, so his teammates have ring control. But he found an opening as well, and you can see what that does. Simp now trying to deal with what he can, but Afro, 0, take down all 4.
And if you get the rest of this time, I guess considering how the opening hardpoint was, I don't know if you're thankful. I guess you're not really thankful to split. I guess you feel good if you're FaZe, considering, once you killed Simp, you really had the presence there for the Ravens.
Yeah, Gismo trying to stay up. So Atlanta FaZe is going to get set up for this 3rd hill. He just wants to make sure he can stay alive here. This is where they can put pressure on, but Simp's just going to hop on up. Hello, Peekaboo.
That just looked terrifying from his POV. Surprise! The lead continues to build. As this next rotation starts to loom, I mean, you have got to have a hold if you are Ravens, and that's not necessarily, it's almost like maybe just take another push at it and then try to break, because that's where you've been doing well.
Well, they're just giving them no room. I mean, this is one of the better P3s we have seen all a weekend long, if not the best one. Afro, trying to maybe contest some of this time. Him and Nastie are to come on through, and this works because look at that mini map, right? The red arrow is so far away. You need to respond to get yourself back in the game, and this has to be it.
This has got to be the hard point, right? Like, you have got to be clean, clinical, and hold it down. If you're Royal Ravens, is Nastie drops, but it's 5 in a row before that, and it's aBeZy getting aggressive on the other side to maybe try and influence spawns or find an opening, but they pick that up, and looming mid-map is still going to be Afro. At least turns heads for a second. It's a For the Queen chance gets started. They try to rally behind their team, and so far so good. 20 seconds in, but now's the next big push. You need to lock this down if you are Ravens. You cannot get broken. Bring this back. They're losing people, but they're still inside of the hard point. Afro with the chow out front. No time for FaZe throughout the course of this. It has been all Ravens inside. And now it's at the point, all right, you got your 40 seconds. If you flip out, it's not the worst thing. Just don't get locked in the back.
Well, that's what we saw last night, right, from Atlanta FaZe. This sort of P3 to P4. Sorry, P4 to P5. But one player able to get out Nastie. He's all the way behind green.
He spawned ring. And it's just like, all right, okay, I'll take this route. Ah, he almost gets there.
Yeah, I mean, they just had them pinned all the way back in that rock. But some room to work with here. Nastie gonna spawn up again. He's gonna have a free pinch. 3 go down. The last player gonna climb up in the ship. That's Gismo. Trying to do what he can. But his teammates, they all get taken down.
Yeah, but you were down close to 100 points. Oh, well, God, I did not think he was going to finish the kill. But he turns back and does it in deer. Okay, all
literally
right.
the best gun in the game.
All right,
The
yeah,
best,
that's
literally the best. Pistol.
Everybody, just getting kills with the pistol. But what a play it is from Simp. And now you start to erase that great moment from Ravens that brought you back into the game. Is FaZe answering back with an incredible hold here. And as contest heavy as like some of the hard points can be on this map, like this is kind of now 3 straight that's kind of locked down, right? Like 3, 4, 5 were just sort of handled.
Well, and this next one can be too. We get back to P1. We have a couple of players in Nastie and Afro already on that rotation. The scrap time video, the way of aBeZy is he's just trying to dodge nades, dodge bullets. Well, he died, so he tried.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, to my point, 3 was really a truly impressive one. That was the crazy one. Now, into our second set of rotations, 60-point advantage here for FaZe. Zero is just trying to do it all. A swarm of players around him. Simp finally able to hunt him down.
Nades.
As Ravens are up against it now, second by second. They feel their tournament dreams and grand finals hopes slipping away. As FaZe might just be too strong right now. God, man, they brought it back to within 20 or 30, but the lead's right back out to where it was.
Well, it's really here. I think they had an opportunity at this P1. But what, you had 3 or 4, I think, with 1 trade? Just had to be better on this rotation. Still not out of it. They've had some crazy comebacks already in this series. They've started off slow, but is it too big of a lead?
It just, yeah, this feels like this weekend, just hard point in this game. There's just not that many crazy 100-point comebacks. Like, we haven't seen that story too often, but that's been the story of this series. The comeback attempts by Ravens. You gotta think they're gonna get one more big surge, and is that going to be enough? But Cellium just ripping him through the boat. As aBeZy tries to lock down the time, but it's actually Simp's grenade that'll clear him out of the objective. Third's got to be better, and looking for 7. And Gismo, he's gotten around in behind. We'll see how he ends up influencing these spawns. Just don't allow any more time to go to FaZe with 20 seconds left. If you can to get the time, they might be able to spawn him out. They're going to do just that. So here we go. You get the time here. Can you basically do what FaZe did at third?
Yeah, first up is going to be about that ring control. You're going to have Afro trying to find Arcitys, Gismo looking over him. There's the first player. Can you get Afro inside of here? So strong of a position for the MP40. Oh, the movement on point picks up the auto as well.
4 health, and there they clean him up. And you've got them spawning out deep. What an answer this can be. So what was it? You're down about 80 points when this gets started. What's the advantage when we get through it? But one just slides across, and that bait, you just pull it for a second. The others slide out.
B1.
But it looks like they're stepping up. They're stepping up.
Gismo, I like that. Just back down.
Oh, yeah. Just don't drop inside the point. You're the one getting the time.
Just trying to find an angle as Cell, and then the teammates, London Royal Ravens, going to fly on through. Look at the spawns now. A chance. aBeZy has to back all the way up. Now 20 seconds back-to-back.
Oh, look at the brain. Look at the brain.
Oh, Afro is in.
Afro just spawned in behind.
It's going to be sneaky.
Oh, my God. That one I didn't expect. Okay.
He's like a turtle building the nest.
Sandcastle. Oh, I don't know if that was...
Okay.
Hello, it is me, Afro. I'm here.
He's got his teammates here, though. He's got his friends. We're all here hanging out.
So they brought it, within 30 after that great hold.
Hey, Gismo on a big pinch as well. Gizmo's going around. Gismo can make the play. Okay, there's the first Gismo. There's the pinch. 2 go down. This should be a break. This should be.
Oh, God, he's so close.
But Arcitys shuts the door.
It's like Hodor. Hold it down. They're still going to be spawning deep, but now you've got you might just get locked back here.
Oh, man.
There was a chance the door was open. They're hitting it, and just the hand of Arcitys slapping them, putting them down.
This little sequence reminds me of like MW2 Scrapyard. You're just staring at someone, they're just spawning right in front of you.
Oh, my
Look
God.
at this, Stroud. What do you do? There's nothing you could do in this might be game.
You just had your shot, and now you're getting locked.
They're alive. We got to rotate, though. Ooh.
Oh! I think he knows how big of a play that was.
It's a rematch time, baby. Atlanta FaZe locked it down. OpTic versus FaZe. Here we go.
We thought that would be the case. FaZe the better team here today in this matchup, but for Ravens, I'll tell you what, you had some guts over 2, 3, and 4. 2, you bring it back. 3, you almost do, and 4, I mean, I don't know if that's maybe if Afro plays a little bit differently, because even after he took the shots, you still had a chance. Maybe it's an individual moment there from Arcitys, or really it's a team moment from FaZe to hold on. But when I saw Afro spawn there, I was like, okay, all right, well, this is about to get real, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's some takeaways, though, for London, right? A very young team, an environment like this, a major tournament. I mean, top 3. That's a heck of a job. And I think when you look at this for a lot of us, we look at kind of firepower. And I think we know this team has the firepower. You had some off series from, you know, maybe some other guys like Gismo, but I think there is a lot to look forward to if you're a Ravens fan.
I think it's like, you know, you had a couple teams that came in, they were like, are they as good as we think they might be? Are they contenders? I mean, there were some question marks around, let's say, a Seattle. They flopped. Ravens were another one that some people maybe had question marks. Like, yes, they look like a top 4 team, but are they the real deal? They proved it, yes.
It kind of gives me like a glimpse of, at times, what we saw from, you know, early Ultra, right? Just very close series with some teams and couldn't put them away, but as they get more experience under their belt, you can see this team in a final.
And how important do you think it is to have those young players who are playing on a stage like this for the first time to make it this far? It's got to be huge.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, they've made mistakes. They're going to feel like they didn't play their best, and they're going to have to work on it.
I'm telling you, there are some young players that have come on the main stage for the first time that have had much worse debuts. That is for sure. With a crowd like this, a venue like this, the pressure like this, hell of a job. I mean, I have been thoroughly, I know we're just getting back into the swing of things, you and I, but so impressed with Ravens. They are a fun team to watch and commentate. It just feels like they've got that pace, they've got that burst where they're not out of it at any moment. They've got a chance to bring it back, and you really got a good glimpse of that over the course of that losers bracket final, but now it's time.
Well, then on the other side, right, it's like this team just won't go away. They were in 4 out of the 5 out of the 6 finals last year.
Because someone just beat FaZe, just get them out. You got them to lose.
Like 5, right?
Just get them out.
They needed Seattle Surge. They needed Nicky D. He was in the venue, but not on a team.
Nicky D's on that stage. FaZe is going home. They're packing their bags.
Wouldn't have been here today, but they are. They are here, and they do what they do best. They get back to the final.
And this just sets up for an incredible time. Desk, how we doing? What's up, everybody?
I'm scared, man. I'm scared for every team out there that went against FaZe and a team that's about to go against FaZe. But I feel like OpTic's definitely going to bring it. But, yo, Maven, I have to ask you this, man. You've been watching a lot of Call of Duty. You've been covering a lot of games. The streak that you see FaZe putting up right now, how damn scary do they look heading into that finals?
I mean, I think they look terrifying, but it's like it's expected. I don't even know if they look terrifying. They look like FaZe.
Well, I think for Ultra, they look terrifying. Right there, I think there was some fundamentals that...
They're vulnerable?
Yeah, they made some mistakes. I think the comms need to be better in this final for sure.
Definitely. And Merc, This is it, man. OpTic, they're waiting for this. They've been watching this game this entire time, watching FaZe work their way back up for a rematch. How sweet is it to see both of these teams get back together for the grand finals one last time here?
I mean, listen, if we could have... This is what we've wanted for so long. If there was a matchup we could ask for, it's this one. It is going to be a blast.
Yes, most definitely. Now, thank you guys so much, and goodbye. I'll see you guys in the talent green room right here on the desk. We got Nameless, aLLeY, and also Ton. Nameless, man, FaZe are just looking normal, right? But aBeZy on control was the thing that really caught my eye in that matchup.
Oh,
he broke London's hopes.
I mean, there were multiple times London were in great positions. I mean, think back to the round one when they were 9-7. They had control. There was barely any time left in the round. It was a tough spot that FaZe were in, but aBeZy wins a clutch gunfight onto Zero, goes back around mid with Arcitys. They get the second kill onto Afro, break out into the point, and they win that first offense. Like, it's just individual huge plays that we're seeing out of these guys, along with the teamwork. But that's what puts them over the edge, the ability to win those situational gunfights, like Arcitys as well. And that hard point gets the big two-piece. Like, those are the moments that you need when you're this far into a tournament headed into a grand final.
Now, aLLeY, let's talk about the last time these two teams played. I'm talking about OpTic and also FaZe. This crowd was electric. We were going crazy. I had goosebumps. We were yelling. I almost lost my voice. I mean, now it's going to be even bigger.
It's about composure for FaZe now at this point, right? They went up 2-0 and then got reverse swept again from OpTic. It was literally PTSD on the main stage. Now they get their rematch, a best of 9. FaZe, though, a lot of vulnerability. I can't.
Vulnerability.
Thank you. Thank you,
English is
Jess.
hard, okay?
Oh, my goodness.
I got you.
A lot of that in that series and every series that we've seen them play in. So OpTic, they're definitely in the driver's seat going into this grand final.
You're right. Todd, man, this is it. But now we talked about, FaZe's revenge tour heading over there, but I think all the momentum's on the side of OpTic, man. They're in the grand finals. They're looking good. They haven't lost yet.
I want to kindly disagree. They've FaZe have just won 3 back-to-back series.
Remember what stadium you're in right now.
No, I know. But if we're talking about momentum, FaZe today have already played 2 series. They didn't smoke Ravens.
That is not momentum. That series is not momentum going up against OpTic. If anything, I would think they're in their heads like, man, like that should not have been as close as it was.
It was very close.
But it was small mistakes that did it. It's not necessarily that they played bad. That round in control was a small mistake where they didn't check it. Yes, okay, these things are fundamental, absolutely. Small mistake that did it.
They're shutting you down right now, Ton. OpTic just walked
They're cheering because OpTic are getting ready. They're not booing me. Come on.
Make your point, boy.
Right, anyway, so my point is that they made a couple of little mistakes there. Arcitys had to go huge. They got unfortunate with the spawn. They were comfortable throughout. The S&D, they kind of threw that, let's be honest. But as far as momentum goes, they've just beat Thieves. They then beat Ultra. They then beat Ravens. Momentum. Wind in their sails.
They both have great momentum. I mean, with OpTic, obviously the crowd is going to fuel a little bit more, but with FaZe making losers run like that, there's obviously going to be a couple mistakes there, here and about. But, you think about that last map. They were in the driver's seat the entire time. If it wasn't for P3, where they got shut down, that map would have just been absolute dominance. But they end up rotating. Arcitys gets the big kills that they need, and they shut down that map. Throughout, though, they were in control.
I kind of see what aLLeY's saying, though. Let me say this real quick, because I'm going to have to be the one that agrees with you as well on this desk, because if control went the other way, which it could have, because,
that would have been scary.
London, I felt like on that last round, London had it. I feel like they let it go. aBeZy was just aBeZy.
Don't get me wrong. FaZe is obviously always going to be FaZe, right? They're going to be one of the toughest to beat, if not the toughest. But my issue right now is Arcitys, during this major, has been the most consistent player on this roster. It used to be Cellium. What happened? Simp and aBeZy, they've been off and off. aBeZy especially, he has to come out hot against OpTic. They cannot get in their own head in this Grand Final series, especially with how cocky they are.
You're right. Now, Tan, you're talking about who has more momentum. You went on the side of Atlanta FaZe, but let's go ahead and take a look at this clip right here to see what type of momentum is rocking behind the green wall, because when they take that main stage, everybody out there are rooting for him, and Nameless, you just can't doubt him at this point.
Man, we've had some different chants here. We've seen OpTic Texas going off. We saw Scump popping 3 pieces, 4 pieces. I mean, double positive. He's having an insane event. Also, iLLeY, man, another guy that we've been highlighting over the last couple of weeks. He had some big clutches in Search and Destroy when they needed him most to get the momentum back on the side of OpTic Texas. And then in the last match, we saw the MVP Shotzzy that we know and love, taking over maps, taking over Search and Destroy rounds. This is an OpTic Texas team that is full of steam. They're clicking on all cylinders, and they look dangerous, man, across the board. They're confident to play a map like Berlin in a series just so they can get reps going into the final. These guys are ready for this, man. You can see how fired up they were after the last win.
Listen to how fired up the crowd is right now. Just so you guys know, whenever an OpTic player just walks, if they just show their hand on the main stage, everybody goes crazy, and the momentum is going to be on the side of OpTic in my opinion. Take a look at this. FaZe won the first 2 maps. The hard point went their way. They handled OpTic. When it came to Search and Destroy, they beat them by 3 rounds. Then OpTic took over, and they showed that they were the top dogs here.
Yeah, it was a really, really good series out of OpTic. That last map, though, I tweeted it out. FaZe completely crumbled, and that's what they cannot do here in this series. Undoubtedly, we know fundamentally they are a sensational team. We've just seen it all day Sunday. We're at the grand finals very, very fast, put it that way.
Yeah.
they cannot crumble. Their composure needs to be there. Like we see in maps number 1 and maps number 2 in that series. If they can bring that, it's going to be hard to beat them. It has to be said. But this crowd, if they get behind OpTic once more, which I have absolutely no doubt that they will, FaZe need to remain composed. It's the biggest factor for them.
It was really like a snowball going down the hill looking at the series layout. The control was 3-2. That's pretty close. The hardpoint, 250 to 186, and then you head into the S&D 6-0'd. Smoked right off the bat. That can't happen when you're laying a FaZe.
Not at all, but let's talk about composure just for a second. Nameless, that very last map, let's talk about P4. When Afro was going to get the flank on him, yeah, he missed a few shots. He gave him some intel and whatnot, but it was RCs that really held it down. I believe it was you that was saying that he was underrated, and the fact that a veteran like that, amongst, you know, the tiny terrorists really popping off like that, I think FaZe got it all to really match up with.
Absolutely. I mean, aLLeY just mentioned it. Like, Arcitys has been popping off today. If it wasn't for him, they would be in a way worse spot right now.
They wouldn't be here. They would not be here.
The comeback would have happened. I think they would have tied up with points.
For sure. And that is why they brought Arcitys into this team, right? They needed somebody in those moments to calm everybody down, to make the big play, especially with the AR. And that's what they needed. I mean, on the side of London Royal Ravens, I think Afro made a mistake shooting a little bit too early. You know, giving his location up. If he waited, they maybe get a pinch in there. And this is a completely different thing that we're talking about right now. But, you know, they give them that look. Arcitys gets the big 2-piece. And, you know, big-time players make big-time plays.
Right, kind of on the other side of that, though, the spawn that he got as well. They should have never even been offered the opportunity. You know, we were sitting here like, hold on, why is he spawning?
There was some pressure on both sides. I will say that, but it was a little bit too wild to see him spawn all the way back that.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where he spawned. It was still shut down by the winning team. But you know what we have to do? aLLeY, London, they put on one hell of a show. I mean,
they should not be kicking themselves leaving this today. We
have
2 EU teams in the top 4. Todd should be lit out of his mind right now.
What's wrong with you, man? I mean,
I just had to get. I watched them get smoked. That's what's the matter.
I'd rather get smoked in the top 4 than that.
No, I know. Look, they should both really happy with themselves. I think Toronto, on the one hand, not winning any hard points all weekend long and still finding themselves in top 4 is phenomenal. This London team, a lot of people, we've talked about it, the question marks around them, but the fact that they came in a top 3 placement for those guys, especially for some of them on the biggest of stages for the very first time, huge achievement, and they will only get better.
Right now, let's go ahead and take a look at the team stats and the head-to-head modes that are about to be underway, because this matchup is about to be fire. Nameless, looking at these stats right now. All right, I said OpTic has momentum, and the stats are on their side still.
This is from this major, and OpTic Texas have been on point during this major. A player like Dashy, he's just been taking over the game. I mentioned it earlier, and I'll mention it again. He hasn't played like this since early BO4 days. He's so comfortable on this team. Everybody has been turning up, and you see right there, 75% map win percentage. That's absurd. And a 1.12 overall KD, everyone is contributing to that. All game modes have been ridiculous. Search and destroy. Best search and destroy team through the last 3 days, undoubtedly. So I'm looking at OpTic Texas to make a statement here.
I'm not going to say just last 3 days. I mean, now the present is the time that we count the most. I'm just going to say they're the best search and destroy team right now. The fact that they're able to slap up team 6-0, and these teams aren't bums, aLLeY, okay? Atlanta FaZe are Simp, man, we know him and his S&D prowess, right? And also London Royal Ravens, they made it look way too easy.
But you know, it was actually aBeZy when it came to that S&D, right? So I definitely think he's probably the player to watch in this series because he's been having a lot of slow starts. But we saw he's able to do in that Desert Siege, right? A complete turnaround to a 3.0 KD. So hopefully he comes out hot against OpTic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead. We're going to unwind just a bit, get something to drink. You should as well, because coming up next will be the Mountain Dew Major 1 Finals, and I can't wait. It's going to be OpTic Texas, and of course, it's going to be Atlanta FaZe. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
outside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from mid. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the Mountain Dew Major 1 Finals, and this is exactly what the audience wanted. The green wall showed up in full, and behind them and the cheers and the chants and just the overall hype that we have seen all weekend long, OpTic made it there, and they're going to be facing off against Atlanta FaZe. Yes, a rematch. But here on the desk, our guest analyst is going to be none other than Merc himself. We have aLLeY, and we also have Nameless. And Merc, yeah, you know, FaZe are going on a little tear right now. They're ripping up that loser side of the bracket. They made it to the grand finals, but it's not going to be easy because they're going against the one and only OpTic.
No, it's not going to be easy at all. We just saw that, right? I mean, doesn't matter the score line. They're always going to have the chance, the opportunity to get back into it. These guys have so much skill, so much talent. And the big thing for me, I've been talking about it ever since you bring Shotzzy and iLLeY in, you transform your S&D, and we have seen that this weekend. If they can win the S&Ds or at least split them with Atlanta FaZe, they have a great shot at winning this championship.
Yes, when it comes to OpTic Texas, aLLeY, I mean, they're riding high right now. This event is a dream come true.
Listen, man, I just want to see Scump bunny hop on the stage again after a win one more time. This is the grand finals, a rematch after OpTic reverse sweeps Atlanta FaZe. They look great across the board, right? Their S&D, that 6-0 at the end. Dashy hit form this event, and he has done nothing but continue to do so.
You're right, and also Nameless when it comes to the game field keys of victory, and just this team continuing to just dominate. What does OpTic have to do to be the champions here at their own event?
You know, Merc and aLLeY mentioned some great things, but also for me, I'm going to be looking at Dashy. I think him playing so well is just giving them so much success throughout this weekend. It's catapulted them for the game fuel keys to victory. S&D on lock, winning 70% of the rounds this major, 12-0 in the last 2 games. This search and destroy has been unreal, and Dashy, the guy I was just talking about, getting so many first bloods. You need that once again, and then continue to find offensive success on control. First in offensive round win rate at 43%. We've seen what they're able to do on Tuscan. We know they can get down on Gavutu as well, and then Dashy MVP form needed 1.44 KD this major. That is absurd. But guess who's not too far behind him? It's Cellium. He's got a battle in this series.
Now, Merc, when it comes to the game field featured player right now, it's going to be none other than the KD leader right now. The people that are calling him MVP. What's his name?
It's Dashy, and I mean, you know, props to this guy and what we've seen. And honestly, when I was casting him yesterday and what we've seen from this weekend, obviously he's making the highlight plays. He's winning his 1v1s and searches, but he's being very disciplined. It feels like he truly understands his role as that main AR. He's slowing down when he needs to. He's picking up the long routes. He's developed a lot as a player. It is a pleasure to watch.
And they're going to be facing off against Atlanta FaZe. This team, esports team of the year, dominated last year in the CDL, and now they dominated their loser side of the bracket to make it here for a rematch. aLLeY, Atlanta FaZe, yeah, some close games to get here, but they look angry.
But there was a lot of games that should have been in their favor, that they should have won way easier than they did. London pushed them to the wall. You can hear the fans behind me. They are not a big fan of this squad on the other side of the stage, but I'm still going to be looking at Arcitys, man. He has been keeping them in these games with these huge plays. They took a piece onto P5, and then it was like PTSD from the LAT game last night on that Gavutu, where they just forced that spawn trap to push themselves into grand finals.
You got that right. And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, FaZe, if they want to win, what's the deal?
Got to play together in man advantage situations. OpTic is winning 40% of their 3v4s this major. They lead the league. That is insane. The communication is obviously on point. They're winning 12-0 in their last 2 search and destroy, so FaZe are going to have to be on point. We just saw them got comebacked on in their last match, and then win the Tuscan control. Both teams are 5-1. That can be a huge swing map in this best of 9, and then also counter OpTic's offense on Berlin search and destroy. OpTic is winning 71% of their B pushes, so got to go over that VOD. Come back stronger, win that map.
Got that right. Now, enough about the pre-show, the pre-game, whatever it is. We can talk all day, but ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Talent Pick'ems. And starting with me, I'm going to say it outright. We hear the crowd right now. I ran into Hex backstage for my first time ever meeting him, and he came up to me and was like, you know, Vel, you're doing a good job so far. And I was like, thank you, man. I'm feeling good, right? It's Hex, man. Come on. You know what I'm talking about? And as I was walking away, he yells out the hallway without even looking back. The guy was coding. He said, but you got to stop sleeping on this, man. So when it comes to pick'ems right now, I'm gonna be completely honest, and there's no way I could even doubt him. I'm rocking with the green wall, and it's gonna be OpTic Gaming all the way. I'm looking for a 3-1, baby. Let's go, Merc.
Well,
What you
for
got?
me, well, this is a best of 9, so you're looking at a 5-1, right?
Oh,
So
yeah, I'm sorry
that's
about
gonna.
that.
No, it's okay.
I got excited,
No,
man.
I'm gonna help you out there, bro. That sounds even better. A 5-1, why not?
5-1.
Listen, I try to keep bias out of everything, you know, but this is the OpTic Major. I played for the Green Wall one day. I think with the way that they have been looking in Search and Destroy, that is the difference for me. I'm going OpTic. I've just seen too much sloppy play from Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, yeah, by the way, best of 9. Don't make the same mistake as me.
5-1 sounds good.
5-1 sounds
Hey,
great,
I
man.
like it.
I would love it. iLLeY, FaZe, OpTic. Are we gonna upset the crowd again?
Yo, listen, Dashy went from being stuck in horrible 1v3 situations heading into this major to being the guy with the first blood percentage, and I hope the curse isn't real, because this is the most genuine prediction I'm going to give. OpTic Texas are gonna win this major.
Let's go. Crowd is loving it. Nameless, FaZe, OpTic, the Mountain Dew Major 1 Finals. Who's gonna hoist that trophy?
Ah, the hammer down there. What are you doing, buddy?
Guys,
We know what he's doing.
OpTic is about to get smoked. You guys, listen, there's been little mistakes on the side of FaZe. We've seen it, but it's Atlanta FaZe that we're talking about. They still have only lost one series this year. They are going to win this series, and I don't really think it's going to be too close, my friends.
Hey, you couldn't even give them like, man, OpTic's been playing good. You just went straight to their game.
It's Atlanta FaZe. It's Atlanta FaZe. They're going to win this series.
Hey, yo, crowd, is it that simple? Is OpTic gonna walk away with the trophy at the end of the day? You guys hear it right here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get the ball rolling. FaZe versus OpTic. This is the last game of the day and the last one of the major. I can't wait, and this is definitely going to be a treat. We'll see you guys on the other side for a banger finals. Let's go ahead and get it going.
OpTic Texas! Once again, Shotzzy! Wow!
Sneaky there's Billy, Dashy, the shredder.
Wow!
Problems from the top.
Scump, are you joking? Bye-bye! It's done! It's done! OpTic wins the reverse sweep!
Let's introduce Atlanta FaZe.
What happens? And the second!
There's number 7 and number 8.
On the smoke, take him down!
They are seemingly unkillable.
Oh, God! Has he been gifted the kill steal? And he goes finds it! Oh, baby!
There's the kills are lining up.
Number 5, number 6. Oh, come on!
I've seen Atlanta FaZe do some Atlanta FaZe type of thing.
Texas, it is time. How we doing? You guys ready? We have set up for an historic moment. The stars have aligned. One of the greatest rivalries in the history of esports. FaZe, OpTic, one more time. It could be the greatest grand final in the history of Call of Duty. Let's meet the damn teams. We're starting it off. OpTic Texas. Dashy, Big Bruce, get on out here. iLLeY. Shotzzy. And the king, Scump. And last but not least, Rambo Ray gets out here. Join the boys, Ray!
Strictly business on stage, but you know, I did see an earbud in iLLeY's ear. I wonder what he's listening to in belly.
Listen to Victory. I don't know, something like that. Hey, yo, Maven, bring out the boys from FaZe. I'm ready for this game to get going.
Yeah, I think the crowd might be a little different for this one. But it's time. You can feel the energy in the venue. OpTic, their opponents. Let's meet them. Atlanta FaZe starting with Simp. aBeZy. Arcitys. Cellium. Atlanta FaZe. As Crowder comes out, the GOAT.
You can hear the boos. Atlanta FaZe has made the losers run. They want revenge, and they're here to play spoiler in the grand final, a place that they're used to being. Maven, let's get this thing started.
Are you guys ready? Come on, are you ready? This is set up to be one of the most historical moments in Call of Duty esports history. The chance of Miles.
Glenn, thank you so much. We have all the pieces to create one of the most iconic showdowns in all of esports. Who knows, man? This is going to be one hell of a show. For those in the venue, this really has been something special. For you watching at home, wish you could have been here. We hope you enjoy the show. This truly is going to be a brilliant matchup.
If you are a Call of Duty fan, this is like the dream, like scenario that you could have. And one of the most impressive things, right? Like I'm looking at the age of everybody in this crowd, and I'm looking at how long Scump has been playing for, like a 12, 13-year career. He's part of everybody's childhood, and he is still going. You know the crowd is behind him, and this weekend he has been frying. I can't wait to see if he can keep it up.
He's had a fantastic event so far. The whole team has. Atlanta FaZe, of course, making that lower bracket run. And hey, they got a lot of it done today. Let's see how much more they have left in the tank. This best of 9 series is going to go, hopefully, the distance. We will see, though. Now, maps and modes.
Bro, there is 10 maps in Vanguard. That means OpTic, their only advantage is they get to ban 1. They played them, obviously, yesterday in this series. You know what they wanted to do map 1? Square up on Bocage. You know what did not go well for OpTic? Bocage. FaZe undefeated on that map, so OpTic says, no thank you. We'll take Berlin instead, but I mean, this is the true test. You know we find out who the best team in the game is if you have to play literally every other map in the game. And for OpTic, if you want to be the best, you gotta beat the best, and that has been Atlanta FaZe for years.
We run nearly the entire catalog of Vanguard here in the opening major. This best of 9 now set to begin. Gavutu to start things off, a hard point. Both teams have had their fair share of excitement on this weekend, but none will come close to this.
And think about the guys that have been piecing up all weekend, right? Dashy, hardpoint KD, ridiculous. Scump on this map when he's pulling out the AR. He's been the main slayer for this team. On the flip side though, Cellium, well, we were thinking he was the MVP coming into this tournament, and in hardpoint right now, he's got a 1.41. Gotta look out for him to fry. And Arcitys, I mean, dude, when their team lost yesterday, it's like he woke up today and flipped that switch. He has been taking over the AR battle on Gavutu. Let's go.
Here we go. First to 250. Nades out have been the bane of Atlanta FaZe making their way here, but as you can see, it's gonna be Scump there in the hard point first. Shotzzy with opening kills, but Simp on the flank, managing to deal a lot of damage, helping his counterpart aBeZy get those kills. Shotzzy remaining alive for a brief moment, and here comes the do-si-do. Round and round we go. Shotzzy pumps the brakes for a moment, and okie dokie. He'll be helping out there with Dashy, hard point OpTic.
Little things like that, man. Buying your team a little bit of time to get back inside the point. Maybe the good news for FaZe, though, they do get those right side spawns, but still, it is not easy to break in this. iLLeY gets the next one, and the wipe is in. Final 12 seconds going the way of OpTic. Look at number 3 in the minimap, Shotzzy. He's already behind them all. He's going to let these players run past and try to flip these spawns. Now we can pounce.
We go. Shotzzy playing smart, knows there's at least a few, finds one. Over to the center of the map now, inside that ship. That's going to be hardpoint number 2. Shotzzy still playing this beautifully. OpTic identify the players in the spawns on that right-hand side. They're playing for that as well. So far, so good. OpTic still trying now make the break.
Look, man, route man gets paid. Shotzzy is the route man, but you got to get the kills. You do put in the work to flip those spawns, so that's a slight advantage going into new. But if you get bullied out like this and throw away that time, what is it really all for? Because FaZe right now looking dominant on this second hardpoint.
They're set up now. aBeZy trying to make the hard kills, trying to make his way towards P3, top right-hand side of the map. There's still 25 seconds here to play for on both. We're going to do what we can to get all that time. OpTic now on the counter-attack, trying to find their way in. aBeZy on a 4 now, on the outside, going toe-to-toe now with Scump. Reloads, too late. Scump brings him down.
Shotzzy making big plays, by the way, right? He was the guy around both to just strip away some of his time. Scump the next one in line. He is going to fall, but little plays like that, just taking away an extra 10, 15 seconds to make the game that much closer as we go. But this is the play that Shotzzy made on the previous hill, right? He wanted these right side spawns. Now we get to see what can OpTic do with them.
Okay, for your feature player, Dashy now starting to light things up. Right-hand side of the map, the top side, that's where you want to be for OpTic now, as we go now into the third hard point of our set. iLLeY loaded up, finding that time, soaking it all in. It's over to Dashy on the back line, trying to play at that long range there with the automaton AR. Simps up, brings him down. There's a few more to be had there, but Shotzzy's already in the flank. This could be huge. Sees one, sees two. Shotzzy strikes.
Shotzzy in his bag, right? Even making the smart plays to wait for the second before he shoots the front man in line. And he is the guy that flipped them to spawns to get you inside of the hill where iLLeY can just be the super soaker. Final 20 seconds, OpTic are poised to get them. But at least FaZe making amends, trying to shut down that rotation. You cannot afford to lose 2 money hills in a row, and they hunt down Scump as well. So, hey, that is a full 60 for OpTic. FaZe looking to respond with a full 60.
Whoa, that's a big kill. Simp on a 4 spree now, looking to make it 5. No more though, as Scump brings him down, but eyes to the minimap. To the other side of the map now we go. That's our next hard point. So far, FaZe in full control. That's going to be aBeZy now, roaming through mid-map, trying to cut these members of OpTic out, and this is how you get it done. Shotzzy the first. A few more to be found, but the raging push now from OpTic, making their way through mid.
And FaZe, by the way, they are leaving these back spawns open. They want to eventually try to flip OpTic in the back and start the spawn kill. So if you flank around, you better make sure if you're Dashy, you win these gunfights. He's on a 4, drop, and again, look at the spawns. FaZe loves playing up towards boat to flip them in advance. They're looking for the full 60, and they're trying to chain this into a P5. FaZe right now playing OpTic like a fiddle.
This is great. OpTic are trapped in this side of the map. They need to fight their way out right now. And Atlanta FaZe locking it down. Simp finding a big kill. His counterpart aBeZy on the other side now gets involved. iLLeY gets on the board. Oh my! Arcitys gets down in the end. Big kills. Over to the other side of the map we go though, and Shotzzy trying to make the play.
Big wins again for that final bit of scrap, and now it's about that big rotation. FaZe, you knew they were going to get to this hard point first, but also for FaZe, they know they have to turtle just a little bit. That deep side was wide open. Shotzzy waiting to make the move. He finds the moment. He bounces, finds the first, gets the second, and the break for the moment is in. OpTic, they've got the clearance, they win the rotation, and they build that lead.
They get 4 down. FaZe spawning on the close right-hand side of the map. Scump on the prowl, trying to find anything. FaZe reposition now, going in through the top side. Arcitys trying to lead that push. You can see from above now, hard point, left-hand side of the map, all OpTic. Here comes the push now from FaZe. Let's go for a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
Back is Alex. Are you on you? Are you? Alex is I'm in stairs, guys. They're deep.
Yep.
Sit down. I'm here. Do you have stairs, Brennan?
I got it.
Ivor deep, man. Sit down.
You went first guy as well. First guy as well.
I said your first guy. What is it? Deep on you. Yo, nice, I got it. Yo, he's went their side.
Yeah, they're right.
Right here, close right here.
Yo, I saw retard. They're spawning P4.
Yes, huge right side, still left. 2 more their side. Yeah, Brennan, need on me.
Go get another picture.
One's in the bunker.
Under dead.
Yo, pretty more.
I'm in stairs. You want me? I think he went back to the back.
I'm nading.
I don't want to hit you though.
I'm nading a bunker. Nice, I'm nading a bunker.
Go up the stairs. Close up.
It's there, nice.
Let's go to the bitch. I got Nero.
I'm bumped out there, Seth. I'm in stairs, Brandon. Help Seth.
Hold on. Watch me. Beat on me?
Yeah, you watch me. Help Seth. Yo.
I got you. I'm bumping Seth.
Any stairs?
I'm still holding stairs. I'm playing a rotation.
Watch out.
I got him.
Good shot. I'm saying down.
I have rotation now.
I'm middle.
What's look?
Middle on me. Nice, you down.
Look up that.
I'm rolling down. Yo,
Mid-stairs on me.
Mid-stairs, Seth.
Get to me.
I'm here.
Yeah, I have both. Stop the up. He's looked up on me.
Yo,
It's good work in the comms, it's good work in the score as OpTic Texas start to pull things away. We're going to see P1 come to a close. The second hard point now opening up, OpTic in control. Let's go to Atlanta FaZe and hear how they break it.
Top clip.
Got me.
I'll see you. Dashy, we'll show you. Dashy, there you.
I want this though.
I'm needing top O.
I'm same cliff. He's on the right. Røkkr. He's on the rock. Good. Rock heading.
Right there.
Go ahead, Shotzzy.
Pitching you.
He got me.
Oh, that's it.
He's up. Last two. Yeah?
Watch out, iLLeY. Absolute.
I'm pointing iLLeY dead.
Be right side, yourself.
Be hard kill, be hard kill.
I'm pointing me.
He's shot me.
One shot.
Or short.
How
are you? One shot.
Here's are you guys. Make sure we're on left.
I don't see it. You're working now?
On left. We're good.
Dashy, you're dead.
I'm in one shot. Literally both.
20 seconds. Gonna have to fight this.
I'm in one shot iLLeY, guys.
I spawned. I flipped.
Are you? This is double, guys. This is double.
It was for great. Got me. Nice. It was for great.
Yeah, he's still there. One shot.
One turn.
Yo, rotate right.
I'm trying.
I'll play card.
Yeah, I got top.
I'll see about a new. I see nothing ring. I see
Yeah,
nothing. Top ring on you, Tyler.
I meant,
My pen hit you.
What'd you say?
I got him.
Fine.
I hit another one.
Shots in the back. I got shots in the back.
I'm gonna streak.
Despite the calamity and the scoreline getting ever bigger now for OpTic. FaZe chance, they sound pretty calm.
I sound pretty calm. They are down by 100 points. They got a long way to go, and you better stay alive inside of this hard point because Dashy's coming. Scump's around back. You make it to the hill, but it's a teammate that takes them down. aBeZy, though, trying to make up for it. With the pistol! The Super Soaker! Oh my God! The 360s for the kid! OpTic running them over! Dancing on the grave of Gavutu. 10 seconds to go.
It's not over yet. 10 now for the win. Scump's trying to hold it down. It's a last-minute push for FaZe, but Shotzzy, he says no. Blocking it down. It's 5 for the win here in map 1. Cellium, he's going in. Shotzzy brings it down, and that is it. That is map number 1. The atmosphere in here is absolutely electric. It's like nothing I've ever seen in esports before, and I tell you what, for Atlanta FaZe, this is no easy thing to go up against, let alone when OpTic are playing that well.
Shotzzy, I mean, countless intelligent plays from start to finish, flipping his spawns when he needed to. But oh my God, shout out aLLeY, bro. Super Soaker inside the hard point. Like, again, the hill time was ridiculous. He had 2 minutes and 22 when we were like halfway through the game, but not just that. Gunning Arcitys over on P4 when they needed the scrap time. 23 kills he collects as well. And when I saw that teammate, I was like, that might be the moment for FaZe to get back in it. What does aLLeY do? Pieces him up with the pistol. Grabbing or snatching victory for FaZe in just such a dominant fashion. And I mean, he was the guy today, right? Playing against London, things were looking bad. They lose the first map. They lose that first round in Search and Detroit. Wait, just kidding. aLLeY 1v3. He has stepped up on Sunday, and that performance right there might be the best of his career.
We look across the highlights now of that opening Gavutu hardpoint, and it wasn't a very long one indeed. And oh baby, what a way to start the final here. One thing we talked about with aBeZy again, Chancellor, he's had kind of low KDs across the, most of the tournament, but at the end of the day, like, he's gonna win you a map or two guaranteed in a series, and that is one of the greatest things about him. Here though, he's finding the kills as well.
And he carries a lot of weight too, because obviously he is like the main IGL for the team. His comms are always fantastic, but again, this is the hill where it was a close game at this point. It was a very early rotation from Shotzzy to flip those spawns that really put them in this good situation. And this is the gunfight right here again, aLLeY versus Arcitys. We have seen FaZe spawn trap teams in the back, pick them apart, but he wins that for the extra 10 seconds to make sure they get the 20-point bump and make sure that his teammates can push up beach. I mean, that is just great trust between teammates. That is just crying with the pistol. I mean, aLLeY a masterclass, and obviously Shotzzy was the super slayer that entire time as well. That world champ duo, no strangers to playing against FaZe, and at least for the map number 1, they kick things off right.
Great start. The streaks were there should they need it. These are the final moments. Shotzzy with the trick shots. The last one coming up. Here we go. That's a great way to start the grand finals. Desert Siege, Search and Destroy coming up next. We're gonna take a breather, friends. Different game mode, different pace. After the insane opener, I'm excited to see what the desert holds in wait for us.
And Desert is a wild map for a few reasons. One, FaZe phenomenal at it, right? I mean, Cellium, he's gonna call you out with his X-ray vision. We already know how that's gonna go down. On the flip side for OpTic, we've never actually seen them play this map. It has basically been their auto veto, but the first series they had this tournament, they let it through for a game 5. And I remember talking to Ray about it. They came very prepared. They are ready for the Search and Destroy. And OpTic Search and Destroy, well, there you see it. They have won 12 rounds in a row. They have turned it around, and that is so much credit to the coaching staff. Not just Rambo, Ray, but Center as well. The S&D has been on point.
And I'll say it is not quite perfect, but it is damn near mistake-free. I mean, anytime they make a play at the opening of the round, if they get that first pick, they readjust, group together, move as a unit. I mean, they are trying to play as perfectly as possible. And it's not just that, even when the rounds haven't gone well, you see Dashy clutching his ones. We see iLLeY clutching his 1v3s. OpTic have been on point. But of course, on the flip side of FaZe, they have made this their home. This is one of their best maps. And honestly, if it wasn't for that London comeback earlier where FaZe blew that 5-1 lead, it would still be undefeated.
Yeah, it could be something. Desert Siege. We now lead into our second map. Coaches off the stage, final moments passed on, and we now prepare ourselves for potentially 6 rounds if OpTic can have their way with it, chance, because right now, the search is good.
And something I'm very interested to see, right? When we saw London play FaZe earlier, we saw Zero attempting to snipe quite a few rounds, was not panning out for them. Both Cellium and Arcitys happy to take that chow. They get the first shots in, you got the flinch with a sniper, not easy to hit shots. Of course, when they put it away, they made that comeback. Curious as to see whether or not the counter snipe will be in. I don't see that Glenn on Dashy just yet, and I see Scump getting that first blood.
First blood on the bomb site is hugely important. However, the bomb has made its way towards A for now. That's where we're going to be seeing aBeZy try to make this one down. It's on iLLeY to watch this. A lot of information passed out there, at least one. Now backs on up. The quick cook. Shotzzy doesn't get away with his life. We're leveling things up now at 3v3. Pressure from A, long gone. That bomb is now over by B, and OpTic, there is no one home. That's getting planted.
Dashy has to pick this guy off bomb. It's going to put planted. And he's actually looking for Cellium first, but Cellium, this is what he lives for. This is the map where he just had an unreal S&D KD, but you see what's happening. You hear it. You know what's going on. aBeZy looking for the chow. They hop on to get the kill.
They're on top of it already. Cellium now has to watch over, finds one. Cellium lines the mark, gets the damage in. Less than 30 seconds. You've got Nastie still. He's in a position now to try to make the play. Clock is ticking. The quick reposition. iLLeY's line him up. He dashes from cover to cover, but it is not enough. OpTic take round 1.
It is so difficult to have good comms in an intense series like this, but they hop the bomb. Whoever made that call, no, get off it right now. We're taking these gunfights. He's coming in. If that's Dashy that spots it, if that's iLLeY with the reads, or Scump just making the play out, call himself. Little things like that can win you the round. And OpTic showing an aggressive look on defense as well, right? Couple players hitting out towards B to get that first blood initially. A very clean round from OpTic Texas.
Round 2. OpTic now on offense. Bomb in the hands of Scump. iLLeY's to that round, going to get off to a nice start as we're now going to slowly but surely teeter our way towards that B bomb up close. As we've seen time and time again. Shotzzy with a break-in entering, top side of the palace. All cleaned out, some call it university, but that's up to you. Simp's throwing shoulders there in the corners, finding something. A lot of information passed, shuts the door, good manners. You've got a bit of a reposition now with the bomb, but the tension is certainly there. The Shotzzy still on the hunt.
That silence not quite active yet. Still wait just a little bit more, shots ringing out, but I think it might be the dead silence play, or maybe if you back it down, you're looking for the opening. Here's Shotzzy.
Can't get away with his life though. Simp comes in for the immediate trade, but with that, he gives his life. The bomb gets planted. Now the 3v3. Post-plant position now for OpTic, lined up all along that train side. Here comes Bruce, sniper in hand. Let's find out why he's our Mountain Dew featured player. See if he can't catch a couple of heads here, but Arcitys now in the counter-attack, finding one. Bruce, he does manage to take it. Oh, baby! He gets them both. It's now all on a Scumpy. A couple of bangers from Bruce. That's 2 in a row.
And FaZe has been one of those teams. We haven't seen them very often pull out the snipe. We obviously know they are capable. But if you're dealing with Dashy who's got the hot hand, you either have to avoid the sniper entirely or just try to go for that chow with a sniper of your own. But he's establishing that early dominance, picking up those 2 kills, 2 rounds, back to back. And mixing things up on defense is OpTic. Untouchable as of late. This time the B plant, though, was given up and will get the bomb down.
That's a live count, by the way. We are at 14. Let's see what we got, though. Scump. Bomb planted now for Atlanta FaZe. Difficult site to retake. We've seen him already do it once before. Nades out. It's a widespread from OpTic. Looking at the flanks. Simp will take care of Shotzzy. That first blood going now the way of FaZe. Still a battle on the bomb site. iLLeY wins it. That's a huge fight to win. Now trying to overwhelm it. We're going to see some damage now. Over to the Mountain Dew feature player Dashy, trying to get something going here. Trying to just keep some coverage up. Big wins from Arcitys. The shots are in. Then it's too late. The bomb has been defused. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
Round one on defense, what does OpTic do? Triple hit, effectively that B site, get the first blood, put that idea in their head. What do they do the next time on defense? Well, just back them down after it gets planted. Hit them with the retake. Protect your friends. That is 2 rounds on defense where OpTic have just stuffed that B push. Something that will be in FaZe's head long term, but for OpTic, back to the attack they go. And they're putting pressure on the outside side of the map. They'll be looking to see if they can spot out Cell.
Different looks, hyper aggression now from Atlanta FaZe. So aBeZy and Nastie's now hitting that left flank. A's going to be a dangerous place. Shotzzy trying to back up. Tags all across the board. He's been brought down. Scumpy though, now through mid, can't get it done. aBeZy getting involved, iLLeY trying to trade things out. Dashy, last player left alive now. It's a 1v3. We've seen him in these situations many times before, and Simp's on it, not a chance. That's going to be the defuse. The fast plant comes to a close. Atlanta FaZe, a very decisive round from them to end the spree.
We knew the streak would end eventually, but still FaZe in a tough spot. Clean round again. It is not easy to make aggressive play calls when you are down in round count, but FaZe just aggressive on that flank up through trains, and once you find that first pick, it makes your life that much easier. Atlanta back on the board, but now I'm curious as to what they'll do on the attack. They've had 2 B pushes that did not work. They were stopped in 2 very different fashions. They might be feeling that pressure, making that adjustment. They almost feel forced to go over towards that.
We'll find out though, that's 3-1 still. As FaZe get themselves back into it. Bruce gets brought down. The submachine gun of aBeZy rings out. Fast Drazah, look at OpTic go. Fast and furious as they roam now, trying to find their way inside. Can't get another one, there's aBeZy. Has his cake and eats it, gets himself another. Still keeping the fight close on the inside of the map. iLLeY, now equipped for the fight. Bad timing, unfortunate. Shotzzy now in a 1v4, bomb down. This is gonna be tough.
You can jump off the map at this point. Well, there's the first. He's getting tagged up at aBeZy. You know what he's looking for. Going after the ace, and he gets it. Too easy for aBeZy, earning that paycheck. That is what he is here to do in search and destroy, find those small little openings. He gets that first blood. I do not know how he gets away with his life and to turn that into 2. Well, you almost have to gift him the ace at that point. Now for FaZe. Pair of rounds in a row. I mean, I know aBeZy's still a few kills away, but you got to think about kill streaks, at least have that idea in the back of your mind. OpTic certainly will be keeping track, but aBeZy's on a 5, knocking on that double's door.
Dangerous to have streaks here, of course, on Desert Siege. Not a whole lot covered by those bomb sites. Scumpy brought down once again. Good shots out of Nastie. Takes the head off the king. The crown down now in the bottom mid. Man advantage Atlanta FaZe, still trying to find something here. That bomb carrier, that was Scump, so that bomb's down. Do they know that for absolute certain? We have seen OpTic, of course, mix up the bomb carrier, trying to throw the scent off, but 3v4 situation right now. OpTic are waiting for the pick.
Bomb down in just like the worst spot possible. It is not fun to have to go and collect this. Still has plenty of time to work with, but aBeZy is going to make this his territory. You cannot afford to feed him any kills. You can even see Cellium. There's no point pushing on the flank. Don't make any mistakes. Shotzzy though, looking for it.
Here comes the noise, and aBeZy knows it. Oh, we saw a cheek. Hey, Shotzzy ends the spree. Streaks off the menu, and now bomb recovered. The game plan is now to try to get that bomb down ASAP. Arcitys with line of sight over that bomb. And he's going to be able to maybe plant that one for certain. There we go. No one aware of it. Here comes the reposition from FaZe.
And there was no pressure on the flank, right? So that's going to be free for a bit. Shotzzy finds the next, and Cell is out of the fight for a moment. He needs to start to fly.
Arcitys, he didn't have a great hard point, but so far in the search, pretty good. Cell trying to watch that mid-map. He definitely saw iLLeY. That's huge. Good shots. Less than 30 seconds now to work with. Arcitys, he pounces. Shotzzy, though, once again. Finds another. Looking to close it out. Oh, Cell makes it a 1v1. Less than 20 seconds on the clock.
Battle of time, though. The battle of time. He is forced to make the move, and you know what move he's going to make. The question is, what can Dashy try to do? What's the timing like? He gets it! Too tough of a spot for Cell, not enough time, and Dashy, you know how he is in his ones in a situation like that. Easy reads. Big old Bruce. OpTic bounced back, and I think Shotzzy just looked and said, all right, aBeZy, if you can do it, well, I can too. That is a 3v4 clutch. Shotzzy and OpTic picking that defensive setup apart. 4-2 lead. FaZe, they want that middle of the map.
Incredible round again out of Shotzzy. Not just the kills, but picking up that bomb, making the recovery, getting it down. aBeZy though, back on it. Finding that first blood, 6 and 4. Whoa! Here's Scumpy. Through the wall he goes. Simp though with an incredible two-piece. Right in the mix he goes. iLLeY though, big shots at range for the automaton. 1v2 now. Arcitys does get the bomb down at B. Post-plant position FaZe.
A guy we were saying could be the MVP though, is the first man he needs to pick out in sight. Cellium lives for it. He is but a pixel on iLLeY's screen. And well, that pixel kills very quickly. Nice bounce back round from Atlanta. What do we see? Domination towards the middle of the map. aBeZy hits one angle, Simp comes from the other side. Happy to fly at OpTic. And if you can dominate the middle of the map on Desert Siege, that gives you access points to literally everything. Whether or not OpTic want to attempt to contest or want to just send Shotzzy in and let him go to work, but he's trying to bounce back.
It's 4-3. Dashy's back at it with a snipe. Cellium becomes one with the desert. And now we return his water to his tribe. Bomb recovered from Shotzzy though as the first bloods are exchanged. aBeZy is still out and about, alive and well, dangerous as you like. Simp though, he's got top mid control.
And if there's a sniper, you have to flank it, right? You don't want to deal with a sniper from the front. So that's what FaZe is doing, sending a couple players on the flank, but I think OpTic are feeling that pressure because they haven't planted that bomb. They are waiting for this moment.
Bruce is a lot of trouble in a moment. Again, as FaZe, they're on their way round. Oh my boy, he checks the corner. Wait, he may have something here. aBeZy will find at least one. iLLeY now has to turn head, and this is a great pinch from FaZe. They are retaking that train. Bomb yet to be planted still. Arcity's going forward. Timing is going to be great now from iLLeY. 2v2.
A big shot. Yeah, he's so far back in the spawn, playing the angle. Now Shotzzy's turn to try and clutch. He gets the bomb down, but he might not have anywhere to go. They know that he's forced to go towards the middle.
It's going to be huge now. Trying to make something happen towards the bomb. Shotzzy's got to make something special happen here. And again, as far as the noise goes, Shotzzy now trying to hit the back line of aBeZy with the tags. Massive kill out of aBeZy. Round goes to FaZe. And we would appreciate, fans, if you kept the noise to yourself during moments like that.
Yeah, so easy to not be a jackass. But either way, FaZe again, clean, evening up the round count, and a clutch for them, right? You clear out that site, make sure nothing can hit over towards outer, and if you force them towards mid, you know where to look. And I think, again, just playing off the sniper, right? If Dashy is getting control over those outer sides, put the pressure on the flank. A battle on Siege we have, and honestly, I think for OpTic, aBeZy's the man. You have to shut down so many first bloods he's collected.
Yeah, he's back on it. The absolute hero of the first blood category when it came to the entire Cold War season is so far working out. Shotzzy now trying to make something happen. He's hitting the back, and he's going to get it. Scump as well. That first blood works out now in favor of OpTic. Here comes the pinch. You're running out of options. Mid-map, not a safe place to be, but the outside of the trains, that's where we're going to be hitting now for OpTic. Arcitys, the gun has been spotted. Shotzzy gets involved. 4v2 situation now.
Such a good swarm. They're reading Simp as well. You're pushed towards the back. That's a good call from Scump, and well, iLLeY might be a free death. That's number 5 for aBeZy. Keep in mind, he's been after Streaks once. He might be after him again. You cannot feed him any. Kills it. Dashy takes him down. OpTic with a dominant round. Miles, I don't know if it'll happen. The fans just want it to be one more round. FaZe, they want to see that round 11.
Oh yeah. You finally managed to stop the spree now from FaZe. But OpTic's prowess and search and destroy still continues. This is it. Map point for OpTic to go up 2-0 here in the grand final.
What is the play call going to be? OpTic have mixed things up. They've attacked Cell over towards B. They've approached the left side with the sniper. And aBeZy again just finds it. I don't even know where from. Maybe the top middle of the map, but iLLeY, the first one to fall.
A lot of place to work with. And here we go. Shotzzy v Simp. Simp wins it upstairs, and it's looking a lot like a round 11, but we're far from finished yet. 4v2 now. It's on Dashy and Scump. Dashy still with that sniper in hand. It could be the silver bullet for the monster that is aBeZy, but he has to find him first. Scump is teetering on the play now. As the numbers for FaZe start to swell up, he is ever so close now to an incredible opportunity. But again, it's Dashy having to watch his own flank. They're in 2 situations. They have to try to play this together.
And that is the value of going on aggressive flanks early, right? Dashy constantly has to be concerned, and you do have a decent chunk of time to work with, but Cellium, again, he is but a pixel on your screen. Dashy can hit the shot, but it is not easy. Scump does get spotted. FaZe knows that the king is in mid.
Is that enough, though, to pull some aggro and maybe give Dashy an opportunity to get a shot? Hello! No photos, please. Nades up from Nastie. Here it goes. Bombarded, Scump gets out. And there's the play. aBeZy reach out, Scump wins it. Simp now trying to hit the flanks. Time ticking, noise indeed. Dashy gets brought down, it's all on a Scump. Simp lands the kill from behind. That is plenty of time to get the defuse. And we're going to round 11.
Round 11, Miles. I don't know how many we'll see in this series. It could genuinely be every single map. Both of these teams fiending for some sort of advantage. OpTic want the lead, but again, it is a race to 5 maps. A long way to go. You need every single one. I don't know who it'll be on the attack. Both teams have a plethora of strats at their disposal. I think the main advantage is more than likely just been FaZe towards the middle of the map, but aBeZy has been that first blood Reaper. You already know he's got murder on his mind.
Final round, here we go. Dashy puts the snipe away. Eyes out for those first bloods. They have been decisive here, and oh, here we go. aBeZy throws a shoulder or two, now trying to hit the wrap. Look at the shuffle on that minimap. All these arrows now making their move across. Bomb being planted towards A. Simp makes the read, and this could be huge. They time it together. It doesn't hit anything, though.
No kills, and you see aBeZy. He's actually got the automaton, so they're ready for these outer lanes, and you see what the game plan is. OpTic, they've got some outer lanes covered.
And they're going to try to find something. Shotzzy's got to check it, but that is absolutely unbelievable. He jumps off it. Just the last second, less than 30 now to play with. They've got no idea. Dashy flies forward. What's the information pass? Can Scump get it every time? It's a 2. No, now it's a 1v3. They stuck the bomb at the very beginning of the plant. It's a tried but true classic strat. Atlanta FaZe prove they have the ice. They put it all on the table in the final round.
4-2 comeback. FaZe is able to get running the outer lane towards the end, making the adjustments and those play calls. Hop the bomb, get off, they get ready for the kills, but OpTic too slow to try to get them off bomb. Dashy forced the wide chow. I mean, a battle of a game number 2, and look who popped off aBeZy. 13-7. I don't know how many first bloods, but here in the page check in map 2.
He drops a donut in the winner's bracket, and now all of a sudden, he took that one personal, you know? He really, really did. So there we go, 13-7, the big bounce back there, the round 11 victory on Desert Siege. 10.5 minutes, that one went the distance indeed. Well, there we go, friends. This final does get that bit more interesting. Atlanta FaZe managing to level things up there in the surge. Just like we saw a little bit of everything there. Good snipes, we saw great bomb plays, heads up plays out of both teams. Ninja defusers, they diving on. We got at least one on each side. I mean, Desert Siege, it's a map that's been giving us everything so far.
And really, honestly, in that setup from OpTic, I mean, I'd have to rewatch it, but again, just not enough pressure towards the lane. FaZe effectively able to bully him out. And I also appreciate aBeZy, right? Instead of running the middle of the map with the MP40, switches the automaton, prepared for that bomb site retake. Well, for the homework, they get an A+ to tie that series up. Now we go to a Kavutu control, where it's an interesting map because OpTic, they haven't played it a ton, but their KD on this map is ridiculous. So maybe, I don't know if it's favored for them between that and Tuscan. Obviously, we get to see them both, but it'd be fun to see exactly what they have up their sleeves.
Well, yeah, we've seen FaZe play, a couple of Gav controls, a couple of Tuscans as well. We only have 2 maps there in the control rotation here in Vanguard so far. But hey, that's a great way to level the series up. We're definitely going to be going the distance here. And I'm Charles, any kind of calls now as far as like how the control goes?
I think if there was any advantage, you'd probably lean towards OpTic Texas for the control.
There you go, short and sweet, just like this break. Don't go too far, friends. When we come back, we're going to Kavutu.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Tied up 1-1 now, going in control. And well, we think of control, we think of Dashy. He has been doing damage here in the major, and that's why he's our Mountain Dew featured player.
I mean, like just completely lights out when he was playing against the Royal Ravens, and also completely lights out this entire tournament, right? It is a battle for MVP. It is a battle of the cracked out ARs. Dashy versus Cellium, and well, in this series, tied up so far. We saw what happened though on the Gavutu hardpoint. OpTic had the edge. Not just off the back of the slang, and it was iLLeY and Shotzzy that were popping off, but out of the smart plays as well. It'll be very interesting to see how this one plays out. OpTic have the better record on this map. OpTic have the better KD on this map as well, but I do remember a little moment for FaZe. They were one of the very first teams to make an aggressive push over towards B, and I mean, they had a 4-man stack on that B point at one point, and that was off the rip. So who knows what these teams have prepared, but we know in the major, in a finals like this, they're pulling out all the stops.
It's $200,000 on the line for first place as well. You bet you're pulling out all the stops. Still, we keep all the good stuff for champs. That's just the way you like
the great stuff.
The great stuff. But we're almost ready to get into that Gavutu control here, and everyone in the venue has been incredible. For those of you watching at home, this place is full of heroes, of like all the OpTic icons are here. Formal, and the guys from Halo over in the corner. Maniac just took his shirt off in the break. It's insane. The major is not disappointed. We're going to continue now on the Gavutu control. Map number 3 in a potential 9. Here we go. This has been a goodie for both teams, but let's get it. On board with FaZe kicking this one off as they make their way in towards both zones. A and B, capture those, win the round, or kill your opponents 30 times, whatever comes first.
Nothing fancy so far, but Cellium, you see, wins that one, maybe opens up the round, and Arcitys finds the next, and well, aBeZy gets to go hunting, spots out Scump, and Scump gets taken down. Very clean opening break for Atlanta. While aBeZy is just feeding his team the intel and getting nades as well. If your nades are on point on this map, you're gonna have a good time.
So far, so good for Atlanta FaZe. They're gonna find those kills. First segment A, long gone. The second one they're working on now, but it's all Nasties. Looking towards that pressure on a B. Oh my God, it's Simp now. aBeZy's looking to reinforce. Spawns for OpTic still close on the right-hand side, but now aBeZy in 4 he goes. Shotzzy finding 2, takes care of the terrors. Back over to Arcitys, who should cap A.
And that is a massive 2-piece from Shotzzy. This round could have started to spiral out of control, but OpTic able to at least stabilize. They actually stopped the 8 point for a moment. And now FaZe actually have to be concerned because they have players pushed up towards P1. If you're by ring, well, you got to wrap back, and well, because of aBeZy making a smart play, catches Shotzzy. Make sure you never get set in a spawn trap. Atlanta FaZe still in a good spot, 5 life lead.
Cool, holding it down. 18 now for OpTic, 22 for Atlanta FaZe. Scump sitting aside top vote. Not a whole lot going on so far, but here we go. Finds one. aBeZy almost goes as well. Shotzzy's going to find the call out, trying to find something. That top third boat position, very, very strong power position. Huge line of sight across most of Gavutu. Here come Atlanta FaZe, making their way in towards that B site. OpTic set on the defensive hold for now. One player in the back going to be Scump, the 3 remaining members looking towards mid.
And FaZe are really taking their time on this push, right? If kills are going to be a big difference maker, you cannot afford to give anything away. Got the boat control. They sort of felt out the positioning. They know there's going to be a lot of ring pressure. That's what Cellium is going to be staring at. And looks they don't want to flank necessarily all the way around. Maybe try to go through this mid-cut. Shotzzy's here waiting.
And this has been a long time with very little action here on Gavutu, but we're waiting for it. Shotzzy in the bush. The boys out here playing Caldera. There we go. The first kill comes through. aBeZy does bring him down, but that's it. The gong has been run. The action is on. And Scump's just chilling now. Finds himself in aBeZy. That's going to be that side of the map cleared out. Now going towards mid. Arcitys doing what he can on that side. Scump cooks it. Up it goes. Shouldn't find anything. But there we go now. Bit of a shuffle. Shotzzy's made his way through to the spawns of Atlanta FaZe, but he better turn around because the rest of the team's through.
Well, Shotzzy's calling out all this information. He's trying to get set up to actually initiate that spawn trap later on. So that is a couple smart plays from Shotzzy, right? Letting players cross and getting that intel that he's wrapped all the way around over towards ring. Number 5, though, on the minimap, Simp, trying to soften that push up. With only 30 seconds left, it really feels like that game plan for FaZe. They are kills first, objective second. They are taking their sweet time.
They have a 2-kill lead for now, but again, 20 seconds remaining and OpTic will take the round. It's first to 3. And they're playing this so slow. I've never seen a more slow Gavutu so far in the tournament. Scump pulling it back 1 kill at a time. Final 10 seconds. Is anyone going to make the play? Here we go. Lying in wait. 5 seconds. iLLeY ties it up. Even Stevens going in round 2.
And love it or hate it, I think from FaZe, that's almost like the perfect strategy for this map, right? You have a, 28% chance of winning the round, and that's if you do it off kills. If you're trying to cap B, I mean, it drops down to about 10. So they said, hey, this is the grand finals. We're going to play it smart, and that means we're playing it off on kills. I think for FaZe to be able to keep that life count tied on an offensive round, might not be ecstatic about it, but they will take it. Now it'll be OpTic's turn to attack, and already you see where this is going.
Yep, we're going to go heavy towards B. We're flying in. FaZe are going to play this a little slow. They're going to turn those guns up as soon as they see Shotzzy making his way through now, and he's getting the party started with that first kill. Nade, tactical,
this is
you name it, it's all coming through. We're trying to stack that B point. We're making our way on now, and aBeZy, he's trying to do everything he possibly can to slow it down. Nades from Nastie over the tops. Here comes iLLeY, lying in wait on the beach. Now the onslaught beginning from FaZe. Trying to get on board now. They're going to slow down the push, bring back the kills, do everything they possibly can, but Shotzzy's still alive. He's still on that B zone. We've stopped the clock.
The gunfight fights though. Dashy there to win it. Shotzzy trying to stay alive, but the help is there, but Shotzzy doesn't need it. Wins the next one himself. Still alive on the point.
Over the big bruise. Shotzzy in and out he goes. Smooth moves, keeping the play alive. First segment of B gone. Dashy now doing what he can to keep that top ring control. Shotzzy still capping it. The rest of the team, though, they're looking towards the ring.
Hey, where are the nades? The nades coming through, but they're not connecting the actual point. Shotzzy's still alive, so these players off spawn. If it's not with the nades, it's with the gunfight. Dashy with the help. B zone nearly gone. They'll get the stack. They will capture the harder point first. They get 2 minutes to work with. They are out of their spawn, and Shotzzy, he's thinking about streaks.
Oh my, this is huge. First B goes. We had a minute to the clock, and now the onslaught begins on boat. Final zone remaining now on the lower side. iLLeY's got control. Sees at least a couple. Now, pressure now mounting. We'll deal with the timeout in a moment, but this is going to be the aggression from OpTic, trying to get the cap. Players pushing their way through on the right-hand side. Everyone flooding through that dock. First segment gone. Stacking on up, trying to keep the numbers there. OpTic is stacking. They're stacking. You've got to go, aBeZy. You've got to try and get in there. You've got to go. That zone is gone. That zone is gone.
And that is a tale of two different styles of the approach to offense on Gavutu. It can be risky to go for those B pushes because you end up getting wiped out, stuck in your spawn, and picked apart after that. But OpTic make it work, and Shotzzy, the guy making plays. He goes crazy in a 2-0 lead on Gavutu. I mean, it has to feel so sweet on top of the fact that you get that life advantage as well.
Quickly now deal with that. Requested timeout, I believe, from Atlanta FaZe there on stage. But in the meantime, we can break down what happened in that last round. Again, chance like we don't see a lot of really, really methodical Gavutu offensive rounds. That's a bit of a rarity right now. Again, Vanguard is young, still a little babe. We're back into it now. But oh baby, that was one hell of an opener.
And this is crazy too, because if I was FaZe, I was thinking your hand might be forced, but look at OpTic, by the way. They double stack over towards B because they're expecting the same thing that I was, right? Atlanta FaZe to be aggressive towards that more difficult point, but we're going back to the standard. FaZe back against the wall in this game, trying to make something happen. A couple kills starting to fall their way, and keep in mind for the moment, Scump is on a 4. So he's trying to play his life, and he's trying to play for these kill streaks if he can get them, but his hand gets forced. He goes to make the play, and he found the opening.
Oh, he did. aBeZy's still there on the zone. Hey, first segment gone. A little bit of pressure towards B, but you still have Dashy now trying to hit the players in spawn. This is the battle on point, though. Dashy's taking care of the front line for OpTic now. Forced to the point. It's Shotzzy. Tip of the spear. First man in. Gets those kills. Stops the capture for now. You've still got a lot of progress done, but B, now the target for iLLeY.
Well, the nades connect, so the wall bank's not quite there. You have to get this man out of the hill. Simp already a tick collected. They got the ring pressure, but at least you get him away. Good news for FaZe, you get a tip of progression. Bad news is you get wiped out. Cellium the last man standing, but at least he finds a kill. His team has a little bit more of an easy clearance to try to go towards the middle of the map, and frying like that, that's what FaZe needs.
Big shots. He stays alive for long enough to get that second tick of progress on A. That's huge out of Atlanta FaZe now. Simp trying to get this done alone. The rest of the team making their way up the beachhead. Here comes the push. 2 members now on that A zone. Should cap a lot faster. That's now going to be a thing of the past in a brief moment. Looking towards that ring side of the map as well. Cellium wins that one. So, for the time being, OpTic, 18 lives, 20 to Atlanta FaZe. 2 segments remain on B and 1:45 to get it done.
Well, it was clean from OpTic on defense the first go around, but you know FaZe is going to have to pour on the pressure this time. iLLeY, though, in the back, ready for it, takes 2 of them down. P1 control for OpTic. Shotzzy deep inside FaZe's spawn, and hey, he might fall, but you only got a minute and a half. That is a hike to go across the map. And Dashy playing outer gives him options. He can flank, he can go back towards ring, but for the moment, if it's not for Dashy, FaZe is starting to find a lot of those kills.
Dashy's trying to watch both things, trying to watch ring and trying to watch the open beach. iLLeY's got the inside of the map covered for now. OpTic spawners making their way front. Over to Dashy now. Has to hold on this onslaught from FaZe. iLLeY to back him up. Nice shots, but the information now passed. Back to Dashy. Finds one. Dashy's got to try to hold this down himself. Dashy. Oh, one more bullet in a cell. But little does he know, the onslaught still continuing on from beach. Now FaZe, the numbers starting to swell. Still making the push, 50 seconds.
Can you hear those stuns and nades ringing out everywhere? Cellium able to find that pick. FaZe, they're working on that beach pressure. Cellium inside the point. I don't know how much utility OpTic had to get him out. You see the wall fakes coming through. Cellium does not care.
He's still making the shots. He's staying alive for the brief moment. Wow, Arcitys helps him out. Shotzzy on the flank. What a kill! Arcitys may have saved the day here. Now you're seeing the pressure. The stack from FaZe. This is huge. They've got 3 players on. The nades from OpTic, not enough. Too little, too late, but FaZe, man, when the iron is hot, boom, they strike hard.
Back against the wall. I mean, that is maybe the 5th or 6th time we've seen that objective actually get captured this year. It has been a rarity. And we saw OpTic, they just did it with a nice opening break where Shotzzy's making the big plays. Atlanta, they had to earn that as a squad, but they got it. Now they go towards defense. Easier to win on that side for FaZe. Thinking about that round 5. They clutched up in the round 11. They're waiting for the next one. OpTic going towards A, and honestly, FaZe, I mean, they got 4 guns looking that direction.
2-man hit through A. aBeZy gets destroyed by a barrel. Completely eviscerated. May not count the kills department, but that's going to give them the map space to move forward. OpTic take full control of the boat and now looking to take the docks as well. Prime real estate. And Scump, he stamps his name on it. Oh, he's playing games. He's playing games on the outside of docks. Oh, big shots out of Nastie.
And obviously, Atlanta just proved in that previous round they can absolutely clutch up on offense, but even still with the way this map plays, OpTic, their biggest thing they need to focus on is making sure they do not get outplayed. If you get an opportunity to get some caps on offense, you go for it, but the kills are most important, and FaZe are getting them all.
FaZe get the kills on top boat. You now force the spawns back over for OpTic. They make their way out of spawn. They take care of Simp. He was the player there dealing the damage. Now Arcitys tries to pick up the pieces. Waiting for those members of OpTic to make their way out. Trap is set. Counts 1, counts 2. Can he finish the kill? Oh, no! OpTic base safe for now.
And they're turtling up, right? Because again, it just comes down to those kills. If you're looking at the stat line of the Tears, they are about combined -8, -9. So FaZe certainly down, and they might be forced to go hunting. If aBeZy can't find the opening, he gets shut down for the moment. The setup too strong, and you have another player fall or two. You can see what OpTic is thinking about. They're thinking about that B point. They have 2 players pushing towards B, and they win the gunfight. They can go for the stack. You can cap this quick, but the nade from downtown.
17 seconds. Got to get back on the point to stop the clock. iLLeY knows that, but he's waiting for the rest of the squad to make their way in. He has Scump on top ring covering him. Here come the reinforcements from FaZe. Fresh out of spawn, fresh into the fight. Arcitys bring down iLLeY. Can't get it done. Nice angle. First segment gone. You still have to worry about the kills for FaZe. The numbers now for OpTic swelling. Scumpy takes care of 1. That's a 2-piece. Numbers still now working out for OpTic. The kills are there. The progress on B. 1 more tick's all that remains, and we get an extra minute to play with. Has lightning struck twice? I think it has.
OpTic Texas, they get the more difficult point, and Scump still thinking about those streaks. It is so difficult to capture it, but they found the timing perfectly. But now it is operation. Don't get spawn trapped. If you can get Scump a glide bomb, even better. He finds the next one, and he gets it. The question is, when do you want to call it in?
Streaks now on the menu. A, decent coverage. We can hit those players, deal the damage. Clock still ticking. Scump on the 7. His teammates are getting taken out around him. aBeZy's up. Brings the spree to an end, but for now that's fine. Can use the streaks to break the setup.
Well, I mean, it's only 30 seconds, right? I think for OpTic, it might even be a risk to call it in. You might just say, hey, we got the lives. We'd rather save it for defense and make sure you get that clearance on the B point. And you see the pressure from FaZe all up in their spawn. So nice adjustments and big gunfight wins. If aBeZy doesn't pick up Scump on the flank, it could have gone very difficult. But that is a beautiful round from OpTic. They might not get the win, but they get the extra utility. They should be good for defense for this round 5.
And this is the trap. We've seen it time again. 5 seconds now remaining. The round is going to come to a close. Atlanta FaZe will get the win. But who gets defense on the final round will be decided by kills. Man, this is a good control.
And I think FaZe, again, I mean, just absolute pressure on. In their previous offensive round, they found a way, but now it is that much more difficult. The glide bomb coming into effect. Now, if I remember correctly from their series yesterday, it went to a round 5 in the control. I believe it was Dashy that had a glide bomb that was the savior in the round 5. Might be a similar circumstance, and if I'm FaZe, you know they got the glide bomb. You need to force this out early. You need a strong opening break and get it out of dodge.
The bar is great. aBeZy with that first blood. iLLeY's hitting this one a little late. This could work out fantastically for him. Waiting for something, finds the first. Oh, iLLeY with a snapper. 4 HP though. He's managed to turn the heads of FaZe for now, and that's going to be good enough. aBeZy though, looking to make his way up the beach, make his way up the little goat path. Oh, aBeZy doing what he does best, slaying his way forward. Clock has been stopped. We're on B, and we're capping the point.
And I'm looking at number 4 though. 4 on the map.
Oh
might be able
my.
to make the play. aBeZy getting the kills, but now it's about the flank. Scump can't find it, and you might have to commit this. But Scump's towards the middle of the map. He's got more gunfights. He's calling it in.
Balling it in. Going to try to take care of one. Got to pick and choose. He's going to be the player in spawn. Unfortunately, takes Dashy with him, but for now, that's fine.
And that is perfect. You force it over towards B. You get that glide bomb out so early. You're still putting the pressure on B, but even FaZe, Arcitys going to be doing this almost by himself, and you see he's going to fall, but this is why FaZe makes the adjustment. They are playing this perfectly. Now they've got the pressure towards A. They still have Simp around ring, but they've at least done the first step in trying to win a round on offense.
Atlanta FaZe, though, now they turn their attention towards the A zone. OpTic trying to fight the way out of the beach. Ship being captured slowly but surely. That first progress at A done. And aBeZy is still in your spawn, still causing problems. Cellium now making his way up the beach. The Shotzzy's trying to vie for control here. You've got that slow and steady capture happening at A. So when that's done, an extra minute to play with. Second segment almost cleaned up. And this could get real mixy. We're going to go all the way down to B for one last hurrah here in the control.
It cannot be understated how important that ring control is. Shotzzy winning a massive one-on-one, and even when he falls, well, Scump there to fill in that spot. And now OpTic, this is the battle. Clutch up on defense. 8 points secured, 1 minute and 42 left on the clock. FaZe have done it before. And also, it might not even be the point, they do have that 6 life lead.
6 lives. If they kill them all, they win as well. It's 14 lives now remaining for OpTic. aBeZy playing it slow. Simp's going to get the party started now on the other side of the map, and aBeZy made enough noise there. Will it turn the heads of OpTic? He's making the play. Scump's got no idea. Tags are in. The rest of the team are being dropped. As slowly but surely, we make our way on to B now for FaZe. Kills coming through once again. They've set themselves up for greatness, but are there enough members of OpTic to get the play? It could all come down to Shotzzy. Shotzzy has to make the hero play right now. Shots are in. Can't quite finish Arcitys. You got to get going, though. That's the second segment of beat gone. One more is all they need, and FaZe win the match.
And they got a man in the spawn as well. They got the cutoff kills. Arcitys might just be able to get it. Dashy wins the 1, and now the contestant here, Scump, flying to kill Arcitys. The battle potentially for the round, and Scump takes him down. Alive for a moment. Cellium still in your spawn.
Cellium is the man behind enemy lines right now. If Scump can kill him, that's great, but you still have to keep the front line safe. Shotzzy does that. Dashy cleans up the back line. 5 lives for OpTic Texas now to the 14 of Atlanta FaZe. It's going to be tough. There is a minute still to play with. FaZe have done an incredible job of slaying out, and Chance is going to be tough, but it is not impossible.
Hey, Atlanta, you just got to get your trades. You got to just buddy up together and get your trades. OpTic have to be perfect, but there's a beautiful pick.
Picks are indeed what you want. Dashy banged up from that nade, backs on up. iLLeY playing the tightest corner he can possibly find. Arcitys walk that corner, you're in trouble. He gets dropped. 5 to 12, 40 seconds. OpTic buying these precious moments is all they need to do. Here comes Dashy on the coverage. It's another big win. 2 members now from FaZe making their way towards ring. Shotzzy's got the deep angle covered. Every single nook and cranny has an OpTic member in it. Less than 30 now to go, and they just keep finding the kills. Shotzzy somehow still alive. Scump gets another one. I don't believe what we're seeing. There's 20 seconds left. You've held back FaZe the whole time. FaZe looking to make it happen, but they can't buy a kill. We've got 10 seconds. FaZe have not managed to kill a single member. No one's going down. Have OpTic done it? They've done it. What a round of control that was.
OpTic are asked for perfection in that final round on defense. Down 9 lives, 5 remaining, and a minute on the clock. Cold strong. How many kills in a row did they get? How clean the setup towards the end? And how cold was that ice? 2 map wins for OpTic, both on Gavutu. They managed to deliver.
Look across at the stats. There is some referees on stage. We'll find out what's going on and get an update for you, but for the time being, we'll reflect on what was an incredibly exciting Gavutu control. 2 offensive round wins either side. Shenanigans on that B zone, the harder of the points to capture, and both teams took a stab at it. Both teams bit the orange to peel it, and man, did they get that job done well. Scump 27-21 overall. We have the final minute. This is our game fuel tactical play. The final moments of this game. Look at that life count, 5 to 14.
And again, right, someone has to find that pick. You cannot afford a full 4-man push because you're too spread on defense. So you got to find an opener. Dashy gets it. Now it is going to be a 3 versus 2 effectively in the back end. I will say, I don't know what it was, but obviously weird stuff from Arcitys. You see it again right there. I don't know what it is, but iLLeY, I mean, he'll take advantage of it. Next pick comes through, and then look at the coverage from Dashy. The stun's on point for the intel, takes aBeZy down, and well, now we shift towards the other side of the map. Shotzzy, as patient as he can be. I mean, he has turned the IQ up an extra notch for this grand final. Shotzzy, the big brain plays non-stop. The help from iLLeY on this next gunfight. Everybody watching each other's backs, working as a unit. And OpTic Texas deliver in another nail-biter game.
Again, looking at the clock ticking down, it forces the hand of FaZe. They have to make something happen, trying to resolve what's going there on stage, and that is a big win for OpTic. You know they're feeling themselves after that.
A big win and a couple big smiles, right? I mean, these guys went toe-to-toe yesterday. It came all the way down to a game 5, and well, I mean, we're on pace for another back-and-forth one as well. Did mention, though, as far as like advantages go, we know it's a closely contested battle, but leaning a little bit towards OpTic for the control. They deliver, but obviously, I mean, we're 3 maps into a potential best-of-9, so we still got a very long way to go.
We have a really long way to go. That was an exciting one. Again, waiting to get full confirmation. I think we're going to keep rolling with that, but there was some hoo-ha on stage. We may have a potential delay here, but in the meantime, wow. That control round, 5 lives to the 14. Not an easy thing to do. Time helps. Again, you're forcing FaZe out of those tight spots. You have to make him push up the map. The open beach, no defilade cover there. Shotzzy's tucked into a little corner. iLLeY's got a little corner as well. Every single nook and cranny on the map has an OpTic crack in it.
And just to rewind the clock, right, OpTic had to do in previous rounds so many things right. It was the opener where they're able to get the defensive win because of the opening break, where, surprise, surprise, it was Shotzzy just making whatever ridiculous play over towards that B point. And maybe that B area was obviously just the theme for OpTic, because then Scump was the next man up, earns that glide bomb, because if he doesn't actually earn that kill streak, we saw the pace in the pressure that FaZe was able to put on those offensive rounds. So if you didn't have that Hail Mary glide in the back pocket, well, FaZe would have been full of grace.
Waiting on full update here from the referees. There is words of a potential reset. There is the officials on stage now getting that final word. We had some issues there with Arcitys, but at the same time, and oof, man, what a finals this has been so far. An iconic setting here. The 2 of the biggest names in Call of Duty, 2 of the biggest, most recognizable names in esports going toe-to-toe. I hope, Charles, we get to see this all season long, right? I mean, this, you called this at the kickoff. You're like, I think both these teams is going to be 1 and 2, maybe all year long.
And honestly, I mean, with the way they've been playing against the other teams, there does seem to be some degree of separation, right? I mean, FaZe just rolling through the matches today up until the grand finals. OpTic obviously undefeated throughout this tournament. So I think it might be the case of a 1-2 punch battle. Maybe Toronto, obviously, or Ravens. You know, a few teams are going to be in the mix, but we know at this moment in time who the top dogs are. And if we got a long series, I mean, we talked about potential like map advantages as you go across the board. I know for the hard points, I was leaning towards FaZe in that category, but hey, good news for OpTic, you at least ban that bocage away. That means we will be seeing a Berlin a little bit later on, as we got iLLeY. I mean, whatever he's saying, we know it's enthusiastic.
I'd love to hear it. Oh, I'm looking forward to the champs. Oh, sorry, not the champs, but the major one, like grand finals comms check. There we go. Okay, so we have an update from the referees. The map will not stand. We will be replaying. We will be replaying the entire map. It does not stand. The result. I know. Don't shoot the messenger. Come on. We're going to replay that one. There has been a PC issue. It's all smiles, though, from the OpTic boys. They're going to run it back. But that Gavutu control, we will need to replay that one. That is the official word from the referees. Let's get back into it.
And I think anytime you see a little bit of lag on land, that is not a good sign. So whatever the case was for Arcitys.
Oh, so wait, sorry, I got good news. Wait, I got good news. We're only doing that final round. That's good news. We're going to replay that final round. So PC issue, we'll deal with that, and we get to replay that final round. So it's final round, only issue Scump didn't have streaks. This is the way it happens. We didn't see that timeout requested either, though, so that's the way things go. But final word there from the referees, that last round will be replayed. So Gavutu control is still on.
And I think what the replay was requested like after the first round, after the second round, something like that. So I have no idea what the issue is with Arcitys. They said it was a P issue, PC issue, whatever the case may be. Hey, now you go back at it. The circumstances are going to be the exact same as what we said before, obviously minus that glide bomb, but OpTic, they need to clutch up a round of defense on Gavutu. But I'll be honest, it doesn't look easy because it was almost every single time outside of the first round where Atlanta FaZe just wanted to play for those kills. They were putting on the pressure time and time again. You might have had the ice in that 5v14, whatever the case may be, but we're going to have a battle back on our hands. I mean, Vanguard, it has been such a wild, ridiculous year. A year of extremes, right? Whether it be map-specific things, whether it be stuns doing 6 times as much damage as before, whether it be Toronto not winning a single hard point and still placing top 4. It has been a wild year, an incredible tournament. The grand finals and all its mixiness.
Hey, and it's the start of the year. Like, we're barely through this thing. We're Major 1. We're already seeing some crazy things happen in and out of game. It's bound to be an unforgettable year. And hey, we've only just begun. It's just now waiting on that final word. You can see the players in the lobby loaded up, ready to get into this one. One final round of that Gavutu control. Atlanta FaZe definitely feeling a little anxious after that one, but hey, fair's fair. We have to adhere to everything that comes our way here in the league. With that being said, though, we are going to throw to a very, very quick commercial break. Upon our return, we'll dive into that round of control as the coaches now get their last words in. Technical issue aside, it's been a great final so far. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Surprise, we're back. And we're almost ready now to get back into that final round of control. We've worked everything out, glide bombs included. We're trying to get back into the swing of things. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Here we go. Back into the round of control. I said that, but it came to worse. What do you think, mate?
I think I'm ready to see some Call of Duty, right? I mean, no one likes delays in these situations. Everyone obviously moving as quickly as possible. And obviously the players, they just want to shoot each other. That's what we love to do.
I think that's maybe what some of them are doing right now. Yeah, I saw fist bumps out. Well, you know what that means, friends. One of those ones, like over the top, over the top, over the top. You know, COVID. I mean, they don't want to get out and move. You know how it is, friends. But we're almost ready to get into the game, and we have resolved that issue. So now, hopefully, all things considered, we should be full steam ahead to get back into that one. That final round of control, round 5 on Gavutu, deciding it. I think that map went away for now. Get everything sorted, get everything good, and get ready to roll back into this one. Final round, it's a one and done. And we are trying to make sure that everything is as fair and as competitive as it can be. That's what you'd expect.
For me, this is almost reminiscent of what we used to do with champs when there was ties and pulls. If you just square up with another team, back in the day, it was you play one game of S&D, and it is a situation you almost never find yourself in. And certainly this one, as unique as you could possibly have, one round to decide, well, not the entire thing, but at least this map. OpTic on defense, FaZe in the attack, and look where they're going.
Here we go. Straight back to the middle of the map, we have it. aBeZy going to find that opening first blood over to Dashy now, and it's pure aggression. Again, it's Atlanta FaZe on offense trying to find their way in towards B, and they have been stopped.
And this is great. You got a couple players that can be the cutoff. You got Dashy wrapping back, and number 4 Scump is going to tell his teammates they are always going to be going towards B. They got the setup they want.
Simp finds one on the back. That's Dashy brought down. Cell on point, taken care of by iLLeY. iLLeY's going to back on up. He's heavily tagged. That's going to be the final kills. So now, FaZe make their way onto the point. Heading a swivel, though, as he got Scump trying to make his way in through mid. Does he manage to find the kills? It's up against Arcitys! Nails it! That's that side of the map open. Back over to B we go.
Massive win by Scump in that situation, and you saw him using the MP40 as well. He knows the fights were going to be around ring. Able to pick up those kills. FaZe still working around this P1 control. Dashy here for the wave. Takes Arcitys down.
Oh, he lives! Dies after a while, but here comes Scumpy! What the hell was that fight? Cellium sending it. With the mid-map, damn, almost takes care of Arcitys there, but again, look at the clock, we're taking this one down, it's less than 30 seconds, and that's going to be OpTic with the map. Don't worry about the kills for now, friends. Cell trying to get on top of A. That's going to be the slow tap now, 23.8 for Scumpy. He not only is the king, but clearly the captain as well! Cell's now still on the outside, been taken care of. 15 seconds remain.
And a 4-man wipe means you can set up for the spawn kills, but where Shotzzy falls, it is back to the same. Scump watching Cliff, man in the boat watching Cliff. They are forced to go to B, but there is simply no time. 2 seconds on it, you can't get there. OpTic clutching up again.
What more do you want? What more do you want? We're trying here. They clutch up a huge round of defense. FaZe have one shot at it, one final crack, and it was a valiant attempt, but in the end it just comes down to some wild kills. Scump's what, 2-piece on top though, the boys were there to cover him, that makes A safe, the war at B raging still. Unbelievable.
I mean, Scump said, fine, I don't need the glide bomb, right? It was when that opening was up over towards B. It was obviously great nades from his teammates, but it's the flank towards ring that gets that man out of the hill, and just winning those gunfights, it just wins you the round, and obviously he continues that over towards the boat. So I'll repeat the talking points I had earlier on. 2 Gavutus that we have played, OpTic take them both. I don't know if it was necessarily the AR supremacy, but good plays from OpTic, both go the rounds. Shotzzy again, I mean, he just elevates for moments like these.
Again, good job from the entire team getting that problem resolved swiftly. We love that here. But that's going to be it. Gavutu now comes to a close. It's a 2-1 lead now for OpTic here in the finals. And hey, man, that was great. That was fast. And what more can you ask for? What more can you want?
You know, fast. The final round, I suppose, was fast,
Speed,
right?
Man.
No actual
look,
time on either point. But again, we know this is going to be a back-and-forth battle. A Game 5 the last time they played. And I think one of the more interesting things, what I'm thinking about for this matchup, is historically, at least for the past 3 or 4 years, when OpTic have gone against FaZe or United back when the Terrors were on that team, the story's always been, it's going to be a battle in the respawns, trading maps back and forth, but the search and destroy is where the Terrors have set themselves apart. They clutched up in a round 11 earlier on. Obviously, OpTic, though, we've seen from this tournament, their search and destroy has been on point. I think that might be the case of where the battle is going to end up in the end. I think we might end up getting a best of 9.
What he said. Let's take a look at the highlights now from that brief, but very fun game of control. Speedy stuff all around again. Atlanta FaZe with a fair crack back at it after the PC issue now resolved. Firm handshakes all round as we get things going once again. But again, Chance, it was a couple of clutch kills. This control, it was a crazy one.
And I don't know if you're familiar with the saying, ball don't lie. I suppose that is round of Gavutu, don't lie, right? OpTic just making sure they take care of business. That is the way that map is played out through the qualifiers at stage 1. The team that outslaying, get that defensive round. So OpTic putting in the work. And this is one of those plays right here where Shotzzy, don't know how he manages to get here. Don't know how he manages to win those gunfights, but catches Simp. You see more picks on the point. Shotzzy in the hill, winning him his teammates over towards Rain, winning them all. Early advantage in this series for OpTic Texas. Well, obviously, last time they played FaZe, well, they didn't even need it.
And that's that. We're still seeing the highlights now come through. That opening hit towards B in that first round. I mean, that was the stuff of pure beauty. And then the two players prone in A, iLLeY with the spawn kills. It was a wonderful set of control there from both sides. Everyone having their fair share at it. And hey, that's exactly what we want to see out of a good matchup between two brilliant teams, two iconic rosters. And Chance, thinking about this roster, this OpTic team, for so long, the talent has been there, the names have been there, the gun skills have been there, but the teamwork has never been quite so strong. When it comes to this OpTic Texas roster, that was one of the biggest things we saw. It's like a big change when it comes to the management, it comes to the staff. All of a sudden, you've got them making concerted plays and like huge efforts like that. It's a great thing to see.
And well, I hope you like Tuscan. All the good news for OpTic. Well, we'll be on this map 3 times and trying to look at the advantages. This is a phenomenal map for OpTic in the hard point. They are 3-0 on it, and their average point differential is about 80. So when they win big. For FaZe, though, obviously not a bad map either. 4-2, so they're still strong, but OpTic, maybe just that slight edge.
Yeah, and again, hard points have been so strong for OpTic here. Search and destroy as well, and that control round win, it's nice, but it's very high as well. The overall KD of the team, of course, a 1.12 here in the major alone. They have been putting on for this home crowd, and it has been delightful so far.
I mean, just turning up completely right. Dashy has just looked at a brand new man on land. And well, Scump, he's been the main slayer for the team as well. But obviously in this series, I mean, it is love to all 4 of those players across the board, but still very early on and still a long way to go. It might be a theoretical map advantage for OpTic here on Tuscan Hardpoint, but we know FaZe, the menaces, the demons that they are, they're here ready for the fight.
And don't forget FaZe, they've been playing all day. They have to take on 2 major opponents in the form of the Ravens and of course Ultra to get here. The biggest question coming in is like, hey, how much more of that supreme level COD have you got in the tank? How far can you go against a team like OpTic with this crowd behind them? We will soon find out. Tuscan, here we go into another hard point.
And 2 players to watch in this map for the same reason, but very different styles. Shotzzy for OpTic and Arcitys for FaZe. These guys take routes on this map. Rotations incredibly important, especially that P2 to P3. You got a long way to go. Whether or not they're on your screen, I would always be keeping an eye on the mini-map for both of those players. Obviously, Shotzzy showing off some of his stuff on the Gavutu, right? That was one of those plays that really just sets the pace for his team in that game. He'll be trying to pull off some of that wizardry once again.
Yeah, there's been a lot of magic here in this venue. I mean, an unforgettable major so far. We have seen incredible upsets. Power rankings have gone out the window. Early departures for teams we thought would make deeper runs. Seattle Surge being one of them. Shenanigans from London to come as far as they did. That top 3 placement for those young rosters. That very young roster indeed. Incredibly exciting. And now here we go. Fist bumps out. Ready to get back in the mix. Tuscan Hardpoint. A very, very different beast to Gavutu, Chance.
And iLLeY on his head glitch. Locked in, ready to go after those fist bumps roll out.
He's locked in, dude. He's so locked in.
He's probably the most locked in player we have at all times. They play OpTic trivia in their YouTube videos, and he gets locked in for those.
Yeah, man's cracked, 24/7.
iLLeY is about it, but again, undefeated on this map for OpTic, an 80-point differential. FaZe 4-2. They normally win by an average of about 35, so strong for both teams. Question is, who can make the bigger plays? And I will say, right, Arcitys, a bit of a struggle for the series in game 3, obviously because of the tech issues, but even game number 1, he didn't have a great deal of success on Gavutu. Arcitys player, gotta crank it up just a little bit more.
Here we go. Tuscan over to Big Bruce now, kicking things off. Sweet nade. That's why he's our Mountain Dew feature player. And it's a big open from iLLeY. He gets 2 right out the rip. We're going to be into that hard point. The first being the top side of the map, this open field, and Scump He can hear it, he can see it, he can kill it, and oh baby, damage to the Cell as well. Not able to get any more though, but back over the Dashy. Still hard point in the hands of iLLeY and Shotzzy now. We're grouping up, and with good reason. The kills keep flowing through. Cell's going to take care of Shotzzy for now, but once again, it is back over to Bruce. That AR roll posted up towards the back, finding as much damage as he possibly can at range. Cellium flying through, the brakes on from FaZe, but the battle's not quite finished yet. You've got a Shotzzy in the middle of the map.
Well, Shotzzy again, the route man, this is what you get paid for. He just found the perfect timing. I think he spotted that player on the flank, and he wins the gunfight. Now he needs to stay alive because his teammates, they're not here for the rotation yet, but look, he flips the spawns. His teammates should go over towards the right, and it was the same thing on Gavutu. Shotzzy is out here making plays.
This is Colin. This is the second hard point here on Tuscan. Nades coming through from Cell. Simp winning a big one. There we go. Clearing out the point. But you still have OpTic on the right-hand side. They're close. And for now, they're going to be able to get over towards that hard point ASAP. Now, FaZe lining up for the hit. Cell's going to be the first player now to try to take something from that L side of the map. Shotzzy now making his way through radios. Damage already dealt. Cellium with a plat. Here comes the pinch. Scump cleans him out. That's going to be the kills. Last one in for Shotzzy. And FaZe, that was it. Last member on the point cleaned up with 30 remaining. OpTic get the break.
They were just making it so scrappy though, right? But funnily enough, you've actually flipped the spawns both ways. So you have FaZe that just fought tooth and nail to take away this time. So that is a wonderful job on P2 after they lost the spawns. But maybe the good news for OpTic, they're going to end up losing this lead, but they're at least granted that early rotation. FaZe now, the question is, can you fight? Can you bully out? Can you go through a P5? Well, the opening is there. They approach it from roof. Shotzzy on the cross, gets taken down. The bait and switch is here. 6-point lead for FaZe. They're looking for the break number 2.
Next point, far left-hand side of the map, the fountain, a tough one indeed to hold. Scump's going to get brought down roof side. This gives an avenue attack now for FaZe. 2 ways in. It's going to be the terrorists making their way through the front. Shotzzy tagged up, stunned there. Here comes the pressure. They're going to overwhelm them indeed. It's on to iLLeY, last player. iLLeY though, they don't see iLLeY, and iLLeY kills everyone.
Such a big play from iLLeY. Again, he delivers.
Damn!
Follows it up with a kill on Cellium, and for a moment where it looked like FaZe was gonna walk all over him, iLLeY turns up and ready for the next. Bunny hop your heart out, 4 spree for him. He already has 10 kills.
Lions, 10 and 5 overall. That detonate might make things a little bit awkward for us. You can see though, what a beamer. As he cleans out the backside of the map, but again, it's 15 seconds. We're fighting for the scrap. You now go over to Church. This is a tight hard point, a lot of ways in, and it is going to be an absolute bloodbath indeed. You've got yourself Simp in there now, aBeZy on the backside, and it's iLLeY once again roaming the outside. Scump now through the rear as well. iLLeY finds the final kills. Oh my word, OpTic now. They've won the rotational gunfight.
I mean, hey, they've won 3 rotations now in a row, but it's all for a 5-point lead. FaZe has done a great job of trying to fight through, and there's the opener they were looking for. Cellium from the top, 2 teammates from the bottom. And Nate taking him down. It's a team kill, and OpTic for the moment still in full control of this hard point.
Neat little spot to catch a Nate through the roof there. Does land some damage. See through the X-ray. OpTic reinforcements flooding in through the back. Arcitys now trying to help his team on the cross. Checking every corner. Gets at least 1 now going through the back line. 25 remaining here on Church. And Arcitys now breaking and entering, finding him. Cell with another 2-piece. It's on Dashy now on the inside, trying to find a few more. Oh, right hook does take care of Cell. Here comes the pinch. Last 15 seconds, all OpTic.
That is great scrap time, though. This might be the first time, though, that FaZe wins that rotation, and aBeZy with that kill is going to seal it. But look at the route man. He might have had the perfect timing again. 2 for 2. What is Simp going to see? Well, he gets shot in the back of the head, so now he knows what the game plan is. Shotzzy trying to win these gunfights while his team, they're debating. They might just swarm this from mid.
They're going to maybe hit through well, and there we go, 1 by 1. OpTic through mid. Simp's going to try to win the 1v1 against Shotzzy. Nah, he's dipped out. It's over. Now to P5. This is another tough one, and they're coming in from downstairs, baby. Here come OpTic. Arcitys now trying to find something. Again, the walls are all still intact. Early game. And okay, the trade's coming through. Arcitys remains up. Simp, oh, flying through the last second. Here comes Shotzzy to find the weak players. Trades on trades on trades. All the dust settles. It's Atlanta FaZe in control.
And a perfect hold as Cellium is getting warm. He has 15 kills leading this lobby. And the first time FaZe wins a rotation, well, outside of that nade, the time was on point, but because of the nade, OpTic break on through.
Scump! Rips Simp before he can even get close to the point. Another! 10 seconds remaining here on P5. We're going to fight for that scrap, and it's going to go the way of, well, it's all happening. With that one coming to a close, though, we go back to the field. This is our second set of hard points here on Tuscan. FaZe currently in control.
And number 5, Simp, he could potentially push out these spawns. If Simp wins this one gunfight against iLLeY, he could flip the map on his head immediately. We might have a tie game in a second. Scump's making plays on one side of the map. Simp on the other gets taken down. OpTic, they found their opener.
Got a way to get in now on the point. Cell's going to try to make something of this one. That kill's good for now. There we go. Shotzzy cleans them up. FaZe now, only 2 members up in the middle of the map, trying to get involved in that fight. And it's going to be Simp doing everything he can. Arcity's on the cleanup. Wait a minute, this fight's not over! That fight's not over! Scump wins it! iLLeY though on point. Simp keeping the fight alive, and oh my word, he gets another as well. Now, Atlanta FaZe nipping at the heels of OpTic, trying to get back onto this point. They've got control for now. There's 20 seconds of time still to be had. OpTic on rotation.
I mean, such a battle though. FaZe again just putting in the work to find a way to get the scrap time and time again. Towards P2 we go. OpTic though, this time they get a much cleaner setup. This is what they want, but they still got to find those early kills.
And again, we're going into this one with a very, very close hard point. iLLeY giving a love tap to his teammate there. Let's hear what OpTic think about that one. Let's go for a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
Close right on time and we'll go short. Yo, push that short, push that short. What do you got there? Ace dead. Short dead. Sure, where's he on time? Close right time, close right time. There's only one on time, guys.
Give me spots.
Go, he's left side time. Still there. Yo, start working together. Yo, one guy's left side time close. Yo, I'm watching. Try again, yo. I have low church.
Help me.
I'm dead. I'm over you. Grab dead.
Short that. Check that.
I'm
trying to flip this. Device one back, looking. I'm back middle. These one back.
Okay, I need help. Hold your ground.
Middle.
Yo, I'm going.
Break there.
Our mid alley. He's back out, dead.
Yeah, I'm just holding back.
Give us alley.
Get my spot on him. Back. Watch out. This one on him.
Okay, that's fine.
Two in the back. Might got a 2-2 split actually. Hear that?
Yeah. Just impure.
Play left. Hold that shit. Literally hold that shit. Hold roof.
Close on me already. Dead. Nice.
Good comms. A game still incredibly close as is. As the time now opens up over towards P3, we heard from OpTic. Now let's hear from Atlanta FaZe.
How much attack?
Back in the back. Dash in the back.
Front left.
Dead left.
Mid alleys.
I'll team back, Chris.
Alright, calm down.
I'm going to
I'm gonna go.
look right.
Yeah, iLLeY right. Sorry.
I got him. Watch out the back.
One shot. One.
Ivy, let's see. Ivy, one shot. Let's go Ivy.
Kill. I'm in over.
Yeah,
Mid alley.
Getting your top.
I
have your top.
I was trying to
Getting out.
I'm still top working.
No, it's Ivy. Top broken.
They're putting hella pressure on this. Mid alley, one top.
Yeah, I'm rotating.
Shotzzy one shot.
He's gonna rotate.
Mid alley, Dashy.
I need ult.
Oh, good deep.
Shotzzy down.
Yo, one's already P2. I got him.
That's fine. What's the punch?
And there is not a lot between these two teams, Chance0 and Tuscan. We are looking at the rotation now in a church and the battle's still going. It looks like iLLeY will be in there. Can he take care of Cellium? Here come the reinforcements for both teams.
What has been the theme of the game, though, is OpTic there first. FaZe breakthrough again, a battle around the hill. No one really able to get an advantage, but it's FaZe still winning the gunfight. Simp gets the next one. Bullying OpTic out of these hills time and time again. That has been the theme. FaZe are happy to run with it, as this has been the largest lead they have had all game. Barely past 20 points. It's as tight as it could be, but Cellium, he's got 23 kills. He's waiting for the next few.
Watch the back, though. Here comes the hit from Simp. Through mid, finds one. No more to be had. iLLeY's going to be there to pick him up. aBeZy now trying to get involved. Is he going to get anything? I don't think he... Whoa, just about threw it onto iLLeY. Last 20 seconds here. OpTic now with a little bit of time. Dashy looking to hold him back. Finds another. Here comes the push, though. Good pinch there from FaZe. Last 2 members there are going to pick up the time. 10 seconds remaining. That's going to push them over the 200 mark. But here we go. Back to the dreaded P5.
Funnily enough, though, it'll be FaZe here first. This is the hill to first go around where they collected maybe 35, 40 seconds. For FaZe, honestly, one of the best hills, but there's the gunfight. iLLeY wins it. OpTic here first, and they got number 3, Shotzzy. He might be waiting for this flank.
Did not learn that this is the first time round. Shotzzy, he and aBeZy, it's a race to the top, and he just wins it. Arcitys is a ringing, and he'd be dead in a second. Here comes the slide. Shotzzy. Whoa! Arcitys stays alive. Still, the P5 hit now on. Looking to fan things out is going to be Atlanta FaZe, making sure they've got 2 avenues of attack. Now the guns ringing out on P5. iLLeY dealing the damage. Simp with an nade. Scump now from downstairs trying to reinforce the point, and it is a bloodbath here. Non-stop action on Tuscan and OpTic. They come out on top for now.
One missed time nade is all it takes for OpTic to try to storm away with it. Making amends for the last go on P5, and now they might be able to retake that lead. But a team kill there, well, it might soften the blow for that rotation, but OpTic, the final 10 seconds is theirs. They will have the lead going into new, but FaZe, it's been rare. They have the rotation.
They have the rotation. FaZe are in the next hard point, ready to go, and this is it. The business end. of this Tuscan hardpoint. OpTic now winding up for the hit. Here they go. Arcitys the first to drop. Zip though is going to go as well. Cellium over by the tree. Shotzzy with the tags. iLLeY with the kill. Last up aBeZy. And it's iLLeY. Brings him down. Simp now on the fight. iLLeY gets it again. That's kill number 6 now for iLLeY. Trying to lock this one down indeed as number 7 is not to be found, but the damage done. Here comes the push. Atlanta FaZe on the break.
iLLeY is truly unreal, but now pressure is on the king. Cellium backing it down, that opens up the flank, and there you go. Simp and aBeZy, the tears pick up too. iLLeY though, back for the reinforcements. Ready for the next gunfight. You know he's ready for it. Takes them down. OpTic can win it here.
Now hold on though, Cellium's still here. aBeZy trying to get in the mix. That's big tags out of Cell. Gets involved. Manages to get the contest brought down again. Over to the king. Taking on the Youngbloods. There's 10 seconds left in this point. OpTic can win it here. They can close it out right here, right now. And it is another hardpoint victory for OpTic Texas.
Shotzzy pointing at iLLeY, saying that's you right there. The plays towards the end. The 5-3 from the Pope. And what did we see in the Gavutu hardpoint? Early plays from Shotzzy where he sets the stage for the game. Same thing in Tuscan. How many hills in a row did OpTic win the rotation, but FaZe fought back in? A back and forth battle. But who is it that delivers in the end? iLLeY, man, 35 kills, inspirational, nearly 4K damage as well. And not just that, 2 minutes and 25 seconds he collected on a Gavutu. Minute and 57 he adds to the tally. The Super Soaker and the Super Slayer all in one. iLLeY, MVP thus far in the finals.
Here's a look at the last hard point here, the last set. Unbelievable run. Again, FaZe managed to get the rotations, but OpTic, they bully their way through. They punch through that front line, and then it is the dance of death. The 2 members there on point staying alive, and iLLeY, time and time again. I mean, he's just been the man in this grand final.
And keep in mind, it's even earlier than this, right? When he's winning that entry gunfight into P5 against aBeZy. I know OpTic might have had 3 members there, but aBeZy, you cannot afford to mess with them. iLLeY takes them down, and again, just sets the stage for the team. Incredibly efficient work. iLLeY showing up on Sunday, but obviously that team effort, man. OpTic from start to finish, they got pushed to the limit. FaZe were animals on the brakes, but in the end, not quite enough. And OpTic, that 3-1 lead is not comfortable, but you'll be happy for it.
Looking across the map, Simos once again. That was only the tip of the Tuscan iceberg that we are now delving our way through. Search and Destroy coming up next though, and again, it's been the Atlanta FaZe bounce back. A 6-5 either way. After that, of course, we remain on control before we get to the Berlin section, of course, of this grand finals.
And unless you have a very short memory, you remember what happened last time these teams squared up on Tuscan Search and Destroy. It was the hottest of 6-0s. It was one of the very few times, and maybe the only time aBeZy ever dropped the donut, but that's the future map. More praise for iLLeY because he earns it. I don't know how much game fuel he's had, but it is the right amount.
Well, if he's had too much game fuel, I think it's the right time now to throw to a very quick commercial break, as we all need a little breather after that madness. When we come back, we're playing Tuscan once again. This time, Search and Destroy. My friends, what an event this has been.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Let's get into this one. We're staying on Tuscan here in our grand finals. Major 1 has been unforgettable as we now run our way into another Tuscan Search and Destroy. And this one's going to be fun. Fans are insane. I mean, I was downstairs for like 30 seconds. This place is packed. What an event this has been so far. And we're far, far from over.
All right, we're getting the good stuff now, man. We got the square up again on the Tuscan Search and Destroy. It was the hottest of 6-0s from OpTic the last go around, but we got the 2 best teams in the world going at it. 2 of the best organizations in the world going at it. And even for the coaching staff, 2 of the best brains in the world going at it. What kind of game plan does Crowder come up with to help his team out? Where is he going to tell aBeZy to go to find those first bloods? That was their theme. And by the way, nades might be the name of the game. Thieves use it against FaZe to pick them apart. OpTic is the name, but Shotzzy.
Okie dokie. Woo. Arcitys manages to let us all catch our breath once again. But here we go. They know he's an A. They're going to make the push now. OpTic, they're conga lining. It's the glorified human centipede, baby, and here they go. They're checking every single possible corner.
And look, you see FaZe is playing split as well, so if they ever find these gunfights, it'll be a 3 versus 1 in effect. So either Arcitys or Cellium's got to make the big play, but there's a lot of corners to check, and FaZe have grouped up together. And now OpTic starting to like spread apart. Scump trying to chase. He trades out his friend.
Trades it out. 2v1. Scump it. Checks the corners. And that was like run and hide phase. After that opening 2-piece on the Terrors, just get out.
And look, like all the way back in Advanced Warfare, you could run around like a wolf pack nonstop, and that would be the play. On a map like Tuscan, you see the setup, right? Dashy gets left over towards A. Even when he gets picked, the 2 flanks were going to be perfect. Someone was going to be there for the trade. So the strat, the coordination from OpTic, it has been tried and true throughout this tournament. Their teamwork has been on point. Round 1 for them, and while I'm trying to set up, nades might be a heavily impacted thing. It will constantly impact the way these guys approach the openers. Or Shotzzy will just fly in and pick up 2.
I mean, as dangerous as a nade, if not more. iLLeY has hit dead silence. That's number 2 on the minimap. That's all done now. Opening gambit now closed out. aBeZy with the first blood. Wow, the wallbang there from Arcitys, Dashy. Those little blinds doesn't save you for long. Scumpy though, and the nades continue to be the bane now of Atlanta FaZe in this 2v3.
That at least softens things up just a little bit, but a couple players making moves, right? Simp is clearing out so much of the spawn. This is process of elimination. There's only so many places where these final 2 OpTic members can be, and with the shots coming through, Simp's waiting to pull that trigger, but maybe he doesn't need to. Arcitys finds the pick. iLLeY for the 1v3, and we know he can clutch them.
He's alive and well. Nades are out, expecting the aggression. This is far from over. Arcitys and Cellium now, making their way around town. They've got a little bit of time to go. iLLeY with the bomb recovery now. Keep an eye on those arrows. Keep an eye on the play. Things are about to get spicy. Oh, baby, what a little hop on the stairs there. Group up. You have the numbers. Don't throw the round for FaZe.
And part of the reason why nades are a theme, you hear how loud iLLeY is running around. You've got to throw Fortified on because you can't afford to get blooded by the grenades. So loud towards the end, but FaZe with the nice strat. The biggest problem they had on this map is Shotzzy when he's working over towards P5, responsible for the flank for his team. aBeZy, not as aggressive as we're used to seeing because he had to make those adjustments, but he times it perfectly, flies in, finds that first blood.
Offensive round now for FaZe. Through the mid-map we go. Here comes the nades. Expect to see this all year long in Vanguard with ever-growing precision. Those nade spots will be deadly. I think FaZe may have seen enough. They're out. A's not for them. They're going to make their way across the map now towards B. And again, we've got Scump in position now for that one. Again, this heady one of a kind. They're really going to find it. If they check this corner well, here they come. Beats up first. Scumpy lines him up. Quick reposition. An absolute classic. Here come the rest. FaZe forward they go. Scumpy takes 2. Oh no, a team kill. It's an absolute disaster. But Arcitys now the 1v3. Better their shit hit the fan real quick there.
Still though, there is time to clutch. He's on a 4, so he's not jumping off the map. This is still for OpTic. They need to close this one out and not let Arcitys collect any kill streaks. He's very loud, but he hasn't been heard yet. OpTic have not given away any freebies, and time is ticking again. If they can shut Arcitys down, it's great, but you see he's repositioned, moved towards the back of the map, and that'll be our next 15 seconds unless Shotzzy makes the play. The de facto 3Ps from Scump. I mean, FaZe are just hoping that he's not going to be set up waiting for the play.
It's a stroke of bad luck more than anything, but hey, they were holding hands in a time where they needed a tiny bit more space, and OpTic will take that round. The COD gods, for a brief moment, the clouds parted and they were blessed by that light.
You say a stroke of bad luck. I say again, just a beautiful game plan from OpTic, right? As soon as the nades come through over towards that A site, Shotzzy moves into position and says, hey, I've got this bomb site. As long as we got the other one, we are good. So Scump says, thank you very much. I will not move from my perch. Yeah, and you're dealing against that first blood Reaper. You take aBeZy down, you're feeling great. You get the next two, even better. Advantage OpTic.
Well, there they go, real fast. Likely to dodge most of the nades. You can hear them exploding in the background. They're going to get ripped out. And okay, we're hitting it. OpTic, they're going the long way around. It's the scenic route.
And no one's adjusted yet. Number 8 is the first player to turn, but they're already passed. They are so much faster than FaZe expects.
Oh my God, they're already here. They're chilling on the B bomb site. Shotzzy's in. He's pitched a 10, baby, and he's making schmores. Here we go. Scumpy's now making his way forward as well. Hey, Simp! We'll take that first blood. We may as well plant the bomb as well. Here comes the hit now, but it's going to be Shotzzy. Nice trades again. This time, no friendly fire. Arcitys on the 5. He stays alive again. 3v2.
And again, OpTic don't make mistakes, right? They don't want to risk that bomb plant just yet. They're trying to bait out these players out. You got iLLeY watching over. Now you spot Arcitys, and he's the man on the streak, and he's the man that gets shut down. OpTic, too clean with it. No mistakes made. A perfect round of search and destroy, a perfect play call, too quick on the flank. They get past before FaZe turns. You get the first blood, and there's no panic. You got plenty of time. You don't got to plant that bomb. You can't give Arcitys a freebie. And well, who's watching over to take him down? Well, I think it was Dashy, but iLLeY on the flank picking up those kills. Calculated is OpTic Texas. The best S&D we have seen from these guys. Such a long time.
Since IW, quite a thread on Twitter I created with that tweet. IW seems to be it. Here we go though, Shotzzy up. Cell, a dangerous player at the worst of times. What's he got now to offer? It's first blood. Scump's gonna get involved. And see, it's just so hard to deal with him. Great stuff out of Cell to get the 2 there in a very, very challenging situation.
And you had to make a play, right? Because that bomb gets planted, but now this is too many things to deal with, too many clutch spots, but it's iLLeY and Dashy. These two can go to work, but 23 seconds, I mean, near impossible, and that will seal the deal. Cellium, destructive in search and destroy. Dashy not even looking for the freebies. He's looking for a place off the map, or he'll hand away the free kill. If we're thinking about the round 11s, this map, it's not a ridiculous margin, but offense generally preferred. You throw away your life, give that other team a kill, and say, hey, if it comes down to it, we just want to make sure that we get the side we want. But again, Cellium just making those plays. An MVP candidate, and a man that throughout this season has a 1.65 KD in the mode. And the crazy thing is, he's slowed down a little bit.
Yep.
That's how good he's been.
Back at it we go. This time OpTic now on offense. It's going to be a heavy hit towards A. Waiting for the nades, waiting for everything to explode. As that opening concussive blast clears the way now. Shotzzy posted up on the other side.
And Shotzzy, I mean, he's just a constant concern for the team. You see the nades getting cooked and tossed out. Looks like no hefty connections. That is nades from both sides. Cellium, what does this coordination look like? Can you find anything? Can aBeZy find the timing to try to get this first blood?
He's got mid-map for now. That's great. That keeps that A-bomb site safe for now. And here we go. That's the pinch. iLLeY, big win from aBeZy. That's a great opening blood. Gets out with his life. No guarantee, though, that that was the bomb carrier.
And aBeZy out in the wind, doing the same thing for OpTic, and now this is 3 players geared up together for Scump. Here we go!
Oh, he doesn't get one this time. It's going to be Simp who manages to find the kill. The bomb now goes down in Scumpy's hands. Here comes a slight pinch, though. Dashy on one side. You've got Shotzzy top church. Here comes Dashy. Opening salvo fired. No kills. Shotzzy does manage to win his. Church side of the map now no longer safe. 30 seconds on the clock. As Shotzzy cooks a peach. aBeZy's going to eat this one. Will he die? No, 2 HP. Shotzzy, are you going to be able to find it here? Here comes the push. aBeZy somehow stays alive. The trap was set, sprung. Atlanta with a round.
And what have we said for OpTic? All the adjustments. You get the first blood, you make the perfect play. Well, aBeZy doing the exact same thing. He has never lacked aggression in his entire career, but when he feels he needs to rein it in, finds that perfect positioning, gets that first blood, and gets out, because if he had stayed any longer, Shotzzy would have been there for that trade. And that wraparound to deal with Scump. FaZe, clinical round to tie things up. Game 2 was a round 11. For this one, we might be on our way. And keep in mind right now, Dashy, Big Bruce, 0-4.
0-4, very uncharacteristic of Dashy. Big kill out of aBeZy to rip things off. Simp can't get away. Tries to strafe IRL there in the little player cam. Can't get much out of it. Arcitys lands the nade on a Scump. So now 3v2. FaZe with the man advantage. Bomb planted now over towards A. And Dashy does manage to finally get himself off the donut into the breadstick. A little less calories, a little more ideal, but he's done again. iLLeY in the 1v3 now. Makes it a 1v2. And that's the round. FaZe, strike hard, strike fast.
And what happened yesterday in this series after FaZe got beat, Arcitys said, fine, I'll do it myself. He has woken up and started taking over with a vengeance. He might have had a few slow Gavutus, but in this search and destroy, when FaZe is down a couple of maps, he has been the guy on this map so far. I mean, we're what, 7 rounds deep? This will be round number 8. He's got a fantastic average. I mean, he is 8 or 9 collected, and even Dashy, you see, I mean, Arcitys is just giving them no breathing room. 9 kills already.
A terrifying prospect to allow FaZe to continue deeper into this competition. The same thing with last night. You have to kill them when you have the chance. And here comes aBeZy, dancing on the outside against Shotzzy now. A battle of the wits as much as it is a battle of the aim. Bomb planted fast. OpTic are out.
And look, Shotzi's back to his spot. He runs P5 in the flanks, and this is where FaZe is going to be coming through, but it's 2 players. He at least takes 1, but still his team is left in a 2v3 because Cellium finds a pick.
Here comes Cellium though, aBeZy through the middle. That's going to be 1 more. That's aBeZy on a 5 now. It's all on a Dashy, 1v3. And now he's in a lot of trouble. The kill comes through and aBeZy nails it. That seals the defuse. And there we have it. Map point, Atlanta FaZe.
And we saw it for a brief moment. Cellium on a 4, but not just that. He is the man that finds that extra pick. While Shotzzy might run the show over towards P5, the rest of OpTic got picked apart over towards A. Funnily enough, it was a very standard round. That was the most normal one we've seen, right? Shotzzy gets that middle map control, you get the bomb plant, but whether things are spicy or standard, Atlanta ready for it. Off the back of Arcitys, as you said, where to go.
1 more for now, Atlanta FaZe. 10-4 for Arcitys. aBeZy on the 6th spree. If he gets 1 more, he gets the glide bomb. That's the streak. It's the fans in the esports stadium here in Arlington, Texas. Got to rally behind their hometown heroes. And 1 last push now. iLLeY desperately trying to keep the boys afloat. So far, that first blood does just that.
And if aBeZy, I mean, finds this kill, even for defense potentially in the future, that glide bomb could be devastating. He is the man that needs to be shut down. It looks like right now that's what they're going to be playing for, right? Arcitys is responsible for the middle of the map. You know the head glitch is going to be on. Maybe he comes out and tries to bait for his team. They're reading the B push, and Cellium again finds an opener. 3 versus 3.
Bomb plant now A. Dashy, our Mountain Dew featured player, still on that 1 and 6. A tough one there for the mighty Bruce, and he's going to now do what he can to hit that wrap. Go over towards A. But you have to get going now. Oh my God, the wall bang from Cell. Straight through the wall, straight through the door frame, straight into Dashy. Over to Scump, can't get it done. Atlanta FaZe. What a dominant performance from them. And that is the search and destroy closed out. It's been their absolute money maker here in the series so far. They'll win another. And Tuscan, our little trio is almost finished here.
And they got 6-0 on that map yesterday. You'd think they went back to the drawing board to figure things out. Mistake-free Call of Duty. Massive plays from Cellium time and time again. And aBeZy continuing with the first bloods and the sprees. I mean, he had what? I think 12, 14 kills, whatever it was in Gavutu. Well, he turns up towards the end, but that is because Arcitys kept them in it the entire time until they started to take over. FaZe, incredibly efficient in the search and destroy so far. 2-0 in that respective. Fantastic game to turn things around.
Yeah, and Arcitys, when he's just been this weekend alone, I mean, when things have looked a little rough for FaZe, he's been the man to step up. He's been the man to absolutely run the show, and certainly does the case here. Like, that was the view from his POV, still on that 4 spree. You can't give him the 5th for his teammate there, but man, the 1v1 fights again. This was the 2v1 spot from Cell, from this location again. A huge win against Scump, and that's it. Through the window, through the wall, you name it, he's getting those kills, Johnson. Tusken search and destroy. Atlanta FaZe bounce back.
And obviously with a little bit of time in between maps, you can wipe the sweat away from your brow. Try to get geared up and ready to go for the next one. We're expecting this one to be a grueler. And well, FaZe keeping things close. Still a map advantage for OpTic. But we are, what, 5 maps done and dusted, potentially 4 more to go. And to talk about the rest of them, Tusken Control, last time we played, Dashy popped off, but it still was him and a glide bomb, and it was still only a round 5 victory, so by no means was it dominant, but that Berlin hardpoint to me is one of the most interesting things. That is a map OpTic have struggled on. They had options of what to ban, they get rid of Bocage, so we will see that Berlin, I suppose, should we get there. But we definitely have FaZe towards the later side, a lot of potential. And obviously that Berlin S&D, we know it's been OpTic's bread and butter, but we also know FaZe has been a team on that map to take them down.
Indeed, our last taste of Tusken here and our last taste of Control in this grand finals. We won't be seeing any more after this because we ain't getting no more maps. That's the problem. But that's the way it's going to go for now. This Tusken Control, again, the last time they matched up, round 5, Dashy dropped, what, 40 kills? Absolutely unbelievable stuff. Speaking of Control, though, again, speaking of Dashy, taking a look at the head-to-head now between both he and Simp, 2 of the craziest performers we've seen so far in the competition. Dashy, man, I mean, he's been unbelievable, Chance. That's a 2.23 in Control so far in the major.
Do you want anything more than that? Could you ask for anything more than that? It's the clutch plays, it is the ridiculous slang, and Tusken is where he's been able to get it done. I mean, keep in mind for OpTic, we saw him on the Gavutu Control. I mean, that's what, the 2nd time, I think maybe 3rd that they've actually played it. Tusken is where they have made their home, but I don't know. I feel like we haven't seen a ton of work out of Simp so far this series. Maybe this is the opportunity for him to try to pop off and tie things up for the team.
And this is the thing with, Simp and Atlanta FaZe. Like, the more they play, the stronger they can get. And if they can get things going here in this Control, start to finally turn things around, level it up, who knows what happens when we get to the Berlins and then we have to go the distance. It's a throwdown on the cage.
And keep in mind for that plus-minus stat, if I remember correctly, it's basically an evaluation of your traded kills and the traded deaths. So how much are you able to get value out of your life? Well, Simp in that category has been a machine. So you know when he's alive, he is absolutely getting value. And you know on Tusken Control when we get into it for the side of OpTic where Dashy's been popping off, he basically gets left over towards that B site. He'll be around top church. He'll be trying to pick up on these flanks. And the player that he was reading time and time again was Simp. We saw adjustments made from Atlanta FaZe out of the Tusken S&D. They're gonna need to make adjustments here on this map, but I mean, those records for both of these squads, it is a slugfest.
And they know what's going on. I mean, this is the major, though. Dashy, 2.23 again. We're going to bang this drum all day long. It's been unbelievable. 40 bombs aplenty. New levels. Vintage Dashy, if you will. A new look now for OpTic as they soar into 2022. Can they get it done with a win here at the major? Well, Atlanta FaZe turn the clock back once again and remind us that these dreams are just that. But here we go. Tusken Control. Dash back on up, flying through mid. iLLeY absolutely eviscerates Arcitys. Oh baby, we're going to B! What? Scump cuts him down, and it's the OpTic special! Oh god, iLLeY's getting the kills as well! Oh, goodness, Arcitys as we bite back. Dashy, the last player left up. And they don't get the segment!
They didn't get the tick. They only got a 1-life lead out of it. We saw them put it in practice earlier on, but now they try to put it in play, but Atlanta FaZe, that adjustment was made. That being said, it's still not a terrible spot for OpTic. You go back to the sort of normal side of that round. It's not a massive life advantage, but you still have control over towards that A site. Shotzzy dealt with. Simp is there. Now we might try to cut through the middle of the map. FaZe absolutely can try to fight them off this time.
A zone's a kind of safety net. Simp, how well will you time this? Wow, that's good enough for now. Getting at least one. RC's now through mid. Dashy, reach howls. They're calling Brucey big balls somewhere in the world, and it shows it there. 22-21 now. OpTic with a slight lead. That's the A zone gone. Just under 2 minutes to play with.
And iLLeY getting spawn killed, by the way. He's going to have to be worried about it. aBeZy is FaZe clearing out everyone else. Shotzzy picks up 2, the only one alive. Dealt with, away, and gone. iLLeY trying to work his way through P5. He knows aBeZy's here. Can he win the gunfight? He can't. Get shut down. And FaZe on defense right now. Holding strong.
Holding strong. They're going to hold for as long as they can. Simp keeping the kills going. Just locking down every possible avenue of attack. And here on Tusken, there's plenty. And that's huge out of Simp. Is he going to finish Dashy? Oh, no, he's going to start a brand new fight at iLLeY. Then pick up his own trade. Crazy stuff out of Simp now, and Arcitys with that aggression. Shotzzy, does he see it? He sure does. Big kills the MP40 now from the young Phenom. Time ticking away though, 110 remaining here on Tuscan.
And this is somewhat of a waiting game too, right? Scump thinking about a potential flank, or maybe he wants to regroup with his teammates. A couple picks come through, but every single time any player from OpTic falls, it makes the push that much more difficult. Scump trying to get out of dodge, but instead he gets taken down. Couple trades back and forth, nice bank nade as well. I think that'll connect, but not enough for the kill.
It's plenty of damage, but it's not enough for the kill. And again, iLLeY trying to punch a hole through the back line. Oh my, what? He slips the net, and now all of a sudden he's in, and Cell's going to be scratching his chinny chin, thinking, how the hell did I let iLLeY through? And iLLeY, he deals plenty of damage. Here comes Scump though, and now on the flank once again, Shotzzy. Oh baby, he comes through at the same time, and here we go, 30 seconds remaining. Is this the opportunity now for OpTic? That's a, what the hell, aBeZy!
Massive one-on-one, man. aBeZy doesn't win that. This round could have started to spiral out of control, but now you'll be a man down for the fights, and aBeZy still here, gets the timing. Players for OpTic falling one by one. The gunfight of the round, and aBeZy guns the king, but still, 10 seconds left. OpTic looking for the final push. Dashy trying to open things up, but I don't know if it's enough. Shotzzy trying to make that hero play. Stuff. iLLeY, the last one alive, nothing to do. Defense holds strong. And what a way to do it. That gunfight from aBeZy also starts off the spree. He'll go into the next round, he'll be on a 4.
That's unbelievable. aBeZy just won that round. And those final moments, I mean, you get the good luck where iLLeY manages to just slip through that tiny little blind spot that Cellium's there where he's checking tank. He gets in, Shotzzy comes and gets the kill. That man on your screen ruins all of it for OpTic. Unbelievable.
And keep in mind, even if he doesn't win that gunfight phase, still good chances of clutching up. It is not easy to capture the point on Tuscan, especially without the tip progression. By the way, they're going for the B hit, but they'll have that life advantage looking forward. And aBeZy, he doesn't care about the streaks. He'll be the first one in anyway.
Shotzzy sees doors. Shotzzy sees them open up. Arcity's watching the cross. Here comes aBeZy now, trying to hit the players in the back line. Shotzzy gets involved, at least one for the very time. It's not aBeZy though, he's still in for streaks. Here comes nades up, trying to keep the fight alive. Great timing out of aBeZy, just that little step back and forth, and all of a sudden, you're in trouble now.
Huge kill though by Dashy, at least just to shut that down. And well, now you got a little bit of map control. OpTic, mid-map is theirs. Maybe a flank through fire, maybe a flank through mid. Shotzzy gets dealt with. That battle between him and aBeZy will be non-stop. Same thing for Cell and iLLeY. So many of these games have been back and forth, an absolute battle. And now Scump, maybe his opportunity potentially to think about a flank. Dash is the worst timing ever towards Church. He gets cleaned up, and now OpTic might have to panic a little bit because aBeZy finds two.
And this is typical aBeZy, man. Typical FaZe. They're just starting to walk through you right now. They've got one segment at A. They're stacking up over towards A now again. That's their second segment cleaned up. 57 on the clock. Hoping to push it to 157 if they can get the full capture. And Arcitys, he's the man there. A statue right now, just locking it down, not letting anyone through. Scumpy though somehow gets a two-piece. Finally brought down. We'll take that for now. Oh, gets away with his life. iLLeY there with the cleanups. But you still have members of FaZe here in position to keep the pressure. Back and forth we go. Great coverage. aBeZy's nade. Cell somehow stays alive, undamaged. A zone should be done.
I can't believe those nades were landing. I mean, they're throwing them basically at their teammate, but it turns out to work perfectly. OpTic does have a 3-life lead, but that is for the round. I think they're down by 1 for the overall count, so a very close game once again. FaZe, minute and 40 to work with. You got Simp working through P5, everyone else through Church, and they're taking the route through Church. They're trying to group together.
Comes a hit. Nice start out of Scump. Can't quite get both. Cell, massive win. Trades again. Good teamwork out of OpTic, but once again, trades. Flying forward now into the B zone. That's going to be early pressure. Now the grab. aBeZy, sadly, that team nade, they can't dodge it. He does manage to bring the bodies on a point, so you now have 2 members of FaZe stacking up, and sadly, they're going to get blown apart.
One picks it up though. Dashy's here on the flank. aBeZy gets the timing and aBeZy gets the kill. And now you for OpTic have to think about so many things unless Scump gets the return on the gunfight. Making up for the previous round, and OpTic for the moment still holding strong on defense. 4-life lead, 1 minute to go.
Both flanks covered. That 4-life lead growing now, 14-9. Life count helps a lot. iLLeY's ears be ringing. As the lethals and tacticals now expended. FaZe winding up for the hit. Shotzzy now on the flank though. This could be tremendous out of Shotzzy! Finds the pair. The 3 skulls there of FaZe littered across the P5 site. And Scumpy, over to him now, just scoping out P5, every single possible avenue covered. He and Shotzzy have this on lock. The clock's still ticking. There's 30 on it, and Jesus.
aBeZy checks his corners, if nothing else, 17 and 11.
top Slayer in the lobby, cooking a couple nades with 20 seconds. You're hoping to find a pick. Keep in mind, Shotzzy, by the way, trying to time out the flank, but depending on where he goes from, you have number 7 on the map, Arcitys waiting for him. This might be the lives waiting game. Atlanta FaZe might just be cutting their losses. That seems to be the case.
We saw them do it on Gavutu previously. The rupture of applause there from the crowd tells you one thing. That's going to be an OpTic Texas round win as that sort of temporary truce, that ceasefire falls across Tuscan.
And slightly stronger defensive round from OpTic as well. I think they're going to have maybe a 4 or 5 life lead, so we're certainly dealing with margins, but any advantage is a welcome one. I'll also say for FaZe, by the way, there's been times where it seems like they're basically nading their teammates. I mean, we saw teammates happening in the Tuscan hardpoint. Obviously on P5 it happens, but even in that moment, it is just a dagger in the push. FaZe got to be just a little bit more coordinated because you can't afford any mistakes at all, but this is almost an S&D breakoff, right? Shotzzy responsible for that P5 flank. He's like a Swiss Army knife. Plays it 17 different ways.
First blood's one thing. Swift capture of the A zone, another. Big win. iLLeY stays alive, keeps the capture going. Over to B we go now for Shotzzy. Now trying to draw the defenders, and he will do just that. A little bit more than draw them. Here comes the kills. And now you watch him just oscillate from one zone to the other. Across he goes. Now Scump backing him up. Simp and Cellium, they're on the prowl now, looking for anyone who may be in this spawn.
Shotzzy got shut down though. I don't know if he was able to get that glide. I know he was getting close, but here's your Mountain Dew future player. We know how good Dashy can be in control, but you wide to the wrong gun. As good as that pistol shot is, not good enough for that fight. aBeZy's been on point. Arcitys staying alive. Down to 45 HP in a tough spot, but he's got Simp here for the help.
Yeah, he's gonna have to push this. That's gonna maybe hurt him. And 1v2, nice teamwork. The old bait and switch out of Atlanta FaZe, good coverage. You've still got church presence now for OpTic. Oh, and aBeZy's ruining that. Simp, this side of the map covered. aBeZy picks up a 2-piece on the other side. A defensive round now from FaZe with just under 2 minutes to play with, all even in the life count.
Simp finds this opening. I mean, he struggled on this map against OpTic the other day. He was not allowed to have any roaming potential. This time that is the case, and I think Simp might have the perfect timing on this flank. He's there to take Scump down. They know Shotzzy is able to get in towards Church, but he gets picked. Again, Simp, that information he is collecting on point. Dashy now forced to try and make a play, but that is a gunfight near impossible to take.
That's why he's going to throw a nade. If he can get the damage in the cell, he does. He might reach out, or iLLeY will go pick up the pieces. Here we go. Forward we into the fight. Oh, from the hip. Yeehaw, says iLLeY. The old 6-shooter comes out, nails it. Shotzzy cuts down aBeZy now as the cuts are covered. You're going to keep that B zone as open as possible. Who is it though? Down low, it's going to be Arcitys there with the automaton, a 2-piece to his name, roaming around, finding those kills. You still have iLLeY in the back line though. Will they be able to pinch this one out? Yes, they will. FaZe, hold the line.
Still though, that life battle. OpTic still have a very slight advantage. They're going to want to keep this close and maybe a push or two left towards B. The nade's going to soften him up, and aBeZy can't even watch the cross. He gets back down. And it's Shotzzy trying to find that opening. There's the first, and he's out like a ghost.
Oh, he's gone. Arcitys, though, he's going to take a few with him. iLLeY and Scump, they're going to be the players to drop. Bruce has got to back on up. This is far from the 40 bomb we saw him drop previously, but allow him to go in, and you never know where things will end up. 30 seconds remain. Arcitys on that 5, comes to a close. Scump right back into the mix. Here we go, forward, onto the zone. 20 seconds. You don't want to let this one go down as well. Giving a freebie right now to Atlanta FaZe, not ideal.
Again, that life count incredibly close for these two teams. OpTic need to make sure they're on point with the approach. You see the nades again, down to 24 HP, but aBeZy is there for the help. Tough setup to break.
Oh, Dashy can't get anything. Shotzzy unfortunately lands a stun onto his teammate, and that is it. The push comes to a close, and it was an absolute disaster from OpTic there in the end. Atlanta FaZe, they'll take that round happily.
And it is incredibly close to dead even in the life count in this game, in this series. Two best teams in the world getting after it. Round 5 on this map, the last time they played. Certainly we have that same scenario again in our sights. What will OpTic try to do on defense? A little bit worried about the B push. Shotzzy again, he'll always play towards B5. This is the OpTic strat. FaZe are doing the OpTic.
Right through mid, and then we're going to read it. Dashy may have seen something. He may have spotted it, but they've already made it through. iLLeY Shotzzy reading it on the defense. Bottom church now made safe. aBeZy cut down as iLLeY pacifies Atlanta FaZe once again.
Easy to read that book if you wrote it. OpTic on point. All that fanciness nothing's gonna happen. Again, Shotzzy responsible for so much over towards B5, but he gets killed, and I think FaZe, they're trying to figure out where they want to approach this. A couple players started to wrap towards roof, but now they're wrapping back towards A. Obviously, OpTic, I mean, they're here. Scump that front man, iLLeY right behind him.
Trying to tie up the series with an offensive round win here on their attack. Here comes iLLeY once again, 3 down a row. The pistol's out, an unfortunate mantle. He will be brought down, and that's going to give Atlanta FaZe now a bit of purchase to hold on to that A zone and slowly but surely capture. And here comes the hit.
It's a two-front ward, though. It is Dashy. He's the man responsible to watch the cross to B. I don't know how many saw, but he gets picked, and out for FaZe, you get two bodies on point. And OpTic, they are so far away, maybe a flank from Scump, but right now it is the two-man stack.
Two-man stack, that's going to get that B progress going fast. First segment gone. Here comes Scump though on the flank. The players have spawned. It's up to Dashy to find something, and he does. Scumpy on the flank as well. Defensive hold works out for OpTic. They'll live to fight another day. 23 to the 18 of FaZe.
So clean on defense, man. An opportunity for FaZe just gets shut down. Arcitys now the last man standing towards A. And I think for FaZe, it's feeling like you might be stuck in your spawn. Skunked with the next one. 18 kills in that fire control. Spawns for FaZe all over A. Maybe a well-timed flank, maybe a battle against aBeZy. Can't quite find the kill, and at least he's going to be a thorn in FaZe's side. Looks like OpTic going to give this one up. FaZe will have, if they ever capture A.
If they want it, it's there. Are they worried more about the life count? Whoa, big win out of aBeZy and Simp. But they might be letting A go. They've done the math.
This must be a calculated call. They must just said, let's not even worry about it. Let's just try to take the life advantage. We're doing the math. +7, minus, ooh, that's close.
It's
I actually
real
have no
close.
idea.
The round will come to an end. OpTic will take the defensive round. And as it comes down to kills, defense will be decided now in round 5.
I think OpTic has defense. The issue I have is like the team kill with the stun. I didn't keep track of team kills because I think
there was a
had
few.
one too.
Right, there was a few. So
I don't know if they did the math right though. I mean, you know, I trust FaZe more than I trust myself. It's got to be said, but
it's still a bold gambit. It's still a very brash move in FaZe. We'll see if it pays off. And it turns out the results are in by 1 kill. OpTic.
Look, dude, that is
they take defense.
That is insane, and it's a standard strat off the rip. That we have to ask them in an interview if that was intentional or what their thought process was. But either way, to round 5 we go. OpTic clutched defense last time, but now it is FaZe getting all these kills. And well, aBeZy, he's thinking about the plays, maybe over towards B. Trying to hunt down these players. The next one in line is Dashy, but he gets out with his life.
An unfortunate mistake there in the movement from aBeZy. Very uncharacteristic of him, and Scump's going to punish him for it. And Scump, oh baby, Dashy there with the teamwork. Over towards A though, that second segment coming to a close. 1:21 on the clock, a lot of time to play with here in the final round.
Unbelievable call, but now for FaZe, that pressure's on. You might not have found yourself in this situation. Might not have been expected. But here you are in OpTic. I mean, completely chalking A. Look at the stack they had. They're trying to flood through P5 and get all of this map control. A little bit of pressure on Scump potentially on that flank, or maybe the pressure will be on Dashy over towards Church. Meanwhile, Shotzzy, I don't know how much of this he can hear, but ready for the gunfight.
Oh, it's a tense fight indeed. Simp flying in! Absolutely beams him. Cellium's going to get a kill on a Dashy as well.
This is it. How many people on the point? That's at least 1. That's 2. How good are your nades?
OpTic brought down now on spawn. One last desperate push. Here comes the hit. Nades through. Scumpy through the back alley. Finding the first opening kills. Arcitys can't escape in time. Caught sprinting. Brought down to his knees. Scumpy, will he check this corner? Cellium will maybe bring him down, but that's going to be enough for now. The defensive line holds. OpTic, keep it going.
So much time for Atlanta to work with. Not easy to capture this point. 2 through P5, 2 through the flanker. Maybe aBeZy will come back and help Church. Cellium finds that opening pink, and Simp stays alive. He's trying to cut through mid. Shotzzy's here.
There they go, back at it again. If first you don't succeed, try again. And that's what FaZe are going for right now. Here comes the nade. Can history repeat itself? OpTic finding the trades. Oh, Shotzzy somehow gets in. And just like that, OpTic hold the line.
That is a tick through though, right? FaZe at least have a little bit of progress. With 1 man, it normally takes 45. Now it only takes 30, and that's just with 1. You get a stack with 2, you cut that to 15, and then some. FaZe, they need that 1 moment. OpTic still, they've been great on the holds. They have to keep it up.
Here comes the third wave of Atlanta FaZe players. Corners checked, nades cooked. It's go time. Scump starts it off. aBeZy making his way in. The numbers dwindling. This is a much better look from OpTic. Once again, OpTic, hold the line.
Simp, he might find a kill, but he's got to wait for his teammates. I mean, this has been a 1:15 burn. They had so much time to work with, and now you're going to have to push the pace to go faster. Good timing for a gunfight to take care of Scump, and Simp flying forward, finds number 2, looking for the 3rd, just jumping past him. He's got his teammates.
Simp's in. Now the spawners from OpTic trying to make it happen. It's the 4th time the charm. Simp trying to make it happen. The kills are there. OpTic, hold the line.
And that take never came through. The nades on point, the gunny on point. OpTic still holding on. One more try for FaZe. It's got to be perfect.
The last ditch attempt. Atlanta FaZe, 5 waves. They stop the clock on the point. Dashy finds it. The clock opens up again. Here comes aBeZy as the king of the helm. OpTic, hold the line.
The decision from FaZe in that round 4 to pump the brakes, to stop going after kills, could be a decision that haunts them. Keep in mind, from our perspective, it's easier and still difficult to keep track of the hills from the players. Keeping track of the deaths, it is not easy at all, especially when, again, a couple team kills come through. It makes that count mixy. And I have no idea if it was intentional from FaZe, but what I certainly know is that in the end, OpTic holds strong. Dashy with a solid, albeit not a superstar performance, because it was a grinder of a game. But defense holds strong. OpTic, not only do they win both the Gavutus, they get both controls as well.
Both controls go their way, and you're looking back on that one for OpTic. Holding the line was one thing, holding those defensive rounds, impeccable defensive plays. But it really was the decision that cost Atlanta FaZe that control round potentially.
One map away, Miles, one map away. OpTic will be champions. Berlin S&D is the next one for them to have that opportunity on. It has been one of their favorite search and destroy maps, but it's also one that FaZe has taken them down before. It'll be a spicy one indeed.
Spicy one indeed. You'll have to find out how spicy. Bring some milk. It's going to be hot after this quick break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
One more map is all OpTic need now to walk away with a win here at the opening major. Under their very own name, their own banner in front of a sold-out crowd. You could not ask for more, but Atlanta FaZe, a team who you can truly never count out. Young players, rising players, talks of dynasty. They're going to be put to the test here in front of this unbelievable audience. Even the greatest of the greats, Chance. I mean, you shake under these conditions.
And you bring up the players on FaZe. They have been on point for the past few years, the best in the world. And literally for Simp and aBeZy, maybe the first two players, SMGs, you could actually say outright have had better years consistently over Scump. But he has had a legendary career. He is back in the finals, one map away from reclaiming his throne. I mean, the king is in, and again, he has been part of so many people's childhoods because of how amazing of a career he has had. In Berlin S&D, maybe the map to seal it in. And it's not just the king, right? Shotzzy, he's been making the wizard plays all day long. iLLeY, maybe the best performance of his career. I mean, we got babies in the crowd.
We got babies in the crowd.
Future fans of Scump, almost certainly.
We got the next generation of OpTic fans on a man's chest down there. We see you, sir. We see you.
But Berlin, a map where FaZe has taken OpTic down, but also a map that OpTic, they love it. They love the slow plants over towards B. I don't know what the stats are now, but I mean, their KD at one point over towards this site was a 2.68. Their bread and butter, and look at the stack from FaZe. They know what the deal is.
It's aggression, and it's met by Shotzzy, who stays alive somehow. He's going to meet a tactical or two before he goes out now, but that opening blood will help out indeed. Atlanta FaZe, this is it. Last chance here in this grand final. And so far, that B on the outskirts of the B-bomb site. Simp trying to defend it. Our Mountain Dew featured player Dashy now on the highest perch he can possibly find.
OpTic never in a rush. They know the timings well. They're happy to be patient. Eyes on Simp, but Dashy gets picked. He loves to play top third. Arcitys, who has been a monster in Search and Destroy, reads it, evens up the odds, but look at the opening. Scump was here over towards A the whole time. He'll be here first, but FaZe, quick on this read.
Cerebral plays out of FaZe.
They have nades.
They've got nades. Here they come. Shotzzy eats it whole. Will he get the plant? Hello, Scumpy saves the day now. 3v2. OpTic in the post-plant position. Cellium's going to try to make the approach through mid now. And he's going to be up first. He can see the gun. He can see him. Oh, can he? The answer is no. Simp last up. 1v3, 30 seconds on the bomb. Trying to make it work out. There's one.
Always on point when they have those slow B pushes. Well, even when it doesn't pan out, the rotation call perfect. I know S&D has been a focus point for Scump. He's the man that leads that charge, finds that opening kill, or at least the next one over towards that site. It's OpTic that first round. But keep in mind, both of the S&Ds have played out similarly, right? You had a 4-2 lead for OpTic on Desert Siege. You had a 3-1 lead for OpTic Texas on the Tuscan. It's about closing it out because you know FaZe has some fight. And FaZe straight towards B, no time wasted. On the cross though, Dashy finds the pick.
There's the first. Bomb down out in the murky streets of this cold Berlin night. iLLeY has eyes on. From this distance, he can't see that bomb, surely not. But you can see now the nades being invested. Whether or not that's truly because of the importance of the bomb being down or whether it's because, you know, you're just throwing nades. We may never know.
They're looking for Dashy. They're looking for Dashy. That looks to be on point. There's one, but Dashy finding kills in the meantime, getting pelted with nades, but he's peppering them with bullets. His fight against Cellium, arguably the most important on the map. Well, there you go. 2 versus 4 now for FaZe. And they still have Big Bruce to deal with.
He eats nades for breakfast. That's not quite a nade, but he'll take it. The gunfight now lined up. Here comes the grab of the bomb. You've got 30 seconds now to work with. The close to the B-bomb site. In we go. OpTic know it's up. Going to blow the windows right off that one. If Dashy, can he find another one here in this round? Shotzzy, he's hit the flank. He's making it in. Arcitys caught napping. 15 seconds, Simp once again. This time a 1v4. The shots are there, but the time is not.
4 rounds left to be crowned champions. 2 clean ones to start. iLLeY 3-0. Dashy finding those first bloods. iLLeY found his groove. Head bopping to the beat of the cheers. And back on the attack, OpTic. I mean, it is the tried and true game plan here on Berlin. How happy they are for this to be their map. Cellium potentially spotted. There's one nade. I'm looking for the second, but they don't connect Cellium. Still free and clear.
They hit absolutely every single barrel. It's all been thrown. Cellium's shots are the only thing that really give up the play. So now that he's here, he has no idea how many members of OpTic. Nice covering fire from Simp there. Dashy does manage to take care of Simp at distance. Shotzzy dips out with his life. Shotzzy finessing for as long as that left stick will keep him going. Finally brought down. Now Arcitys spots one on the cross. 3v3. Keep in mind though, Scump, I mean, this might be the fullest flank of all time. I don't know what he'll find, but meanwhile, they got the bomb, but Cellium's here, finds the next pick, and Arcitys on the cross. They have no intel, but there's the first one. Now it'll be a 1v2. Plenty of time to work with. It's Cellium, too quick, too pixelated, and takes them down. Atlanta FaZe get one on the board. He may be the most pixelated player in the league. He's always in a tiny spot. He's always in a difficult angle. He's very hard to kill, always.
Cellium, he'll never take gunfights where he doesn't have the event. He will find ways to take away an advantage. And that is a round that they needed. Not just him. I mean, that was 3 players it took for Arcitys to be the one watching the cross to finally take Shotzzy down. And obviously the tags for new. The FaZe mixing things up. Very aggressive hit, the tears. Straight down A.
Straight down A, nice damage in the shots. Going to push him back. Scumpy though, in he goes. And there's a lot happening here on this bomb site. Scumpy, we're blowing the windows away. He's still alive. Bomb down. Here comes Simp. Does manage to win the gunfight. The reinforcements out from OpTic get involved. Tags up, aBeZy hitting the flank. Massive work out of him to get at least one. Gets out with his life. 2v3, FaZe with a man advantage.
Bomb's still down. Not that like it's far away. Looks like a reposition potentially coming through. I don't think they're expecting a wrap towards B. They're trying to make sure they game plan, right? We know the clutch spots when the bomb's planted on A and they're coming through mid. They're going quick.
Dashy and iLLeY, 2 dangerous search players. Simp gets spotted. Here comes the fight. Shoulders being thrown. Tags up. You see the damage dealt already. Simp wins the big one. Here comes iLLeY. And Simp! An unbelievable 2-piece. Brings them both down. And this is the thing with FaZe. Their lethality is only matched by their, resolve. They don't give up rounds they should win. They take the advantage, they run with it.
If we learned anything from FaZe yesterday and over these past few years, it doesn't matter what kind of lead you have. You are never safe. Tied up here. Simp locked in. OpTic will be back on the attack. We know what they love to do. They're happy to make those adjustments. But here's the adjustment. It is a rare sight to see. They're going towards A, but a standard defensive setup. FaZe are here. They have a bit of presence in the nades out. They got the intel. They get that first blood and take down Scump.
Shotzzy desperately trying to fight back. That 13 HP is going to get him nothing. Without the king at the helm now, all tied up 2-2. Do we go to B or do we stick it out at A?
This is like the 5th time I think this year we've actually seen OpTic attempt to go to A. We saw him do it earlier. It did not pan out. It left iLLeY in a 1v3, but he clutched it. Now it's not just iLLeY. Dashy and Shotzzy roaming together. A 3 versus 1. Nobody watching this cross. New angles uncovered. Shots ringing out, only 40 seconds on the clock, but FaZe, I mean, it is just such a tough setup to break down. Shotzzy, he is trying to find that opening.
The silence is deafening. Finally, the shots ring out, and it's a kill, but it's not enough. Oh, Shotzzy doesn't check both corners, and Arcitys was on the dot there. And that's a great round from FaZe. Patience pays off. Smile cracked across Simp's face for a brief moment there. Are they starting to believe?
Truly unbelievable, even in that moment, that Shotzzy actually finds the one route to get through all 3 of them. But the benefit of the setup there is FaZe, they're just swarmed around and they're there for the trades. Still, though, that is unbelievable. that Shotzzy's able to even uncover that. But either way, I mean, again, OpTic, they try to go to A rarely. They get stuffed. I think for FaZe, happy that they had those nades off the rip. They bullied him out at A before. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They go again.
Yep. 3 players to the outside of A. Simp reads the door, push on Shotzzy through secret. Nothing secret about it. Finds that opening blood. And now starting to slowly but surely purchase their way into the bomb site. And it's going to be Arcitys now. Scump paying the iron price goes down. Dashy taking care of the potential plant there. Quick recovery from Simp. aBeZy still watching that plat. He should have this covered, but the pinch is on.
It's iLLeY. He's got to make the play. He gets shots in, but he can't find the kill. He's looking for it, but Cellium too quick to get away. 2 versus 3. Now the pressure probably on the flip side. Maybe on Dashy to make this play. Checks his corners, and he finds one. 2 versus 2, but now it's flanks on flanks.
iLLeY trying to stay alive now. Does he guess this one right? Dashy's going to try to back him up. Less than 30 seconds to go with. And there's the fight. iLLeY wins it. 2v1. It's on Cellium. Picks a corner. Picks his poison. And it's Dashy with the kills and the defuse. A massive round for OpTic.
You need a neurologist to check on iLLeY's brain size. Too big. I mean, he's finding those kills. Dashy's checking corners, making the plays on one end. But the patience from iLLeY, he knows that someone has that potential to wrap all the way back around for that bomb check spot, waits for it. I mean, you're in a situation where OpTic are almost forced to make the play, but too smart, lets it just fall into his lap. An incredibly impressive round. And that is one OpTic needed. Even when they've had the advantage, FaZe has been able to come back. You cannot afford to go down a couple rounds. We're tied 3-3. For OpTic, we are back to Old Faithful.
Back to B. It's Cellium once again in the low docks position. Overwatched there by Simp. Timing. Oh my word, it was very close indeed. Fast plant now. Will Cellium check this one? Oh, the COD gods have smiled on OpTic. Hello! Gets the kill. Plant does come through though, so you still have to worry about the bomb.
Those doors aren't broken though. You can obviously shoot through them, but it's going to make it a little bit trickier for OpTic in this situation. You see the shots coming through, no hit markers yet. And no one from FaZe, by the way, is flanking yet. So number 1, Dashy, he's kind of out of this fight.
It might just try to hit through the front. Final 30 seconds though. Play's got to hit now. Cellium watches his teammates fly into the fray. Simp the first to get the fight. Scump the last player left alive. He wins 1. Will he get away with his life? Tagged up. Here comes the hunt. Less than 20 now to work with. He's going to check it. He can't get it done. FaZe too strong. The retake was there. And how do they do it? Right through the front of the site.
And this is what we saw the last time these guys played. OpTic incredibly efficient actually getting that B-bomb plant down, but FaZe so quick with the retakes. And honestly, I think you could play that round over the top of one we saw the last time they played. Incredibly similar circumstance where Dashy feels forced to move in to help the teammates, gets caught along the way. In Atlanta FaZe, incredible. Their game plan on point. On Berlin, 4-3 lead. Obviously for FaZe, back, still against the wall. And towards A they go.
3-man stack for OpTic on the defense though. Here comes the presence. Shotzzy doesn't want him. This one a little more lethal. Shotzzy down to 20.
Nice nades.
Coordinated nades there from FaZe. Take care of Shotzzy. Scump's going to be the one up next. Here he goes. Finds 1, finds 2. And the A-bomb site is all his.
Again, man, the clutches from OpTic. How quick this one potentially has come. Cellium gives away his position. He's looking for just any gimme of a kill, but he can't find it yet, and that bomb down. He has a stun and a nade to work with, but that is literally it.
A hope and a prayer with that nade. There's 35 seconds left, and he's trying to bait the fight. He knows this is a lost cause in this round. We're going to be tied up at the end of this 30 seconds. Square up, try to take him on. He's in the corridor, he's out in the open. You're not going to find selling shots like this. But a great round from OpTic. A sublime 2-piece from Scump on the bomb site. We level up the score at 4-4.
Perfectly done. Atlanta FaZe in this series have won both of the S&Ds. We're tied up 4-4. We've already had a round 11. But OpTic have 2 clutches. Back on the attack, FaZe have broken them down in a couple different directions. Can OpTic find these next kills? Only one man spotted on the cross. They'll be taking their time.
Dashy's out. Looking over towards B. iLLeY close train. Dashy 7 of 5. Cell eats a bullet.
This is where the nades come through, by the way. You get that information, maybe try to get a couple down.
Oh!
Or maybe the fight for Shotzzy. Stunts through on both sides. Simp backs out. Everyone's still alive. You hear the nades trying to land. Nothing connects.
Simp like a cat burglar slips on out without a single hit marker. So now Shotzzy is ringing. He's in trouble. Simp,
oh my God!
The barrel destroys Simp. He's gone.
That's the nade kill for OpTic.
That's the plant now over towards B. Here comes the rest of Atlanta FaZe. They're committing to this site incredibly quickly. Will this catch OpTic unaware? Maybe. Cellium with the first blood. Straight onto the site we go. Here comes iLLeY, trying to cover it. Cellium again. Once again, finding those kills. Scump and Dashy are still in play. Over towards the bomb we go. aBeZy brought down. Scump to the usual spot. Nades on in on the bomb site. There's still time to work with. Will Arcitys survive this? Yes. Scump trying to stay alive, and it's Dashy with the coverage. It all comes down to Arcitys. There's 20 seconds on this. He has to kill them both and defuse the bomb. Scumpy taken care of. There's no way Dashy lets this one go. This has been an incredible effort from Dashy and Scump. It is tournament point, OpTic.
One round away. OpTic Texas. Brand new roster. Handful of world champions. And the king looking to start their year off right with a victory over the team that has been dominant for the past 2 years.
This is where Atlanta FaZe proved to us why they're one of the greatest teams in the world to bounce back from this situation, try to force that round 11 here on Berlin. A bomb site will be the choice for FaZe. Shotzzy clearing the windows. They know something's up.
You're going to have nades over towards A, looking for some intel. You got Shotzzy spotting aBeZy down low, but keep in mind, iLLeY, the brain, on the long flank. For the moment, Cellium's watching it, the time it can be on point. Even have Scump creeping up. So far, bomb not going down.
Spots him. Massive kill from Cellium. That is an unbelievable first blood. Now the 3 remaining members of OpTic have to now contend with the full might of FaZe. But Shotzzy! What was that angle? The bomb doesn't get planted. Scumpy flies in. Shotzzy on the outside. aBeZy the last one up. And it's Dashy! In front of a sold-out crowd. On their home ground. The writing was on the green wall from the start. It feels a little bit like destiny. OpTic Texas have done it.
Unbelievable plays. They get it done in the search. The superstar orgs merge together and start their time together with a big old dub. Championship theirs. They take down the big dogs to do it. And what an unbelievable performance. New angles, new plays, dominant respawns, dominant search. And they're only just beginning.
It has been 1,183 days since the OpTic banner lifted a Call of Duty trophy, and well, technically they get it today. And in front of this crowd at this moment, you can't make this shit up. You can't. 5-2, the final score. It is a new age here in the CDL. Atlanta FaZe have invested in the final, and it was one hell of a final. And these fans, the victory is just as much theirs. What a show.
And at the early parts of this year, concerns for the team. A couple losses in the round 11s. Fear in the heart of the fans. Little did they know, when it comes to that first major, they'd be locking it down to be your champions in Major 1.
The map and mode that they couldn't win a search against FaZe. They're in the final. It was the one missing piece they needed to just get the job done. That Dashy, 9-5, 9-6 from Scump. Everyone pulled it out. Magic from iLLeY. Shotzzy with that final kill into the bomb planter.
And it is credit to everyone, right? Top down from the players to the coaches, the S&D turnaround. Phenomenal. I mean, honestly, through this weekend, it is as close to perfect as you can get. The new angles in that final round as well. They just gave us a taste of the year OpTic are looking for with a 5-2 victory. The maps were close, the series count wasn't.
Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. One iconic event, one iconic finish. This crowd has been something else. We'll never forget this event. We'll be talking about this one for a really long time. We were hoping to get, that Chicago Huntsman series way back when, sold out arenas, you name it, but we really got it here tonight. This was something special. This whole week was really something incredible. And as you said, a taste of things to come for this year ahead.
And look, man, right? Like, we missed the OpTic event, but the first true one we get, they win it in front of the home crowd. The crowd has been phenomenal all weekend long. Couldn't get any better for the fans as the chants continue to ring out.
Well, this is it. Let's throw it to the stage. Our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Clint, take it away.
Let him hear it! Boys and iLLeY, I saw a lot of tweets saying this is your best series, your best event. How do you feel, pal?
I just feel good to be here in front of such an incredible crowd, and I just want to thank my teammates. I couldn't do it without them. These guys are fucking disgusting, and yeah, I just love all of them. And the work we've been putting in has shown, and this is only the beginning. We're gonna keep going hard every single day. We're not gonna get complacent.
Hell yeah!
And we're doing it all year.
All right, yo, Scump will pay the fine. You're good.
No, just keep going.
Shotzzy, you know you've been in front of a couple of different brands, right? Have you had a crowd like this before cheering for you?
Never. This is the green wall is insane.
Anything you want to say to the fans, buddy?
I honestly appreciate every single every single person that came out. Regardless, whoever you supported, I genuinely appreciate it. It makes everything so much funner. So, obviously, shout out the fans and shout out Green Wall.
Now, Seth, buddy. These last few years have been interesting. It's been tough at times. The start to the year, a little shaky. You said you guys were working so hard. Your mom's been in the crowd. It's a special moment. How you doing?
Oh, I'm on top of the world right now. I'm telling y'all, this team, we have worked so hard day in and day out for the past, I would say, month or 2 months, just every single day. Always improving, always learning, going over VODs, going over setups. We do it all, and I hope that it showed for you guys. And shout out my mom and Iz. I love you guys.
Oh, yeah, I love the green wall. I gotta say, Clint. I gotta say.
Yeah. Well,
Love
Dashy, as the MVP chants start. Listen, you've had your fair share of MVP type events or years. The individual accolades have been there. The championships haven't been at times.
No, they haven't.
But for you it has. But now with these guys, with this group, how special is this?
Oh man, it means the world to me. Obviously to do it with these three guys with Seth. I mean, we've been going at it for 4 years.
Yeah.
So to finally get another one, we got multiple chips now. We can say that. We got the chips with the dip.
Baby.
Nah, man, I can't, this is the best feeling I've ever had, and I'm just so happy I got to play with three of the best players in the game, so shout out to these three right here.
Is this just the beginning?
I hope so. I'm not content with just one now. I'm kind of greedy. I don't know.
You guys are incredible. That was an amazing win. One last time, everybody, for OpTic Texas. Make some noise.
brick by brick, the green wall never looked better. Dashy, iLLeY, Scump, and Shotzzy taking home the trophy and also the grand prize of $200,000. And I just want to say, welcome, baby. This is Call of Duty. Right here on the desk, we're going to break it all down in them nameless. This has been 4 amazing days, man, and for it to come down to this, hopefully this turns out to be a new era.
You know, it's been many years, but I gotta say it, they have proved me wrong. These guys went so hard. They fixed all their issues. You can see them on your screen right now, just so happy, and they should be proud. Dashy, a player in particular, I've been so critical of the last few years. He's had so much development in this game, making high IQ level gameplay day in and day out. This tournament was just spectacular across the board for OpTic Texas.
And aLLeY, it's not all about just individual success. All 4 of these players came together as a unit, and there was just no weaklings. They dominated the event.
Throughout this entire series, you couldn't just name one MVP. Every single one of them had an MVP performance in that series. It was just dominant overall.
And Merc, being able to hoist that trophy, and with the troubles that a player like Scump has gone through lately, he has to be on top of the world.
Oh, 100%. I mean, listen, obviously, you know, when you had the Dallas Empire and this team, you know, come together, I think the biggest part was obviously having Shotzzy, iLLeY, and Rambo. A team that built a system with Dallas Empire. They had so much success. And honestly, if you watched OpTic the last couple of years, they have missed that system. They have been sloppy. They make the same mistakes. But more and more now, you're starting to see they quickly fix those mistakes. And I mean, you're seeing it all over the timeline. The most teamwork, tactically, they are on top of it. The hard work that they're talking about, I believe it.
From the coaching staff down to the players and also the green wall. Nameless, we can't doubt it anymore, man. For the next major, you guys better show out, because with the chance and the crowd and the energy that they provided this entire arena, this was magical.
Yeah, and the confidence that they're going to get from this event, right? They beat FaZe not one time, but twice. And in the final, they dominated them throughout that. FaZe only won 2 search and destroys. That is so impressive for a team that is playing against a FaZe team that's been playing together for a very long time, right? Like, this team was newly formed coming into this season. So OpTic Texas, man, completely shutting down all the haters, me included. I did not expect them to be that good in such a quick turnaround from starting off the qualifiers 0-2.
Yeah.
These guys are unreal.
I mean, we got to give it out to everybody that competed this event, to be completely honest. Yeah, OpTic Texas won it. They're the champions, the best to do it this event. And taking a look at the coach on the main stage. I mean, Merc, I've been following this guy since Black Ops 2, and Rambo is just a beast.
I mean, I won multiple championships with the guy. You know, I know the type of person that he is. I know he's very hard on them, but, you know, he trusts his players trust him. That's what's so important about it.
Yes, aLLeY, go ahead and put the bow on top about that series. It was long, it was grueling, but OpTic held out to the end.
It was long and grueling, but there were so many exciting moments. I know everybody's about to hop in ring play and do what Shotzzy did. That wallbang into the bomb was the complete turnaround they needed for that round after that first blood. And I was talking to everybody on the desk on Talkback. I was like, it's an absolute breakdown, it's an absolute breakdown, it's an absolute breakdown. And then all the kills went their way. Incredible out of OpTic.
But we have to say, if you're a FaZe fan out there, don't walk around with your head down, because they're a great team and they could have definitely won that as well.
I mean, it happened multiple times last year, right? Yeah. Where they, you know, lost a major final, didn't make it to a major final, but they always bounce back. But I love hearing that from iLLeY, right? The point that he said in the post-game interview is, we're going to go back to work. We're not going to get complacent. Because OpTic teams in the past, they have gotten complacent, right? Allowed people to catch up. But the fact is that other team up there in Atlanta, FaZe, they made a lot of fundamental mistakes, even in that last map, throwing away 4v2s, first bloods that don't turn into round wins. It's not like them, but you know that they're going to come back and try to win the next one.
Now let's talk about it. The game field featured player, and you heard the crowd saying his name every time he got a big kill in the search and destroy. It's going to be all about Dashy, but not just that, but Nameless, he's also our MVP of the event.
And he absolutely deserves it. This guy was taking over. I mean, the amount of Tuscans we've seen him pop in 3-4 pieces was just unbelievable. You know, I was questioning the AR play on the side of OpTic Texas throughout the entire qualifiers. They weren't able to win Berlin. They weren't able to win Gavutu. Well, coming to this event, they look fantastic in every single map, man. And that's Dashy's improvement over the years. At times, he'd be the guy to make the individual play. Well, on this team, he was playing together. He was playing with guys like iLLeY around them, putting them in positions to succeed as well. And I attribute that a lot to Rambo coming in as the coach. As Merc mentioned, Rambo knows how to work with guys like this, and Dashy has developed so much.
All right, take a look at his stats right now. Search and destroy a 1.53. aLLeY, if Dashy continues this, I'm scared for everybody when it comes to stage 2.
I have no doubt in my mind Dashy will continue this. He's already been a star-studded player coming up to this event, and it was always Dashy stuck in an unfortunate situation again. But now he's the one in front line. He's the one getting the first bloods and S&Ds. He's the one dropping the 1.4 in control valley. He is definitely stepped up as a player, like Nameless said, and it works perfect with this roster.
Yes, now let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and prize pool to see how things have unfolded so far this event. From the left side all the way to the right, the last team remaining is, of course, OpTic Texas, and they walked away with not just bragging rights, not just the first place prize, but Nameless. They walked away with a whole lot of money, man. $200,000.
It's a lot of cash, man. You know, FaZe has been used to getting that, you know, every single month. So now OpTic Texas this year, they're trying to win all these tournaments. You heard what iLLeY said, doesn't want to get complacent. They absolutely have the ability to do it. They start off with that first win. Just got to keep it going from here on out.
Yeah, so Atlanta FaZe walked away with $120K, but also I'm expecting them to come out the gate swinging, man. But not just that, take a look at every other team on this list. They came out, they put on a hell of a show, and Merc, I'm going to be completely honest, man. When Thursday came around, I really didn't know who was going to be on top. Of course, Atlanta FaZe was the easy answer, right? But seeing teams like London Royal Ravens prove people wrong, and you know, the LA Thieves almost beating Atlanta FaZe in the loser side of the bracket as well. The competition this year is pretty thick.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were a fan, I think there could have been 4 or 5 teams, you know, maybe even 6, said like, you could win, and I think you could make an argument for it. That's what's been so fun about this league.
Yeah.
You know, that's what makes, you know, a best of 9, winning a tournament like this so impressive, because it's just the way they're doing it, the opponents that they're going up against. And series like that, it's long, man. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
You got that right. Now, for those of you that really enjoyed this event, and you better have, okay? We have another one coming up very soon. This month is going to be a marathon. The Minnesota Røkkr Major will take place March 31st through April 3rd at Mystic Lake, and the tickets will go on sale tomorrow. 96 teams, and don't forget, there's a Challengers Open bracket there, so you're going to want to compete. And for those of you that even want to go to the event, if your favorite team is going to be playing there, let this be a lesson that you don't want to sit at home and cheer behind your computer screen. If you come out to this audience and you cheer for your teams, you might give them that little added boost that we saw OpTic have.
And listen, obviously we all know that the OpTic fan base is the OpTic fan base, but Røkkr has been throwing a lot of viewing parties these last couple of years. We're always tuning into them, so you know, hopefully they can bring it. It should be a great event.
Yeah, so Nameless, I mean, at the end of the day, man, I mean, what are your total thoughts? This event has been just a banger. I mean, after every play day, we get together, my brain is fried.
My massive takeaway is that OpTic and FaZe are going to have some battles this year, man. We are in store for an amazing year of Call of Duty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's been it. Since Thursday all the way until Sunday, we have had top-notch Call of Duty action. And if you forgot it, you better not. Don't forget, this is the Call of Duty League. If you want to see some high, intense gameplay and just amazing events all around, you come to the right spot. Can't wait to see you guys in Minnesota. And don't forget our online qualifiers. Once again, congrats to all the teams. Shout out to everybody involved, all the talent, Esports Engine, Call of Duty League, and most importantly, you at home, the fans. We are nothing without you. We love you guys. Can't wait to see you next time. And I hope you guys have a beautiful day. We'll see you later on for more CDL action.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep